National Park, which is up near the Northern Rivers, Yamba, Woolly, and that's a fire. Although it's one of the longest stretches of National Park. Yamba, yeah.
See, that mark was all right.
The mood's changing very rapidly.
Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Rankin.
Very good of you, Deputy Speaker. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about critical infrastructure in my community around Queensland and around Australia. On the eve of the last election in 2019, the Morrison government promised 13 congestion-busting road projects in a swag of marginal seats in Queensland. And one of the 13 projects is the Priestdale and Rochedale Road intersection upgrade, which is the border of my electorate and the member for Bonners. Almost 20,000 vehicles use the intersection each day, and given its proximity to 5 local schools, there is often a lot of congestion during peak hours and around school drop-off and pick-up time. There's also a lack of safe crossing points, which makes it difficult and dangerous for pedestrians and school kids to cross at the roundabout. And everyone in my community remembers in 2018 the heartbreaking accident when a young boy was hit by a car at that very intersection. And that's one of the reasons why it is really disappointing, Deputy Speaker, to know that 3 years since that the Morrison government said that they'd make this intersection safer, work still hasn't started on improving, upgrading and making that intersection safer. Announced before the last election, and now the government says we've got to wait until after the next election before work will start on what is not an especially complex piece of roadworks. We committed $14 million at the last election to fast-track the upgrade of the intersection. Unfortunately, the government has not acted with the necessary urgency. Been 3 years already, and now they say our community has to wait even longer. Now, as we've come to expect from this government, there was a big announcement, there was media, there was cameras, government ministers and members patting themselves on the back, congratulating themselves on a job well done. But as I said, 3 years later, nothing has changed at the Priestdale Road and Rochedale Road intersection. And of the 13 projects announced by the government, only one's been finished and only one is under construction. And this isn't a one-off, it's a continuous pattern of behaviour with this government. The big announcement, the big photo opportunity, the cameras, they tell everyone how good they are and then they disappear. And also we got confirmation on Monday that the government has only spent $33 million of the $1.6 billion they promised Queenslanders in the last budget. And this again is a pattern of behaviour. Lots of big promises, spraying the cash around, but then failing to actually deliver. And what that means, Deputy Speaker, is that for communities like mine, communities like in Bonner, and in the communities represented here on this side of the House, local families and communities like ours right across Queensland but right across Australia have to cop the consequences of a government which promises big and then fails to deliver. And what that means is in this election, no matter what they promise in communities right around Australia, you can't trust them to deliver it.
I call the member for Herbert.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight a fantastic program being run in the electorate of Herbert. It's the Catholic Education's Emerging Leaders Incentive Scheme. The Emerging Leaders Incentive Scheme is a scholarship program with a difference. It's available at all 11 Townsville Catholic education schools, and it's for our First Nation students to provide scholarship, training and career opportunities for Indigenous students. It's funded under the government's Indigenous Advancement Strategy and is based on evidence-based research that focuses on partnerships and collaboration between students, parents, carers, schools and the community. The team at Townsville Catholic Education have been working hard on growing and developing the program, and it was great to meet with them in Townsville recently. So far, nearly 600 students have successfully taken part, having a significant impact on their lives and giving them the best start in life. Each student is supported throughout the year with a leadership, cultural and wellbeing experience and opportunities. Students are incentivised to make positive choices during their time at school, and to give you an idea of how that plays out, I want to share with you Emma's story. Emma is a Year 10 student who managed to attain a gold incentive level in giving advice to encourage her peers to do the same. She said, "Find something you love doing in the community, whether that is sport, drama, volunteering, or even going to community gatherings like church, but it has to be something to do with your community." So no, you can't just sit at home and play video games. I found a great way to do this was through my external interest being drama. Next is academic success. But what does that really mean? Some of you may say getting A's all the time, but it doesn't mean that. For me, success is finding something I can enjoy in a subject, even in a class, like religion or science, which neither are my strong set. Being able to put your mind to it and strive to overcome the dislike of the subject and going, no, I don't like this, but I don't hate it either. No, it's not for me, but I can see how others like it. This is what I've used every day in every subject that I've ever taken, and that unwillingness to hate a subject has driven me to find a passion that I never thought I would have. Lastly is engaging with the resources that you all have available to the Emerging Leaders team, who try their best to engage you in a variety of different activities, such as the mentoring of older students, homework and tutoring clubs, after school and shalom reading of a morning, all which have been involved with me over the years. Emma does a fantastic job and she is inspiring many people, and I want to thank her for her leadership and the Catholic schools on this program in the electorate of Herbert.
I call the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this hasn't been the summer that any Australian wanted to have. We all had hoped that the worst of the pandemic was behind us, that we could get on with a much-needed break over the warmer months. Going on a holiday, getting to a festival, catching up with mates, or spending Christmas relaxing with the family. The virus, unfortunately, had other plans. I've said it many times over the past 2 years of this pandemic, but the healthcare workers on the front lines of this crisis have been the heroes of this pandemic. I've thanked them many times in this place and in our community, and during the last lockdown in Melbourne, I arranged a thank you hamper for every member of the staff of the Altona North Respiratory Clinic in my electorate, run by Dr Mukesh Haikawal, a familiar face to all Victorians. They've done nation-leading work in both delivering testing and vaccinations to our community. But while the focus is often on clinicians, it's not just the doctors and the nurses who bear the brunt of the pandemic. This pandemic has, for example, put a spotlight on the heavy burden carried by our aged care workers and the enormous stresses that they have been put under in this latest outbreak. They have our nation's thanks. But today I want to highlight and thank two groups of frontline healthcare workers who are sometimes overlooked. The people manning the phones and the front counters at our GP clinics and our pharmacies. The receptionists at our local GP clinics are often the first interactions we have with our local doctor. They support the work of our GPs every day and they play a vital role in our healthcare system. The staff of the local pharmacy are a similar point of first contact. They're on the front lines. They're the people who anxious, scared and sick Australians turn to for advice and assistance. And as I said earlier, it hasn't been the summer that any of us wanted, but it's been a particularly difficult one for people staffing our GP clinics and our pharmacies. They've had to field waves of calls from frustrated Australians trying to book vaccination appointments in the face of distribution failures. Parents who've had long booked vaccination appointments for their kids cancelled because of these distribution failures and have been scrambling to find a new appointment before school returned. I know that my family experienced this on the school holidays. They've had to deal with wave after wave of frustrated Australians calling and turning up at the front counter asking, "Do you have any rapid tests available?" They've had to deal with anxious mobs turning up at their workplaces on the back of an internet rumour. The frontline staff at our pharmacies and our GP clinics have borne the brunt of our community's frustrations and anxiety at not being able to get a jab or a rat. They shouldn't have had to cop the consequences of this government's failure to do its job and its failure to plan ahead on rats and on vaccinations. They've had no easy job, and I'm sure everyone in this place will join me in thanking them for their service to our community. We see the work that you have done and what you've had to put up with. Thank you for everything you've done for our community during this frustrating summer.
I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Australia has been termed the allergy capital of the world. 1 in 10 infants and 1 in 20 adults have food allergies. Each of these Australian lives live with the ever-present risk of life-threatening anaphylaxis. At each snack or meal, they need to literally walk the allergy tightrope. This is an issue close to home in Higgins because research has shown that Melbourne has the highest rates of food allergy of anywhere in the world. If we extrapolate national data, there are about 72 hospital admissions just in Higgins each year from allergic reactions. That is why Walking the Allergy Tightrope report, with its 24 recommendations, produced by the Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Sport, is so important. As a member of this committee, I was proud to contribute to such a report on an issue I worked with in my professional life. Mr Deputy Speaker, as a young paediatrician, I had rooms in Higgins, and as a professor of paediatrics, my team was the first to confirm the rising allergy epidemic in Australia. That's why I'm fighting for a $28 million investment in the next budget to enable the creation of a National Allergy Council and National Allergy Centre of Excellence. Funding of the NAC and NACE, as we shorten it to, would increase access to quality care, as well as provide further education, translation, prevention and treatment of allergy and anaphylaxis. This funding could potentially reverse the deadly trend of increased allergies and anaphylaxis in Australia. It would provide relief and hope to literally thousands of Australians and their families. This investment would include $7.7 million towards a shared care program to cut wait times to see a specialist by at least 50%. Importantly, it would also improve access to care, especially for Australians in regional and rural areas. And I can tell you, Mr Speaker, I have seen people wait for over 2 years to see me as an allergy specialist, and it's so hard for rural patients. It would allow healthcare professionals to be connected with access to education and resources and to more efficiently support patients. An additional $4.9 million would be allocated to education and training to allergy researchers to answer the most probing questions in this important field. I'm proud to be a strong advocate, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the National Allergy Strategy, and this funding would assuredly be a step in the right direction. My thanks to Priti Joshi and Maria Said, who are the co-chairs of the National Allergy Strategy, Jill Smith, CEO of Askia, Sandra Vale, NAS Manager, and Kirsten Perrott, who's Director of the Centre of Food and Allergy Research. Together, you are making a massive difference for those children with food allergy, and I thank you.
I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Health is the issue in my electorate that my community want me to fight for the most. And I know this because when I was first elected, I sent a survey out to every household. And every time a new family or a new couple or individual moves into the electorate, they too receive the same survey. And they've all said health is the most important issue. I also have an electorate, excuse me, Mr Speaker, with the oldest electorate by median age. And this can bring challenges with respect to infrastructure as well, and we desperately need more health and more aged care infrastructure in my electorate. For instance, the Mount Barker and District Soldiers Memorial Hospital is over 100 years old. The hospital serves a population in the Adelaide Hills, which by 2036 will be 100,000 people. The hospital's emergency department has increased from over 12,000 presentations in 2017-18 to more than 19,000 by 2021, and more than 50% of patients, unfortunately, have needed to be transferred on to city hospitals we don't have the acuity right. The hospital requires new services. Now, we've been able to get some much-needed funds in from the federal government, and I welcome that. However, what we really need is an investment of over $200 million to create a true, proper, standalone hospital that will suit and deliver for the needs of the community. I also want to mention that more pressure has been placed on Mount Barker Hospital because the Gumaraka Hospital Emergency Department has been closed. Now, that was a state government decision, but I'm going to do all I can to make sure that we can keep that open. Mr Deputy Speaker, there's another issue in my electorate that desperately needs addressing, and that is palliative care. In my electorate on the South Coast, we desperately need at least a 4-bed palliative care facility because people in my community on the South Coast have to travel 70 kilometres to the nearest palliative care. We need to make sure health is front and centre, and it always beggars belief to me that we always manage to find the money for defence, submarines, whatever else you need to build, and yet health always takes a second seat, and we need to do this. Health is the most important issue in my electorate, and I will continue to do all I can to fight for our health needs. Thank you.
I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, late last year, it was absolutely fantastic to get down to Sparks Reserve in Box Hill, home of the mighty Box Hill Rugby Union Football Club. Thanks in part to the Morrison government contributing funding of $300,000, Sparks Reserve now has brand new lighting supporting the many community groups that use the ground, but also the local economy with the many jobs projects like this create. Box Hill Rugby Club have been fighting for better lighting at their home ground for over 20 years. So I'm especially proud to have been able to get this done and deliver on a commitment that I made at the 2019 election. I was deeply honoured to be asked to switch on the lights at an event down at the club. But the thing that truly makes me most proud is that Chisholm is home to a club that is doing so much good. Last year, the Box Hill Rugby Club ran what it called the Time Out program. This was a 6-week free program designed to support more women in the community to be physically active. The club embarked on this program when they made an uncomfortable discovery. After researching female sports participation trends in Victoria, they found out that more than 40% of women do not feel comfortable training in public. This informed the goals of Time Out to help local women with their confidence, physical and mental well-being and skill development, but also to support them to overcome their fears. Recently, Time Out was deservedly recognised at the Whitehorse City Council Civic Awards, with Box Hill Rugby Union Football Club taking out the Sport and Recreation Award for 2022. I would like to congratulate the team behind Time Out, Lauren Broomhall, Yash Pathik, and Abhishek Pratap, as well as Claudia Reid, Ella Reid, and Renee Fox for all their outstanding work. Also, although I know you wouldn't want to take the credit away from those I have just mentioned, it wouldn't feel right not to acknowledge the club president, Jack Goodman, who has put a real emphasis on community at the heart of his club. Well done to you all, and thank you for your contribution to Chisholm.
I call the member for Jagajaga.
Deputy Speaker, I've been visiting local community and sporting groups in my community that do such important work to provide spaces where we can all come together. I've seen the need at these clubs for more work to be done to upgrade some of our local facilities so that these organisations have the modern infrastructure they need to thrive. Having seen this need, it makes me furious to know that just over the river, in the member for Kooyong's electorate, the funding for sporting clubs seems to have been flowing fast. Between 2018 and 2021, the Treasurer's seat received $5.7 million in federal government grants. By stark contrast, my community in Jagga Jagga received just under $800,000. So in the same 3-year period, Liberal-held Kooyong, just across the river, received more than 7 times, that's right, 7 times more grant funding than my community. What a farce! What an absolute disgrace and a show of disrespect to my community. A tennis club, a bowling club in Kooyong each received $50,000 for lighting upgrades. I know of at least 2 clubs in Jagga Jagga who would love to have that kind of support. A cricket club in Kooyong received $30,000 for electronic scoreboards. There are at least 3 clubs in Jagga Jagga who'd be chasing funding for those scoreboards. A football club in Kooyong received $88,000 for female-friendly facilities. That kind of funding would make a big difference to local clubs, including Heidelberg Uniting. I'm not suggesting these clubs aren't doing great things in Kooyong. I'm sure there are. But there is no credible explanation for why federal grants funding in Kooyong is 7 times what it is in Jagga Jagga, other than this Liberal government is concerned about keeping the Treasurer's seat. We need a national anti-corruption commission. Our communities deserve to know where their money is being spent and that it's being spent fairly and based on need. The Morrison government has had 3 years to introduce a national anti-corruption commission. 3 years. And yet now, in the dying days of this parliament, they tell us, whoops, sorry, we've run out of time. Not a priority, apparently. We can spend weeks and weeks debating other things, but they can't bring legislation for a national anti-corruption commission. It is just not good enough. They've squibbed it, and they've finally admitted that they've squibbed it and they won't be doing it. Well, Labor will get it done. We will introduce a powerful, independent, national anti-corruption commission. We will make sure this country gets the government it deserves and that my community gets its fair share.
I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The social, cultural and economic value that volunteers bring to the local community needs to be heard and celebrated. In Tasmania alone, there are more than 300,000 volunteers.
The member for Bass will pause. Members on both sides. The member for Bass is giving a constituency speech which you were able to give without interruption. Can we start the member for Bass's speech again? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The social, cultural and economic value that volunteers bring to the local community needs to be heard and celebrated. In Tasmania alone, there are more than 300,000 volunteers who give their time positively contributing to the well-being of other individuals and communities. The work is done quietly, tirelessly and without the ask for recognition. But it's great to see volunteers recognised for their service as part of the Australia Day honours. I have the privilege of knowing the first recipient I'm highlighting today, and it was an absolute joy to see Pamela Watkins recognised for her service to the community through a range of organisations. The list of her contributions is endless, from time spent volunteering at the old umbrella shop in Launceston, as a driver for the Australian Red Cross and a blood donor for more than 40 years. Pamela has also taken on leadership roles with the Northern Tasmanian branch of the Royal Commonwealth Society, the John Lewis Foundation and the Launceston Penguin Club. On top of all this, Pamela has also acted as a foster parent and exchange student host. Pamela, you are so deserving of this honour. For the Northern Tasmanian Bombers Football Club, their very own club legend Tasma Lapham was awarded an OAM for her more than 40 years of service to the club. The club's beloved volunteer was previously awarded Tasmanian Volunteer of the Year as part of the AFL's 150 years celebration in 2008 and has been rightly recognised again for her decades of dedication to running the club's catering service. Tasma is a legend amongst the club and its community. Congratulations, Tasma. Life member of the Vietnam Veterans Association and current State Secretary and Treasurer of the Association's Launceston sub-branch, Malcolm Cash OAM has also been rightly awarded with the Order of Australia for his tireless work with Vietnam veterans. As part of the wonderful group of volunteers that make up the local sub-branch, Malcolm also spends every Tuesday mowing lawns and doing general home maintenance for elderly veterans and widows. Congratulations also to Mr Terence Bracken OAM for recognition to service to the motorsport industry, Mr John Cornish OAM for recognition of more than 50 years of volunteering for Scouts Tasmania, and Mrs Betty Laverty OAM for service to music through pipe bands. I also want to recognise the 4 Northern Tasmanians who received meritorious awards for emergency services. To Australian Fire Service Medal recipients Ian Saw OAM and Matthew Buck, Ambulance Service Medal recipient Dr Peter Mulholland and Mr Graydon O'Halloran, who was awarded the Emergency Services Medal. A sincere thank you for your outstanding efforts to keep our community safe.
I call the member for Caldwell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I was delighted to meet India's External Affairs Minister, the Honourable Dr S.J. Shankar, who was hosted last week by Melbourne University's Australia-India Institute. The Minister was in Melbourne as part of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue and took part in a very insightful conversation on the Australia-India partnership and our cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. I want to take this opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to also acknowledge the work of my former colleague Lisa Singh, who is now the CEO of the Australia-India Institute, and I want to congratulate her on the launch of the India Matters program. This is a program that seeks to promote Australia and India's relationship by facilitating discussion in politics, commerce, education and culture, with people-to-people participation and interaction like this interacts as a key facilitator. The rise of India and its place in our region, including its role as one of our top source countries for migration, signifies the ongoing and future importance of Australia's relationship with India. And so, Deputy Speaker, such dialogue and people-to-people exchange during this period of considerable regional and global change is very critical. Our engagement with India is important to building our research capacity, extending our reach into Asia and beyond, and supporting the growth of our economy. Over a period now of almost 2 decades, migration from India to Australia has increased significantly. Drawing largely from international students and skilled migrants, India leads as a top source country for migration to Australia and is now an emerging community in my own electorate of Cornwall, with thousands settling and taking up citizenship with great enthusiasm, I must add, Deputy Speaker. In fact, of the 20 or so online citizenship ceremonies that I've conducted in the last year alone in the Hume Council, over 50% of those taking up citizenship are from India and the subcontinent. These are new citizens who are becoming a part of our very vibrant diaspora communities. Members of my local Indian community are doing an excellent job to assist the Indian settlement experience in Cornwall. Local organisations such as the Sahara Welfare Resource Centre and the Urja Foundation, both community-led volunteer-based organisations which bridge an important gap between the community and access to settlement services. Other places of significance is the Sikh Gurdwara in Craigieburn and the Kali Mata Mandir Temple, providing the spiritual guidance and a place of worship so important to my local faiths. Deputy Speaker, our local Indian community contributes to and adds to the richness of our multicultural community, and in this century going forward, engagement between Australia and India will enhance our region's mutual social and economic growth and success. And I'm proud that these principles, this model of engagement and growth, is formed and shaped in places such as my own electorate and continues to grow through those within our community.
I call the member for Banks.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the Connells Point Netball Club is one of the strongest netball clubs anywhere in southern Sydney, established more than 60 years ago, Deputy Speaker, and already for the upcoming season, more than 250 players have signed up, which is great news. Very successful summer series training as well, with more than 120 participants just over summer. And in particular, Deputy Speaker, I want to congratulate Evie Economou of Connells Point Netball Club. She has been selected to participate in the Sydney Netball Academy, run by Netball New South Wales. It's a very prestigious program. Hundreds of people applied and just 44 was selected. So congratulations, Evie, on that great effort. Thank you to Julian Finch, the President, Maureen Finch, the Secretary, and everyone who does so much to make Connells Point Netball such a bedrock of our local community. Deputy Speaker, the Microbiome Research Centre at St George Hospital is a fabulous place. Now, the Commonwealth Government has provided some $6 million of support to the St George and Sutherland Shire Medical Research Foundation. And the work that's going on at the Microbiome Research Centre, led by Professor Emad El Omar, is literally world-leading. In addition to the Microbiome Research Centre, there's a series of work, a series of different projects going on. There's 127 projects underway at the foundation at the moment, including 28 international projects. It's a really good thing for Southern Sydney to have such a high-quality research centre based in our own community. It helps to attract the very best and brightest to St George Hospital, and thank you to Professor El Omar and everyone who is doing such great work. Deputy Speaker, East Hills Baseball Club has a proud history in the East Hills region. Peter Archer and Jill Archer, the President and Vice President, are a dynamic duo, Deputy Speaker, and they run that club with great pride, and they have grown it into one of the strongest anywhere in Sydney. Now, just this weekend coming, we'll be opening the new lighting down there at Kelso Park, contributed through the federal government grant of $250,000. And I do want to thank everyone at East Hills Baseball for their efforts. In particular, congratulations to Chelsea Wicks and Riley Delacour on their selection to the New South Wales under-16 team for the Australian Youth Women's event in Adelaide. Congratulations, East Hills Baseball.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Appropriation Bill number 3, 2021-2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Before the debate is resumed on the bill, I advise the Federation Chamber that in the House it had been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Appropriation Bill number 4, 2021-2022, and I call the member for more.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the Appropriation Bills numbers 3 and 4 of 2021-22, which provide for additional expenditure on government programs which require further funding since the budget appropriation bills of May 2021 and the subsequent appropriation coronavirus response bills. The appropriations authorised by these bills total approximately $15.9 billion. Appropriation Bill number 3 provides additional funding of approximately $11.9 billion for the ordinary annual services of the government, which includes departmental costs of the Australian government agencies for departmental and administered activities which have previously been endorsed by Parliament. The Department of Health will receive $2.86 billion, with the majority of this funding to support the government's response to COVID-19, including to secure additional treatments for coronavirus, provide support for greater testing capacity in relation to rapid antigen tests, and support the rollout of vaccines and boosters within the Australian community. In my electorate, service providers such as Community Vision Australia have highlighted the impact of increased operating costs of delivering services to clients in a COVID environment, and it is intended that this funding will go some way in alleviating the costs of rapid antigen testing and providing personal protective equipment for the workforce. The Department of Social Services will receive $2.75 billion, which will be used to support the delivery of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. The Department of Education, Skills and Employment will receive $1.41 billion across a range of programs to support the childcare sector, jobs in the post-pandemic recovery, and additional funding to support vocational education and training. The Department of Defence will receive $1.28 billion to support the implementation of recent government decisions to boost defence capability. On the other hand, Appropriation Bill number 4 provides additional funding for services that are not in the ordinary course of government, including capital works and payments to the states, territories and local government. As the local government authority covering 3/4 of my electorate, the City of Joondalup receives annual federal financial assistance grants for roadworks and general purposes. I am pleased to support the City in its advocacy for a federal funding contribution towards a number of priority capital projects in the upcoming budget process. These projects have been submitted by Mayor Albert Jacob and Chief Executive Officer James Pearson. The redevelopment of the community facilities at Heathridge Park is a major project for the City of Joondalup. Heathridge Park caters for more than 30 different sporting clubs and community groups. In 2019, the City initiated a needs analysis and feasibility study confirming the inadequacies of the ageing infrastructure. The City's draft concept plan for Heathridge Park proposes a new multi-purpose building to replace the 3 existing buildings and to upgrade the sporting facilities and public amenities to provide greater all-year-round use. The estimated construction cost of the redevelopment is approximately $15.7 million. The next stage in the process will be the detailed design and tendering for the construction phase, subject to the necessary local, state and federal funding being secured. I wish to highlight the disparity in state government funding of community facilities between suburbs located east of Marmion Avenue compared with suburbs located to the west of Marmion Avenue along the coast. In the lead-up to the 2021 WA state election, the McGowan Labor government committed $8 million to the Sorrento Surf Lifesaving Club redevelopment, and a further $4.9 million was allocated to the Ern Halliday Recreational Camp in Hillaries. In contrast, only $2.5 million was committed to the redevelopment of Heathridge Park, which is located east of Marmion Avenue. The residents of Heathridge and suburbs located east of Marmion Avenue deserve parity of funding with their neighbours along the coast. A federal funding contribution towards the upgrade of Heathridge Park as part of the current budget process would make this project possible in conjunction with a revised funding commitment from the state government and a municipal contribution from the City of Joondalup. Moving on to minor capital items, the City of Joondalup requires $130,000 in funding to construct a coastal lookout near Merrifield Way and Tom Simpson Park in Mullaloo. The project consists of a construction of a boardwalk in the coastal dune system overlooking the southern portion of Mullaloo Beach. Currently, there is no pedestrian connection between the northern end of Mullaloo Beach and the adjacent shared coastal pathway. Similarly, it is proposed to construct a raised boardwalk to provide this connection with $220,000 in federal funding required. Building on the success of the popularity of the Park Warrior course recently installed at Whifford's Nodes Park, with the aid of a federal funding contribution of $500,000, the City is proposing to install the second facility in the northern suburbs of the city, provided that $300,000 in funding can be secured. The Park Warrior course is an innovative concept combining exercise with fun and play, making it attractive to families, young people and adults. It is designed to encourage people over 12 years old to get active and healthy in open space while having fun. The Park Warrior course will provide significant health benefits for users, building strength, increasing coordination, balance and flexibility. The Burns Beach Master Plan is a planning framework designed to guide the future development of the Burns Beach foreshore to ensure it reaches its full potential as a high-amenity coastal destination with sustainably managed community facilities and small-scale commercial activities for enjoyment by residents and visitors alike. In particular, there is a focus on the development of a coastal node which requires $500,000 in funding. This node will activate the coastal precinct and attract both local and international visitors through a range of tourism activities, including a destination cafe, restaurant and commercial kiosk. The Padbury North East cluster of parks includes Wentworth Park, Fraser Park and Burn Park. All three parks are dry parks with park infrastructure at the end of their life cycle, offering little in the way of visual amenity with no usable green park space. Through the revitalisation program, which requires $655,000 in funding, the parks will be upgraded with an irrigated turf area for recreation, mulched areas, planting beds, have tree plantings and universal access paths. The City of Joondalup has been progressively modernising its lighting in and around the city centre. Funding of $1.3 million is sought for the replacement of 210 lights in the residential areas of the Joondalup city centre, improving community safety and energy efficiency to reduce carbon emissions. The scenic Neil Hawkins Park was first developed approximately 30 years ago, and the park infrastructure is nearing the end of its useful life. Therefore, the city is seeking $2 million in funding to renew the facilities for park users. A funding contribution of $2.1 million is being sought to construct a new dual carriageway roundabout at the intersection of Whitfords Avenue and the Craigie Leisure Centre access road. The design includes a fourth leg functioning as the main access to the Pinnaroo Cemetery. The new intersection will allow safe traffic movements, particularly vehicles turning right both into and out of both facilities. Vehicle queuing will be reduced, resulting in a better functioning road section. The city plans to revitalise the Joondalup City Centre to activate the area by undertaking a number of works and is seeking $4.2 million in funding. The aim is to increase the activation in preparation for the increase in the number of residents residing within the Joondalup City Centre. The city's main street, Grand Boulevard, is a key thoroughfare and a vital connection to the suburbs across the city of Joondalup and needs an upgrade to its ageing infrastructure. It requires improvements to the streetscape to provide greater amenity for people who visit, live and work within the city of Joondalup. By enhancing the infrastructure and services throughout the area, including for public transport and pedestrian usage, this will enhance the experience for all. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a result of the recent federal electoral redistribution, new suburbs within the City of Stirling, including Corrine, Gwelup, North Beach, Trigg and Waterman's Bay, have been included in the Moore electorate. I'm pleased to support the City's advocacy for a number of local projects. Mayor Mark Irwin, Chief Executive Stuart Jardine, along with Councillor Carlo Perkov and Councillor Tony Kristovich, have advocated for funding for a number of projects. The regional playground on Oakley Road in Corrine is more than 20 years old and is due for renewal. In line with recent developments at other regional facilities, the City of Stirling is seeking $2 million in funding to upgrade this area to a community parkland with picnic facilities, a range of play options and accessible amenities. Funding of $100,000 is being sought to deliver a new urban mountain bike beginner trail to meet the current community demand to provide more amenities for our younger generation. Corrine Regional Open Space has been identified as the state's Perth and Peel Mountain Bike Master Plan as the destination for a new urban mountain bike trail and jumps. Moving to the coast, funding of $100,000 is being sought to install CCTV cameras in the Bay Beach car park areas, including Trigg, North Beach and Waterman's Bay. The CCTV cameras will assist with the deterrence of antisocial and criminal behaviour and provide evidence to support WA police investigations. Funding of $160,000 is being sought to create a sense of place in Flora Terrace by providing landscaping, more trees and street furniture to create better ambience around the retail precinct. A contribution of $300,000 in funding is required to upgrade the Henderson Environmental Centre to enhance its purpose of supporting the community in taking action towards the protection of the city's biodiversity, in particular the provision of air conditioning and upgrades to the environmental education displays. Funding of $380,000 is sought to re-nourish sand at Metham's Pool and the Northern Bay beaches by transferring approximately 10,000 cubic metres of sand sourced from Trigg Beach. Similarly, $250,000 in funding is required to replace the beach access ramp at Metham's Pool Beach to provide universal access to the water, including for those with limited mobility. To encourage sustainable modes of transport over single-occupant vehicles, $100,000 in funding is being sought to provide end-of-trip facilities for cyclists, including secure bike parking racks, bicycle repair stations and change room facilities. Similarly, a funding contribution of $2 million is being sought towards building a $10 million coastal path network from Trigg to Waterman's Bay. The project aims to provide shared path improvements and a dedicated bicycle lane facility along West Coast Drive to address ongoing concerns of the potential risk and injury caused by fast-moving cyclists on the coastal recreational shared path, and also a safe cycling facility for the public. The City of Stirling is also seeking $30,000 in funding to provide publicly accessible electric vehicle charging infrastructure at key precincts and locations around the city. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to support the above-mentioned applications for federal funding contributions by both local government authorities within my electorate, the cities of Joondalup and the City of Stirling, as part of the upcoming budget process. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I remove my mask this morning, I'm reminded that we have entered the third year of a global pandemic, and that no matter how much we wish it away, it is not yet over. And I want to take some time to thank the magnificent residents of my community. As the very proud member for Lawler, I stand here to thank every person who lives in my community for their commitment, for their patience, for their resilience, for the way that they have worked together across what has been an incredibly difficult, well, now we're into the third year. It's been an incredibly difficult time for the local people that I represent in this place, but they have shown an enormous Australian spirit in the way that they have approached this pandemic. Like most Australians, they heard their Prime Minister with the bad news that this pandemic would reach our shores, that things would change. They were assured that a government would take charge, take control, that there'd be tough decisions, but this government would make them. And like most Australians, they buckled up, they dug in, they looked after themselves and their neighbours. When they were asked to learn how to wash their hands all over again like they hadn't learnt it before in their life, as they sang little ditties in the bathroom sinks and taught their children to wash their hands, as they donned masks when they were asked to protect not just themselves, but other people in the room with them. When they stayed home, even when they desperately needed to go to work to pay the rent or to pay the mortgage. Deputy Speaker, it has been a really, really tough time for the people in my electorate. We had 2 winters with high infection rates. We lost people in our aged care centres. We had disruptions to family life through childcare difficulties. We had schools closed, schools opened for the parents of essential children or for disadvantaged children. We had schools scrambling to ensure that every family had the equipment the curriculum and the support they needed. We had support staff in schools and teachers ringing families every week, touching base with whom we knew were identified where children might have not had the support they needed, that those families were contacted every day. That's what we've been living. And Deputy Speaker, I can only imagine how the people in my electorate felt yesterday if they tuned into Question Time to hear the Prime Minister tick off his list of accomplishments in this pandemic. Because sitting opposite, I was appalled. Because one of the most disappointing things about this pandemic has actually been this Prime Minister's failure to take the reins. Failure to plan. Failure to actually become the leader that crises create an opportunity for people to become, and our history speaks long about those opportunities. We don't have to look very far. In Question Time 2 yesterday, the Treasurer failed to mention a global financial crisis that a Labor government had led this country through, failed to acknowledge that leadership means standing up, making decisions, accepting responsibility. The Australian public will always forgive a leader who makes an error as long as they know they're on the journey with them, and this Prime Minister failed to do that. The juxtaposition between he and state premiers has been written large in our history. From the very first, this Prime Minister failed to define his role. He acted politically at every turn. He watched the news cycle rather than listening to the feedback that he was getting. And as a member of this parliament and someone who cares deeply about their community, I know, because I spoke to many of my colleagues across this country from both sides of the House and from the crossbench, about what was happening in their communities. And I'll tell you what good members of parliament did. They opened their ears loudly and they listened. They found new ways to receive feedback from their community. We helped thousands of people with Centrelink in those early days when people couldn't go to work. We fed information back to government about what was happening on the ground. We tried to assist government to fix the small things that were creeping things that we knew. I'll give you an example. In my community, we knew that the government had not included many of our residents who happened to be New Zealand citizens. What did we do in response? What did Labor do in response? We raised this with government and said there must be a way you can support this community. We gave them ideas. Some ideas were taken up by government, but not enough. Time and time again. When childcare situations became terrible, we were on the phones talking to ministers, talking to our shadow ministers who were also talking to ministers to say, we need to change this right now because the impact is adding pressure to families on the ground. But at every time there was hesitation. There was reluctance to take up good ideas. JobKeeper, how long did it take for the government to finally land to say this is a good idea? Having led Australia through a global financial crisis, there are those on our benches very experienced in this, and they deserved the respect. But no, we got balking, we got failure to see that we needed economic stimulus and we needed it now. Failure to see that families in my community needed that support or the economy was going to fall apart. Always too slow, too slow in aged care. You know, local members were on the phones to aged care centres. I know I was in my community, that I had community members ringing me to say, there's a problem in an aged care centre. Joe, my mum or my dad's there. What do? You ring the aged care centre, you find out what they need, you ring the minister and you say, this is happening here. But time and time again, the systemic changes that need to be made were not made. And that led to a lack of infection control. Now, no one's denying that aged care was pretty much in a crisis before the pandemic hit. This government, in its 10th year, still has not quite acknowledged that, despite a Royal Commission. So, Deputy Speaker, I think the saddest thing about the pandemic has actually been that a failure to understand that the Australian people would come on board, that they would do what was necessary. And they've now proven that they are up to that challenge and have lived through that challenge now going into our third year. But it wasn't just the politics of the day that seemed to get into this Prime Minister's way. It wasn't just fixing the minor details when something large was changing. It was the failure to do the big things. It was the failure in quarantine, the failure in vaccination. That meant that in Melbourne we had a second winter when we didn't need to. We could have reached those 95+ vaccination rates if we'd had vaccines here in 2020. The failure in quarantine, that meant that we had further lockdowns. The failure in testing, most recently in the failure to provide free rapid antigen tests to every Australian family. All of those things were very clear, and yet yesterday we got a list of accomplishments rather than any acknowledgement that we've learned something. That in childcare, where we saw every time when we knew what measures need to be put in place, there was a delay. Every time there was a delay, which actually meant that on the ground families were scrambling, childcare centres were scrambling. And these are things that this government had clear responsibility for. In contrast, what happened on this side was that we dug in our electorates, we opened our ears and we listened, and we worked as hard as we could to help the residents to make the adjustments that they needed to make. And you know what else we did? We thought about what the world would look like post this. We identified the systemic problems. We identified what the pandemic had shone a light on. You know, just take aged care, for example. There could be no clearer example that a casualised workforce, that people working in insecure work in more than one facility, that was a problem. It highlighted that problem in insecure work across the country, because it put pressure on people to not be able to go to work when they really needed to go to work. And we asked them not to. And they had to wait and wait and wait for other things to be put in place to support them. What Labor did was focus on those systemic issues. And what Labor have come up with is a clear focus where a better life for every Australian family is just over the horizon, with more affordable childcare, safer and more affordable housing, because those two things were highlighted during the pandemic. Secure, well-paid jobs so that Australian families can plan for their future. Real job security, investment in skills and training, a commitment to close the gender pay gap, because that was highlighted so strongly in the pandemic, where we saw feminised workforces on the front lines every day taking all the risks. You know, I've said it before and I tell everyone in my electorate, when you're driving down a street and you see an aged care worker changing at the boot of their car in a public street so they don't take an infection home to their family, you know we've got some issues in this country. Labor will commit to a future made in Australia because the pandemic shone a light on where we are in the global chain and where we are in terms of when a disaster strikes. Labor will invest in renewable energy. Labor will make buying Australian easier because we'll make Australian things here. We'll rewire the nation. Labor took time in the pandemic. We dug into our electorates, we supported the residents as much as we could, and then we focused our minds on how to create a better way back from this pandemic. Deputy Speaker, in a few months from now, the Australian people will go to the polls. In the weeks leading up to that, there is going to be a lot said. There's going to be a lot said. There's going to be a lot of lists of accomplishments. And I want to say to the Australian people, when you're watching a minister of this government with their tick-flick list of accomplishments, ask yourself, what question are they answering? What question are they answering? Because if you're choosing now, Prime Minister, to do a list of accomplishments, there are obviously questions being asked. The questions being asked are the same ones that have been asked throughout the pandemic. Why didn't you trust that the Australian people would get on board? Why did you think you needed to be focused on the politics of the day? Why did you think that you had to win the news cycle when all you needed to do was lead? All you needed to do was apply your intellect to the problems at hand. To get across the large things like ordering vaccines, building quarantine, and get across the small details. To focus on the learning so that errors were only made once, so that when communities went into lockdown for a second time, things became automatic. We didn't need to change childcare regulations every time and put things in place for short bursts of time. When this government's listing how much it's spending in aged care, ask yourselves the question, what question are they trying to answer? Well, they're trying not to take responsibility for the errors that were made, for the lack of PPE on the ground in aged care centres. That's the question they're trying to answer. Deputy Speaker, I'll finish with saying I'll be back in my electorate tomorrow with leave from the Parliament to attend a funeral of a very, very dear friend. And, you know, he was a man, Harry Van Morst. I've spoken about him here before. He's been mentioned in Hansard on several occasions over many decades. But he was a man who always had his eye on the big picture, but knew how to look for the details in the smaller picture that made up that big picture. He was a great leader in my community, and I wish wholeheartedly that we had a Prime Minister who understood that about leadership, that understood that what you've got to do is bring people together, not choose to try and divide people to win a political news cycle. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the previous member for her contribution. Deputy Speaker, the appropriation bills are probably one of the most arcane elements or bills to come before this chamber, and I know that most people tuning into Parliament today will probably be switching off when they hear that we're debating appropriations. But I think it is also one of the most critical bills that we debate, because at the core of any government, of any state, is the outreach of its putting into implementation those things that it stands for, is the very important process of appropriating money. And we have to ask ourselves, what is the purpose of government if not to maximise the freedom of individuals consistent with the freedom of others? We, on this side of the chamber, envision a society of freedom and fairness, where people know that they can undertake their lives free from coercion or excessive coercion from government. That fairness means that what you put when you have a go, you get a go, Deputy Speaker. That equality is not equality of outcome, but equality of opportunity. And on this side of the chamber, we strive for that every day, because we know that equality of outcome, where it has been enforced on individuals around the world, has only led to serfdom and slavery and imprisonment of those people who have suffered under the yoke of that government. So opportunity is something that this government works towards every single day of the week. And when we talk about compassion and care for fellow Australians, we don't mean the compassion of a bureaucrat or an overweening government. We know that care and compassion comes from those who know us, love us, our friends, our family, our neighbours. Communities of care and compassion develop organically, supported by government, not enforced by government. This requires freedom, this requires fairness, and this requires equality of opportunity. And when we have achieved all of those things, we will truly live in a society in which we can preserve those things that are sacred and protect those things that we have always done, because we understand them to be good and part of our culture and our lives. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I come to this place with a very unusual story. My father was a migrant to this country. When he arrived, he couldn't speak English. My mother was, her maiden name was Britton White. And they met, they fell in love, and they got married and they had children. They did so on the northern beaches of Sydney. I was born in Manly. I grew up in Belrose in a house made from fibro, which those of us who grew up in such houses have the quality of keeping heat in during summer and making sure that it is allowed to be out of the house by the time winter comes around. There were snakes in the house. My mother didn't like it, but my father always reasoned with her that the snakes in the roof kept the possums out. I don't think my mother was entirely convinced that this was a compelling reason to allow snakes to live in the roof of the house. One of my favourite stories was we were watching Jaws one night and there was a lot of noise coming from the bathroom. And my brother, who's a year younger than I am, was dispatched to find out what was causing all the noise. And it was the shampoo bottles falling off the window shelf. And he said, "Oh yeah, Mum, it's a snake. A snake's coming in and it's knocking the shampoo bottles off the shelf," and it just sat down. Anyway, a minute later, not believing his story, I went to have a look in the bathroom and found that the snake was halfway across the ceiling and looking down at me. That night, I tell you, Deputy Speaker, I gave the screech of a warrior to let those who were in the house know that we were in danger. Fortunately, I think it was about 4 foot long, but every time I tell the story, it grows a couple of inches. Deputy Speaker, these are the stories of people who come to this parliament with real life experience. We didn't inherit our money. We didn't think that driving Teslas down to the south coast to a winery where we can recharge them is the experience of ordinary Australians. When we come into this chamber, we know that it is important that we follow the law, so that when we go to the Australian people and we say that we want net zero by 2050, we have the programs and the laws in place to make that happen, and not secretly take donations from coal investors and directors of coal mines who bought their coal mine from Eddie Obeid and then have the gall to come into this chamber and lecture us about honesty. Well, where was the honesty when they received the $100,000 cheque and then deliberately divided it into 8 separate payments so it was below the disclosure regime? Is that honest? And where's the integrity into not facing up to the fact that your largest donor happened to be a coal baron who got his money from someone who is currently in prison for maladministration, and that you received your largest donation from a person who had an adverse finding against them at the Independent Commission Against Corruption, while you have spent the last 6 months criticising the former Premier of New South Wales, for which there is not a skerrick of evidence of one incident of corruption, but you have happily accused her of corruption. Where's the integrity in that? Where's the honesty in that? And why should we believe that you are possibly, in any way, shape or form, in favour of climate? Or maybe you're just in favour of the slogan that gets you the money, that gets you the votes, so you can sit in this chamber. Australians are no fools, Deputy Speaker. They are no fools. They know a fraud when they see one. They know a fake when they hear one. And these people, funded by Climate 200, funded by another person who inherited great wealth, who brings to these arguments no policies, no ideas. Their only campaign slogan seems to be, "Vote for us, we're better than you because we inherited a lot of money." Well, Australians will see through this. I have absolutely no doubt that they will see through this, because it is experience that informs your priorities. And so, Deputy Speaker, at the next election, I know what Australians want to hear about is not how hard it is to drive your Tesla to Berry to get it recharged at your favourite winery. What they want to hear about is what this government, what any government is going to do, not just to create the jobs of the future, but to invent the jobs of the future. They want to know how we are going to make housing affordable for all Australians, not just those lucky enough to inherit their wealth. They will want to know why it is that Australians under the age of 40 now have the lowest level of home ownership in the history of this nation. Well, not since 1947, and we all know when the census is updated in June this year, it will show probably not since this nation was founded. They want to know what you're going to do about that. not about how hard it is to recharge your Tesla at a berry winery. And they will also want to know, Deputy Speaker, what you are going to do as a government to keep this nation safe and secure, and a beacon of hope and opportunity in a tempestuous region where people are crying out for freedom, are crying out for vision, and know that they are being threatened by an overwhelming authoritarian regime. They want to know that there are alternatives. They want to know that you have the strength to stand up not only for yourselves but for them too. And they know, Deputy President, that slogans are great but plans are better. And when it comes to climate change, they will want to know what your plan is to fix it. And this government has a plan. It's called Net Zero, and it's called Net Zero by 2050. It's not a plan to drive your electric vehicle to a winery in Berry to get recharged. It's a plan to actually get the Australian economy to create more jobs, invent the jobs of the future, bring manufacturing back, secure our fuel supply so that our national security is both safe and secure, to ensure that we can go to international fora and point with a true and honest heart to those sitting around the table and say, we are meeting our goals, what about you? We can go and we can hold our heads high with Net Zero by 2050. I note that Simon Holmes à Court is speaking at the National Press Club today. I wonder if a single solitary journalist from the Fourth Estate will have the gumption to stand up to him. I mean, I know he's scary, he inherited a lot of money, and we know how journalists get scared of people who are wealthy. Whether any of them will have the gumption to stand up and say, why is it in September and October you said the epitome of any government's sincerity towards climate change is signing up to Net Zero by 2050, and the minute the Morrison government did that, apparently it was astroturfing and greenwashing. Was it astroturfing when you were saying it, Simon, or is it just astroturfing when the politics change? And so I think a question to this very wealthy individual from Melbourne should be, are you interested in the politics or are you interested in the policy? I'm sorry, I did not mean to insult the good people of Melbourne. Apparently he's not from Melbourne, he's from somewhere else. I'm not sure if those opposite are suggesting that it's a tax haven where he's from. I'm sure that's not true. We all know under Daniel Andrews, Melbourne is not a tax haven, that's for sure. Deputy Speaker, in the seat of Mackellar, there have, on these goals, been some incredibly important advances. In education, which is the very core of providing equality of opportunity, we have increased funding per student by 52%. And when you look at schools such as St Lucy's at Narrowena, and St Martin's Catholic Primary School at DY, we have made sure that we've upgraded their IT and the equipment that they have there. We have done massive improvement to classrooms with new furniture, whiteboards and, importantly, air conditioning. Even schoolyards at Galston College, Canberra Public School, Coleroy Plateau, Maria Regina Catholic Primary School and Mona Vale Public School, Eleanor Heights Public School, Frenchs Forest Public School, Sacred Heart Catholic Primary School, Narrabeen Lakes Public School and Yinganok School. All these schools have benefited from taxpayer-funded opportunities to improve the experience of education that our children are having, because we know equality of opportunity starts not just at the school but in families, but that is an important core principle. And Deputy Speaker, I also say to you that it is not good enough that we just do this here in Australia. Under our programs of foreign aid, we are ensuring that women right around the world, girls right around the world, have access to education that they've never had before in any of those parts of the world. Because regardless of your gender, you deserve the same opportunities to develop your God-given skills, no matter where you live. It shouldn't just be determined on if you are lucky enough to be born in Australia. anywhere you're born, in the South Pacific, Africa, Southeast Asia, if you're a girl, you should have as much opportunity as a boy to education. In my area, one of the biggest things that we face, Deputy Speaker, is traffic congestion. We, under this government, we have provided $7 million to local roads. We have boosted the opportunity and efficiency and productivity of local businesses with new phone towers at Belrose and Cottage Point. They not only provide assurance for business, but locals, that they can always reach their friends, their families, and if an emergency occurs, they can get in touch with people. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to net zero, this government has done an extraordinary amount to give community groups, surf clubs, rural fire brigades access to the best that we can in renewable energy. Installations of new solar panels at New Frontier Grace City Church, Sunnyfield, the Peninsula Senior Citizens Toy Repair Group. And these gentlemen are older, retired gentlemen with skills who take toys that have been thrown out, they rejuvenate them, they fix them, they paint them, and they send them to countries where people do not have access, do not have the same opportunities that we have. Once again, in the South Pacific, Papua New Guinea and Indonesia. And South Narrabeen Surf Lifesaving Club now have solar panels on their roof provided by the Australian taxpayer so they can spend less money on electricity and more money on saving lives. That's what this government's about. It's not about enforcing and telling people what to do. It's about enabling the future, giving freedom and empowerment back to individuals, because, Deputy Speaker, big governments create small people. This government is about being small and making sure that we have the most empowered citizens anywhere in the world.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Ballarat.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I too rise to speak on the appropriations bills, which is the government's appropriation for money to spend on the things that it believes are the most important thing to do, and it provides the opportunity for us in opposition to comment on the government decision-making, particularly when it comes to the portfolio I represent within the Labor Party: infrastructure, transport and regional development. But before I do that, I do want to make some commentary about what we're seeing in the parliament at the moment, and it is very, very clear we are only weeks from a federal election. At that election, we have a government that has been in office for nearly a decade, now seeking a second decade in office. A long time in government. If you didn't know that an election was imminent, you just have to watch Question Time and you see some of the ministers and the way in which they're behaving. That will show you. With that election on the horizon, we're seeing them throw out a whole lot of things, as you do, to try and see what's going to stick as messaging to damage Labor. Whether it is, frankly, the dangerous politicisation of national security, something we see, unfortunately, the Liberal National Party do often at election times, a very dangerous precedent indeed, re-announcing infrastructure projects for the third time, which we saw again, I think, recently on the weekend, pitting sections of the community, as we saw with the Religious Discrimination Bill, against each other in somehow a way to achieve an electorate advantage, again, as we saw last week, and as we've been seeing through Senate estimates, the topping up of slush funds in anticipation for being able to announce and spend those in the election. We've even seen the Treasurer, pretty unedifying, I think, for a Treasurer of this nation, sort of digging up through the dirt unit speeches from National Conference of the former Leader of the Opposition and carrying on about those in Parliament. But the reality is that what we're seeing from this decade-old government is a real division as they go into the election campaign, where they have members of the backbench clearly unhappy and saying so publicly. We've got leaking from Cabinet at a fairly serious and senior level, including again yesterday. And you've got a Prime Minister, I think, who's trying to rally the troops, but is finding it very difficult to do so. And that's the context in which we're going into an election. It does say everything about this government when last night, when we had a senior journalist tweet that there was a scandal-prone Cabinet Minister about to go, that everyone was going, well, which one? There are so many of them in terms of this government, and so many of them who have behaved in such an inappropriate way that many of us were, there were a few bets on who that might actually will be. But in terms of the appropriations and the portfolio I represent, there's a few comments I want to make, and I do want to start with regional development. The damning thing about this decade-long government is they have not had a regional economic development policy in the period that they've been in office. They've had a lot of different programs, and there's been lots of commentary, and I'll talk a bit about those programs, but there actually hasn't been an overall policy for how you grow regional Australia and look at the different nature of regional Australia and the different natures of the economies that many of us represent across this parliament. No one political party has the monopoly on regional seats. The National Party holds some, the Liberal Party holds some, the Independents hold some, and the Labor Party holds some. And the thing that unites us all is that as proud regional members, we know our economies are incredibly diverse. They have experienced disaster, COVID in different ways, and we actually do need to have a proper regional economic development policy that looks at how we maximise the contribution that our regions make as a nation to our economy and how we make sure that they are places that we can all live in. And unfortunately, as I've said time and time again, when the National Party continues to have its hands on the regional funding buckets, they are not dispersed fairly. They just are simply not. And we've seen that particularly with the Building Better Regions Fund. Now, we will be looking very closely at the decisions. The round 6 has just closed recently. We had many local councils ringing our MPs to say, is it worth us spending the enormous time and effort even bothering to put in for this program because of our experience over the last decade of this program of spending huge amounts of time, money and effort to put applications in, but really not getting a look in. Apparently, that's the way. We've seen the Deputy Prime Minister decide that that's how you look after the regions. Ahead of the last election, we saw coalition seats or coalition target seats had received 94% of all projects and 94% of all funding through infrastructure component of the BBRF. And that cannot be explained, as those opposite constantly try to do, by saying, oh, we hold more regional seats. Labor holds, if that's what you're going to do, Labor holds 13% of the regional seats in this place, then you would think, well, OK, fair distribution might be that we'd get 13% of the funding at least, and that's certainly not what has happened. 112 of 330 projects over that period approved under the rounds of the program were approved by a secret ministerial panel and against the department's own recommendations. We've had $1 billion used in a partisan political way under this government that has not assisted regions equally across the country, and I have no doubt that this 6th round will be used in exactly the same way. How does the Deputy Prime Minister think that is helping all regions across the country? If he thinks the program is so good for regional Australia, he should go and say that in Bendigo and Newcastle, which have received less than $2 million under this decade-long government out of this program. Geelong has received just over $2 million. Lyons in regional Tasmania has received 5.5, or Debelle on the Central Coast, 50,000 in funding. I mean, that's the contrast. And I hear day after day MPs on the other side getting up and saying, I've got this amount of money and this amount of money. Well, that's great for you, but it's not great for every region across the country. That's why the Building Better Regions Fund delivered $57 million to the Deputy Leader of the National Party's own electorate, $27 million to the former Leader of the Nationals electorate and $22.4 million to the current Deputy Prime Minister's electorate. There's a bit of a pattern. The fund isn't about developing regions and developing the economy of our regions. It has been used constantly as political pork barrelling. Now, I can 100% guarantee that under an Albanese Labor government, we will fund programs in our regions, and we will absolutely do that. But what we will not do is have the sort of waste and rorts that we've seen under this government, which have now gone beyond the pale. I caution the government again in the lead up to the round 6 that the Australian National Audit Office is having a look at this program. It's unfortunately not due to report until June. It was due to report in May, but that has been put back. I think you will find there will be a fair amount of scrutiny on the way in which decisions have been made about this program. We do want to have a grants program that regional communities can trust, that delivers funding through an equitable, fair and transparent process to the communities that need them across the country. And that is the type of program that Regional Australia and regional organisations and regional local governments are calling out for, one that they can trust and not one that sees them have to waste valuable time and money on applications that frankly have just been doomed from the start. Turning away from regional to now look at the infrastructure programs across the country, and of course we're in this appropriation bill talking about the mid-year economic financial outlook and the appropriations that come through that in particular. The day before, we see again the government trumpeting its commitments on infrastructure. They said $1.6 billion of new spending in Queensland, $3.3 billion for New South Wales and $3 billion for Victoria. But what's actually been happening, and I think this is partly the product of the government not expecting that it would win the 2019 election, is it absolutely went out there, didn't negotiate, particularly with Labor states, about what it was going to spend money on, made all of these announcements about money that it was going to spend, but actually has not been able to get that money out the door and deliver it. In Queensland, they've spent $30 million. That's been the investment of the Commonwealth on infrastructure. In Victoria, they've actually spent next to nothing, and in New South Wales, they've spent next to nothing, and in fact have hardly committed anything to public transport in New South Wales at all. I know infrastructure projects do take time to get off the ground, but the reality is if you don't negotiate with states and territories about what those spends are going to be, as they didn't do in the last election campaign, then you often see that money's sitting in the budget, sitting on the books for a long period of time, and it's just not going to actually be delivered out in communities. And of course that doesn't even recognise the fact in the last budget, in fact what this government did was cut infrastructure spending again, and I again quote from budget paper number on page 84 of budget paper number 1, where the infrastructure investment program was expected to decrease by $3.3 billion over 4 years, 2023 to 24. It was a cut. So we've seen a wasteful government since, the most wasteful government since Federation, racking up $1 trillion of debt, but they've still managed to cut infrastructure spending in that time. Of course, as we know, the government wasn't really that worried about actually delivering infrastructure spending. It was more interested in the announcement. And if you want to look at an area where this government, and there's a big long list of where this government has been pretty woeful in its capacity to actually implement programs, to actually deliver, it's spent an enormous amount of time advertising on urban congestion funds, advertising and getting headlines around commuter car parks and all sorts of things, but the actual delivery, the actual building has been completely and utterly woeful. After almost a decade, the government has no clear idea left beyond making announcements that they know that they won't actually deliver and writing cheques that will never be cashed by state governments or by local councils in some instances to actually build roads. When you look at major programs, you see exactly the lack of seriousness that the government has had. I do want to say that in terms of a project, particularly that of Inland Rail that was started by Labor, something that the Deputy Prime Minister keeps seeming to forget, the first almost $1 billion of investment actually came from a Labor government. We have seen costs blow out. That's pretty extraordinary, really. They started off at $4.4 billion, then to $9.3 billion, and the cost blowout of Inland Rail is now $14.3 billion. That's what this program is sitting on the book, $14.3 billion from initially a $4.4 billion. Incredibly, there is still no plan where the route is going to end at all, or where it starts really, where it's going to get to the port. This project is too important to stuff up, but unfortunately it has been what the government has been doing, and we do need to fix it. I want to go to Labor's record when we were last in office when it came to infrastructure, and I am so proud to follow in the footsteps of the Leader of the Opposition, Anthony Albanese, of one of the Labor's infrastructure shadows, and hopefully to transition that, if we're fortunate enough to win government, into being infrastructure minister. There's a few of us women in that portfolio now. I know my colleagues in WA and Victoria are two fabulous women I'm really looking forward to working with. As we look to build back better from COVID, effective transport policy and targeted infrastructure investments are going to help build equity into the heart of communities across Australia. We know that to build infrastructure so that transport is not a constraint on people's lives and instead is an enabling force allowing them to thrive. This will see us build on our proud record. The last Labor government more than doubled the infrastructure spend per person across the country. We doubled the roads budget and we rebuilt a third of the interstate rail network. We invested more money in public transport than all previous federal governments combined. We worked collaboratively with the states. We didn't try and pick fights with them. We invested in nation-building projects in partnership with the states, like the Pacific Highway duplication, Cross River Rail and metro projects in Sydney, Melbourne and Perth. We began work on inland rail and we were in the process of advancing high-speed rail. We worked to take the politics out of infrastructure with Infrastructure Australia, a body unfortunately that's been sidelined by this government. We went from 20th to second on the international league table, which ranks country by the scale of investment they're making in their infrastructure. And when we left office, our nation was investing more than any other major advanced economy with the exception of South Korea. It was a very proud record that we intend to build on. We know how important it is not just to talk about infrastructure but to actually deliver. After a decade, Australians know everything they need to know about this government. They're addicted to waste, they're addicted to rorting and they're desperate to hold on to power. They pretend to be good economic managers, but all they've delivered is $1 trillion of debt, a budget full of rorts and nothing to show for it beyond a few colour-coded spreadsheets. It is the most wasteful government since Federation, and it is one that should be, by all rights, defeated resoundingly at the next election.
Member's time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'll just say to the member for Ballarat, one word around wasteful governments, or two words actually, starts with pink and ends with bats. That's my retort there on when it comes to wasteful government, and that's what we saw last time when Labor was in power of our great country. If Labor was in government now, they would have spent $6 billion on getting Australians to do what they were already going to do, Mr Deputy Speaker, which was be fully vaccinated. It gives me great pleasure to rise and talk about the appropriations, these appropriations bills, to talk about what's happened in my community and on the Gold Coast in terms of government spending. And Gold Coasters know that infrastructure is so important to the future of our community. With the South East Queensland Olympics coming our way, thanks to the federal government being able to deliver that for South East Queensland, where the Gold Coast will host hundreds of thousands of visitors from all over the world in our beautiful city for the 2032 Olympic Games. And so transport infrastructure, of course, is very, very important on the Gold Coast. And the Morrison government has a $110 billion infrastructure agenda over 10 years, and that is a considerable amount of investment across our great country. But I just want to talk about what's happening on the Gold Coast, but in my electorate specifically of Moncrieff, and the light rail from Broadbeach, Pacific Fair, for those watching, to Burleigh, which will allow the light rail to be extended from Burleigh Heads all the way to, well, now the light rail will go all the way to Brisbane. There's an intersection with heavy rail where Gold Coasters can now actually get on, will be able to get on the light rail at Burleigh and go all the way through to Brisbane, which I think is very, very important for our connectivity, but certainly it's important for those who live and work and play on the Gold Coast. And the Morrison government has announced an additional additional funding for the Gold Coast Light Rail, which was $126.6 million. I had Minister Fletcher in my electorate a few months ago announcing that to make sure that we can deliver for Gold Coasters. But I would say that that funding was essentially for the Queensland Government's Labor cost blowout, which I'll highlight to the member for Ballarat as well, in terms of blowouts. That money basically is because the Queensland Government haven't gotten around to signing up contractors for that particular 6-kilometre stretch of light rail, and consequently, for the good people of the Gold Coast, taxpayers, it's costing more money thanks to them deciding when that will start, which always tends to somehow magically fit in with their election cycle, Mr Deputy Speaker. But good news for the Gold Coast to be able to continue with that light rail. And stage 3, that brings us to $395.6 million total investment from the federal government in partnership with state and local council as well to deliver the Gold Coast Light Rail for those constituents in Moncrieff. Another major project and infrastructure on the Gold Coast, of course, is the Coomera Connector, and we've all been on that M1 going to Brisbane or coming back from Brisbane. Just the other day, my stepson came home. It took him 2 hours to get from Brisbane to the Gold Coast, thanks to the congestion there on the M1. And while we are expanding areas of the M1 all the way down through the electorate of McPherson as well, and I acknowledge the work that the Minister, Karen Andrews, the member for McPherson, has done for that widening of the M1 heading towards the Gold Coast Airport. But there's also now the Coomera Connector, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I was with Minister Robert, the member for Fadden, just a few weeks ago, and we announced an additional $316.1 million in infrastructure to assist Gold Coasters to get home sooner and safer, and as the former Deputy Prime Minister would say, to avoid sitting in traffic and looking at bumper stickers, I think were his words at the time. So no more excuses, please, from the Queensland Government in terms of delivering infrastructure for Gold Coasters. No more excuses. They've now got the money from the federal government. They can now put the shovels in the ground and turn some sod. Let's see that work commence. This funding actually brings the Commonwealth Government's investment in the Coomera Connector that goes from Coomera into my electorate of Moncrieff to Nerang to a total of $1.07 billion, significant infrastructure investment in South East Queensland, which will help us with the Olympic Games. Sorry, Deputy Speaker. And this commitment that the Morrison government has made to South East Queensland will make a big difference for the upcoming Olympic Games. Now, tourism, of course, is very, very important to the Gold Coast. It's our primary industry, worth about $5 billion before COVID hit, according to the federal government figures. And we've been hit quite hard on the Gold Coast. And our federal government, the Morrison government, delivered a $1.2 billion tourism package, including 800,000 half-price domestic airfares. And we're coming to the very end of that at the moment on the Gold Coast. So those last airfares are coming through now to help with our local economy. And there was also a $10 million regional tourism fund, Mr Deputy Speaker, that was delivered for tourism and is currently being acquitted through Destination Gold Coast, our tourism peak body, and I congratulate Patricia O'Callaghan for the work that she's done for Destination Gold Coast and the new chair, Adrian Reddings, as well. In terms of small business, of course, Moncrieff has a very high concentration of small businesses, probably about double most other electorates around the country. I've got over 30,000 small businesses, and the Morrison government delivered $300 million for small and family businesses to support those businesses who have been in distress. This is on top of JobKeeper and other measures. And the headline in the local paper called the Gold Coast Bulletin was "Feds Answer SOS from Gold Coast Business." And I think that just tells it all, Mr Deputy Speaker, that our community understands that it was the federal government that kept the doors open on the Gold Coast through this pandemic, and it's the federal government who continue to keep all of the doors open on the Gold Coast for our very important business community and small business that we have across the Gold Coast, but particularly in Moncrief. As part of that, there was a $70 million hardship program as well for Gold Coast business, which particularly helped those businesses on the border, again in the member for McPherson's electorate, to help those businesses see their way through to where we're at now with the borders having reopened. Also, we were able to deliver for our only community sporting club in Nerang. I'm very pleased that we delivered the Building Better Regions funding of $596,650. Smaller amounts, as the member for Ballarat was outlining, much bigger amounts that before, but in Moncrief certainly it was $596,650. And I can say to you that Steve Condren, the manager out there, was in tears when I called him for his upgrade for his community bowls club, and the good people of Nerang will now have a much bigger clubhouse that belongs to the community, taxpayers' money that's gone back directly to the community, and I'm very pleased for the good people of Nerang that they'll have that. Rob, Bob, Pete, Lynn, Rose, Luchika and Maurice out at the Nerang's Community Bowls Club. It was a great pleasure to work with you and to Regional Development Australia, Gold Coast, who helped them with their application. And Regional Development Australia is an outstanding organisation, and again the member for Ballarat said we didn't have a regional plan. Well, I think Regional Development Australia branches and committees all over the country would take offence to that remark, because they're doing a wonderful job in our regions to help develop our communities and our infrastructure as well, and all of those worthy projects out there in the community. So I think that's pretty good to talk about infrastructure, tourism, small business, community. But there's also the arts in Moncrief, and we know that the arts has been doing it very, very tough. And as many in this place know, I'm a great supporter of the arts, having come from the arts myself. But we've been able to deliver about $1.65, I think, million in Moncrief during this term. But most recently, we've been able to deliver some money through to the Home of the Arts. And I commend the City of Gold Coast for the work that they've done with our new art gallery. It is a beautiful thing, and it's an extra experience for tourists from all over Australia and all over the world, indeed, to go and experience arts and culture on the Gold Coast and see how much it's come ahead and how much it's grown up over the last decade or so. And we were able to deliver $27,500 directly to Home of the Arts just in the last few months for a Friday night live session on the small outdoor stage on the grass. And I think that is really going to help local musicians, local artists, to help them with their income and also entertain the locals. And I'm really looking forward to going to one of those sessions. We also delivered for the development of a touring show called Lost in Palm, an amount of $75,407 to the Home of the Arts, and that, of course, again, will help them in making sure that the arts are buoyed through this difficult period. Minister Fletcher has been in my electorate quite a few times. He does hold a few portfolios, and we welcome him every time he comes. I took him through the Home of the Arts when he was there, and we saw the beautiful statue of Iris, which is an incredible statue of an angel, winged angel, a beautiful piece of art, and I encourage all Australians to pop into Hotter and go and see that exhibition. But the Minister also has a couple of areas. He's got urban cities and infrastructure, and he's also got arts and communication in his portfolio. And so we've been working with him very closely for his RISE fund, which is the Restart Investment to Sustain and Expand. And we saw $200,000 go to Blues on Broadbeach, which was a fantastic festival, and congratulations to Major Events Gold Coast for putting that show on, a COVID-safe event. Much of the funding went to ensure that was a COVID-safe event. It was very successful, and it was an event that the city needed. Broadbeach needed it at the time that it was delivered, and it helped very many small business owners and families across my electorate to keep going at a very difficult time. I've also got a very long list. I'm going to run out of time, but I've got a long list of other smaller amounts of funding, but certainly worthy of mentioning in this place. For the arts, there was $450,000 for Beach Fest, which was another event. Events on the Gold Coast are so important to the local economy and to local jobs, Mr Deputy Speaker, and so these smaller amounts really have helped. Kicks Entertainment received $498,402 for the Spilt Milk Festival Tour, delivering world-class productions for regional Queensland, the ACT and Victoria, so we helped them to develop their show and take that on tour. Everybody Now received RISE funding, $300,000. A 2-year program for South East Queensland, engaging audiences and artists in participatory performance making. Again, so drama there. Nautic Giants received $100,000, an inclusive, contemporary and sustainable music festival with a focus on local talent, so important, youth opportunities, innovative environmental technologies and social accountability. And of course there were those other two amounts that I mentioned, the $27,500 and $75,407 as well for Visions of Australia for the Lost in Palm exhibition. So all in all, I'll just finish by saying hello to all of those at the Royal Queensland Arts Society Gold Coast branch in Broadbeach that I visited last week, in between, just before we came to Canberra, and I visited them. They received a very small grant, $3,000, for the installation of lights to improve the visual appeal of the gallery, and I'm pleased to say that I purchased 2 small paintings and they hang now in my office here in Parliament House. And I say thank you to my beautiful community and hello to all of those across the arts sector in Moncrieff. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Burt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This tired, old, do-nothing Liberal government have run out of ideas. And we will not take lectures on fiscal responsibility and defence spending from the most wasteful government since Federation. A government who will deliver $1 trillion of debt and not nearly enough to show for it. The only wedge that they have left is their national security smears. Let me be abundantly clear. Labor supports the AUKUS agreement. Labor supports the current government's approach to China. Contrary to the falsehoods of the Defence Minister, Labor is strong on China. Labor is strong on defence, and Labor is strong on national security. I know it's not fun for the nation's media to report on, and it's certainly not fun for the Prime Minister and his ministers to talk about, but I want to let you in on a little secret. There is national unity between the major parties on defence. For the Liberals to propagate anything otherwise is a complete fallacy. Our criticism of the government on defence is when they don't live up to their own policy objectives, like in support for our Australian defence industry. In a time of geostrategic instability, it is absolutely not in the interests of Australia, or indeed our defence partners, to be propagating fake news in relation to defence spending and Labor's record on defence. Under the Rudd Labor government, the average yearly increases in Australian defence spending, according to the World Bank, was up by 10.9%, compared to the last budget of the Howard era, which itself only had annual increases of 7.5%, even when the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, as well as major operations in Timor and the Solomon Islands, started during that period. The Abbott government not only completely dropped the ball handed to it by Labor on a replacement submarine for Collins, but also cut defence spending by an annual average of 1.4%. Even the Turnbull government only managed to increase spending in defence to just over half the amount of the increases of the Howard era, following the Abbott reductions. And now, under Scott Morrison, our Prime Minister, despite all the rhetoric, they've actually only increased defence spending by 1.4% annually to 2020. This Liberal government has no authority to discuss Labor's record on defence. Its record is certainly nothing to gloat about. Historically, Australian governments have consistently spent more than 2% of GDP in times of uncertainty and strategic risk on defence. Contrary to what the Defence Minister would like to have you think, the defence budget was above 2% of GDP in both war and peace and under both coalition and Labor governments from World War II until the early 1990s, when every power reduced defence spending, US and UK included, at the end of the Cold War. During the first half of the 1980s, when Australia was at peace, defence spending actually averaged 2.5% of GDP. For much of the Vietnam War, the defence budget was over 3%. While we're not in a shooting war now, it's reasonable to ask whether the geostrategic risks we're confronted with today are of a similar scale to those we faced in the late 1960s. It can't be denied we are in a period of heightened tension. As an island nation, it is important that we have our own sovereign sustainment and maintenance capability with skilled trades and workforce and the technical know-how. Developing and expanding this requires Australian involvement in acquisition and build as well. The lack of oversight resulting from 6 ministers in 8 years of this Liberal government, indeed 4 defence ministers in just the last 4 years, has resulted in significant timeframe and cost blowouts, with local industry involvement taking a back seat. But for every cost blowout, we're seeing underspends as well, with projects not hitting the spend milestones budgeted because, even more concerningly, they are not meeting the capability, delivery and availability milestones required. Right now, our defence acquisition program is predicted to come in $815 million under the original budget target. The Liberal government's continued lack of support for Australian defence industry has meant work that can and should be done in Australia by Australian businesses in all levels of the supply chain is continually sent offshore. This federal Liberal government has continually mismanaged and politicised the naval shipbuilding program, as well as the acquisition of a variety of other major defence projects to the detriment of Australia's strategic interests. So let's take a look at what's actually going on. Let's start with the latest blow-up in the press. Just yesterday, we heard that the Morrison-Joyce government is continuing to scale back flying hours for the RAAF's Joint Strike Fighter, admitting this critical platform will underperform government promises for at least the next 4 years. The F-35A project is currently underspending by $175 million, with only 54 aircraft delivered instead of 56 by the end of 2021-22. 2 fewer aircraft may not seem like much, but with the classic Hornet fleet now fully retired, as well, the Air Force needs every plane that it can get. The Joint Strike Fighter aircraft are critical for Australia's defence, and the fact that they are flying thousands of hours less than planned is a very real concern. The Triton High Altitude Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, the UAV program, is $98 million short between equipment and infrastructure spends. Spending on the Hawkeye Protected Mobility Vehicle is $207 million short due to a delay caused by a problem with its brakes and supply chain woes. That means it will spend less than last year, even though it's now meant to be entering full-rate production. We've got the Boxer Combat Reconnaissance Vehicle, nearly $300 million short of its target and spending less this year than last. Somewhat depressingly, by the end of this financial year, the project will have spent more than $1.8 billion, with only the first block of 25 overseas-built vehicles delivered, and local construction for the remainder not even due to start until 2023. That is at least a 7-month delay. There has been a delay of up to a year in finalising design work on the second block of 186 Boxer combat reconnaissance vehicles for the Army that are due to be built in Australia. The embattled Hunter frigate program is $123 million under and will barely spend more this year than it did last. It's not the trajectory you'd want to see as design activity ramps up and purchases of long lead time items such as combat systems and propulsion train elements should be starting. And while the government has made a lot of announcements about long-range missiles, they haven't transformed into spending. The Navy's guided weapons sub-program is falling well short of its planned outlay, from $210 million down to just $74 million, a massive drop in program spending compared to last year. We've got the classic MRH-90 helicopter failure, missing its target by $106 million due to a delay in its delivery schedule. Ironically, one of the few big projects that's still forecast to hit its spending target for the year is the Future Submarine program that was cancelled less than a quarter of the way into this financial year. So seemingly, this now cancelled program is costing Australians at least $3 billion for the delivery of precisely 0 submarines. The top 30 acquisition projects in defence are a combined $1.9 billion under their planned budget for the year. While this government propagates drums of war with increased indications of evaporating warning times and a pressing need for new capabilities to be delivered faster, instead the government is actually delivering this new capability even slower than planned. This Morrison-Joyce Liberal National Government is clearly incapable of managing its defence contracts. It's failing on all counts. Overspends, underspends, cost blowouts, time blowouts, project failures, all adding up to delays in providing much-needed capability. Ultimately, it's the Australian Defence Force, our men and women in uniform, who suffer from a lack of availability of critical platforms due to the chronic mismanagement of defence projects under this government. This Liberal government has failed to implement or indeed articulate strong, measurable and enforceable Australian industry capability requirements in our defence project contracts. Only Labor is committed to ensuring major defence project contracts contain measurable, enforceable, audited and transparent Australian industry capability requirements. Only Labor is committed to actually supporting and growing our sovereign defence industry capabilities. The government remains just announcement and spin. Be in no doubt, Labor is committed to supporting our Australian defence industry and improving our defence capability to support our men and women in uniform and ensure our national security.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I have not had a COVID vaccination. There seems to be great interest in my decision. On Tuesday, I updated the House and those interested in my electorate and elsewhere that I had contracted COVID. I described what I did to treat myself, the course of my illness, the support I got from the state government, which is the standard support for every person in Victoria. It was a matter of transparency and honesty as far as I was concerned. Now I'm being accused of spreading dangerous conspiracy theories, according to Dr Rob Fair, President of the Rural Doctors Association of Victoria. I have never done this. I tell it like it is, when put to me firsthand. I have only ever put forward views of those I represent who cannot be heard otherwise. Heartbreaking stories around vaccinations from both health practitioners and patients alike. I represent the views of those often ignored. People who know me know this to be true. Since when has it been the case that if one wants to tell it like it is, not as the media puts it, to toe the line or go after a headline, suddenly one is spreading dangerous conspiracy theories? I'm not a right-winger, as you know, Deputy Speaker, let alone an extremist. I'm an independent thinker. I owe no one, and no one owns me. My parliamentary colleagues know I don't fit into a box. I've crossed the floor in the past on a matter of principle. Mind you, Deputy Speaker, the truth can be very threatening if one is in an environment where truth is not valued. Why can we not have a discussion when we have a difference of opinion? Having a discussion does not cost lives. People will continue to decide what vaccines they will have, what treatments they will embrace, and good on them for doing that. That is their choice. I've never sought to influence people's choices, just made my decision based on the advice from my health practitioners and have been pilloried for it. I've told the House stories of reactions to the vaccine received. They are facts, not hearsay. Are we no longer able to bring to light evidence that is uncomfortable, that presents a different picture? It is well known that fear polarises people. When did we become a fearful nation? Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, divisions are deep in our community and they are getting deeper. Fear undermines everything and is a powerful form of manipulation. There is an alternative. The alternative is love, for love casts out fear. We heard a lot about the religious discrimination bill, and I think the member for Burt made a marvellous contribution last week. And it was probably the highlight of the 46th Parliament. We have a choice, fear or love. Love does not rejoice about injustice, but rejoices whenever the truth wins out. Love never gives up. Love never loses faith, is always hopeful and endures through every circumstance. 1 Corinthians. Love requires courage as well as compassion, which we see in everyday acts of kindness. Love knows that everyone is entitled to some respect, however great or little one may be. Truth must win out because it's fundamental to good governance, and the people of Australia have every right to expect it. Love, truth, respect, all underpinned with humility. Finally, wisdom. Without it, we're dancing in the dark. Love, truth, respect, humility, honesty, integrity and wisdom. I look forward to seeing their manifestation in this parliament. These are appropriation bills. So as for these bills, I'd like to say this. My concern about appropriation bills in the history of the parliament does not assess the bills against any objective criteria. The policy targets are ambiguous, and it would appear designed so that the outcomes cannot be tested. Economic policy, employment and national wealth are two sensible criteria. What key performance indicators are used to assess the appropriation bill we're talking about today? When it comes to social policy, those above and below the poverty line and the proportion who are excessively rich might be considered within the taxation policy. Is industry and the community measuring the impacts and outcomes in health and education policy? I worry for the poor, who seem often to bear the brunt of what I would see are poorly targeted initiatives. On the environment, business taxation concessions and business welfare appropriations in the environment sphere are worth testing. Has the parliament suggested objective criteria? I suggest we do. Both sides of politics complain about federal-state duplication. But what have we ever done about it? We need to test the workings of this parliament against the health and well-being and financial security of our First Peoples, as described this morning by Warren Snowden, member for Lingiari, as unacceptable in his valedictory address. And I want to just take note here to say that the member for Lingiari is our last contact with the old house. So this is an historic day when he is making his valedictory speech. Of course it's unacceptable. The Australian people know it is, and they want change. We will not flourish as a nation until our generous Indigenous people enjoy equality and respect that they deserve. I will have more to say on these fundamental issues because they go to the heart of good governance, honesty, integrity, value for money, which all Australian citizens expect of this parliament and its parliamentarians.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to member for Kingswood Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. These bills appropriate around $16 billion in 2021-22 across two bills, Bill number 3, $11.9 billion, and Bill number 4, $4 billion. They are, of course, bills aimed at providing for the ordinary course of the provision of government services, and the Labor Party doesn't block supply in the Australian Parliament, and that's why these bills will go through. But the state of the Australian economy is in a parlous state at the moment. The budget deficit is the largest in the nation's history. Debt will get close to $1 trillion over the course of the next decade because of this government's decisions. Productivity is in crisis in Australia. We're not generating as much income per person as we used to. We're now facing the prospect of inflation, and we have skill shortages in almost all industries across the country. The number of people undertaking training, in particular through apprenticeships and traineeships, was falling under this government, and the skill shortages are manifest and related to that lack of investment in training and skills. So the chickens are coming home to roost for this government's poor economic management. But it's not only their poor economic management that is a factor in the anger that we're seeing around the country in relation to the Morrison government, it's their mismanagement of the healthcare crisis and the aged care crisis, particularly over the last 6 months, that has shown the government's incompetence on display, particularly in relation to their handling of the recent Omicron COVID outbreak. They had this she'll-be-right attitude, and we've developed a healthcare crisis and an aged care crisis that has affected almost all Australians over the course of the last 6 months. In healthcare, it's now evident and fact that the Morrison government was woefully ill-prepared for the outbreak of the Omicron variant in Australia. Now, it's not like they didn't have ample warning. We knew the outbreak was coming to Australia. Epidemiologists and health experts were saying it wouldn't be stopped at the border. We saw the outbreak in South Africa and how it swamped their healthcare system. We knew that it was much more contagious than the Delta variant. So Australia had ample warning. And the government, the Prime Minister and the government were warned back in October last year by health officials, by a parliamentary committee which made recommendations around Australia's preparedness, that it would hit Australia, that it would be more contagious, and it would have put enormous pressure on our healthcare system, particularly our hospital system. They recommended that rapid antigen tests be the preferred method of testing people for COVID. Yet the government, we now know, did not get out ahead of it and order enough rapid antigen tests to cater for the wave that was coming. Basically, the government ignored the advice that they were given around preparedness for the Omicron outbreak. And the Prime Minister, rather foolishly, supported state premiers that were letting it rip and opening up too quickly. A classic example of that is in New South Wales. The Premier, Dom Perrottet, basically got to December, wanted the political advantage of being able to say to people that we're now free, we're opening up for Christmas, the summer period, and let it rip. And they basically removed all restrictions. Masks were gone. Checking in was gone. Per person limits within indoors were gone. Everything was open. You could go to nightclubs and everything, all in one go. Despite the fact we knew what was coming from South Africa, they still made that decision, backed by the Prime Minister. Never forget that the Prime Minister came out and backed the New South Wales Premier in saying that he was making the right decision and it was time to release Australians from those restrictions. Well, we now all know what happened. Omicron spread like wildfire. It hit and it became rampant. Our testing facilities simply couldn't cope. We had these outrageous scenes of people lining up with their kids in cars for 5 and 6 hours to get tested, only to get to the front of the queue and be told that the facility had closed and they had to go away and try again the next day. I'll never forget the phone calls and the emails from constituents, red-hot anger with the government about their mishandling of testing and their response to Omicron. And then the Prime Minister develops policy on the run, saying to people, oh, if you've got symptoms, you don't need to worry about going to get a PCR test anymore. You can get a rapid antigen test. Or you can go there and ask for rapid antigen tests. They changed the rules quite quickly, and that just confused people. It went against everything that the governments have been saying and health experts have been saying about the importance of getting PCR tests. And they said that now you should go and get rapid antigen tests. But there was one problem, Speaker. You couldn't get them. That's right. You couldn't buy them for hell or high water anywhere. They were rare as hen's teeth. And I remember visiting a few pharmacies over that period when the demand for rapid antigen tests was through the roof. And you walk into a pharmacy and all you would hear was the phone ringing constantly. And those pharmacists having to pick up the phone saying, no, we don't have any. No, we don't have any. No, we don't have any. Try again in another week, not being able to do their ordinary jobs. And that was a symptom of ill preparedness. And we had this quick spike in cases that put pressure on our healthcare system, particularly our hospital. And I spoke to a couple of ICU nurses that work at the Prince of Wales Hospital, and they were literally run off their feet. And they were worried about their patients and about the veracity of the healthcare system, because you had other ICU nurses either getting COVID or being close contacts and being out of action for a week. That meant that the ICUs were understaffed, and the hospital administrations were bringing in nurses from other areas that weren't trained and specialising in the ICU. And one of those nurses said to me, "It's useless. It's basically like asking you to come and work as a nurse in the ICU. If you haven't been trained in that area, you don't know how to operate the equipment, you don't know the procedures and protocols, you're basically just getting in the way." And that is what was occurring. And that is unforgivable, because that's risking the health and safety of the Australian public. And is it any wonder that nurses went on strike in Sydney yesterday, in their thousands, because they are fed up. They have had enough with the Morrison government and the Perrottet government's ill preparedness to plan for COVID and to support the healthcare system and support our frontline workers during this difficult time. Well, I want to make it clear, Speaker, that I support our nurses. I support them taking industrial action yesterday. I support their claims for ratios and fair pay, because they deserve it, as do other healthcare workers that have been working around the clock and other frontline staff to keep our country going. In the aged care sector, that's been in crisis prior to Omicron, but Omicron has just acutely made visible all of the problems that we have in our aged care sector, and it's now at breaking point. There's a staffing crisis in aged care that has now been uncovered. It's been there for a long time, but it's now been uncovered for all to see. For years, aged care staff have been overworked and underpaid, many of them working 2 jobs because they're put on as casuals just to try and make ends meet, working shifts, having to work other jobs to feed their families. And when they raised these concerns prior to COVID, what was the government's response? They didn't care. This government didn't care. They didn't back workers. What are they going to back workers in their union? So when the aged care cases came before the Fair Work Commission, do you think that Morrison government or the Turnbull government or the Abbott government ever intervened to say, yes, these workers deserve better pay and better conditions? Of course not. They opposed them. They opposed those Fair Work claims, those work value claims in the Fair Work Commission. And then when Omicron hit and staff began to get sick or were close contacts, what happens? You get shortages. And you get elderly residents locked in their rooms without basic care that they deserve. And the system and the crisis in the system is uncovered. Now, in one case, I was contacted by a constituent in our area of an aged care facility in our community that requested that visitors pay $11 just to visit their relatives. And I want to read you this email from Alan in my electorate, which says, "We've received this email from the aged care facility that our very close friend is at in Little Bay. They are asking that we pay $11 every time we wish to visit her. She's no family, and my wife and I are the closest thing that she has, and we've known her for 68 years. We're both pensioners, and the cost of this will severely limit our ability to be able to visit her regularly. We feel that it's outrageous to ask this amount of people who are the only contact to the outside world for these people in care." That's what our healthcare system has come to under this government, asking relatives and close friends to pay to go and visit their loved ones. And that is an absolute disgrace. And now you've got the government attempting to bribe aged care workers with these retention payments of $400, two $400 retention payments. Well, guess what? It's too little too late. Why weren't you supporting their Fair Work claims, their work value cases, when they were moving these amendments in the Fair Work Commission years ago? Why weren't you out there supporting aged care workers when they were saying to you years ago, before COVID hit, that the system was in crisis? The government paid lip service to workers in the aged care sector, and now all Australians are suffering because of that. Speaker, the measure of a country is how well you look after your most vulnerable citizens, particularly the poor and the elderly. And Australia used to have pride in the fact that we had a very strong healthcare system, underpinned by Medicare and universal access, and an aged care system that ensured that all had access to decent care. But now Australians are starting to ask themselves, what happened to that wonderful healthcare system that we built through Medicare, and what happened to the care that we used to show for Australians who are vulnerable in their elderly years? Because it's been undermined by this government. It's been destroyed by this government. And it's about time, I think, that Australians saw writ large what has been occurring not only in economic management but in our healthcare system and our aged care system. And hopefully they will say come the election, it's now time for a change, and it's now time to put back in place the policies that ensure that we look after our most vulnerable through our healthcare and aged care.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I remember in July 2019 finally being called the member for Mallee. I was the last seat in Australia to be named and declared. And so I was very proud in that moment to step into this role. It has been an incredible journey in the last 2.5, 3 years, and one that my colleagues who have been around for some time say there has never been one like this. In December, I put together 12 newsletters for my 12 shires. And in the newsletters, I talked about what has actually been achieved. It's been really easy in the last 2 years in particular to be quite downward looking, to look how difficult things are, how challenging they are. And there's been much justifiable criticism of a lot of handling that has gone on. But there's also been some excellent work that has gone on. And I've got to say that our government has achieved a tremendous amount in very trying times. Today I want to talk about some of the achievements that the people of Mallee have experienced in this last nearly 3-year period. It's about delivery, and as a local member, I am really proud to say that over $2 billion has been delivered in the electorate of Mallee. $626 million was distributed in direct support for businesses throughout COVID, for employers to be able to keep their staff working, paid, if not working. $472 million has been invested in roads. That's a tremendously important focus for the people of Mallee because we are 83,500 square kilometres. There are a lot of roads, and $470 million doesn't go all the way to repair every road. We're still on track, and we have many, many huge trucks, big B-doubles that traverse all the small roads across Mallee and therefore need constant upgrading. That work continues. We've also had $26 million delivered through drought recovery. This has been an incredibly important fund and program for many shires in Mallee, and we have many pieces of infrastructure or support for organisations throughout Mallee because of this drought funding, and shires have been incredibly grateful. We've also expended $440 million on the Murray Basin Rail project. Now, that's not to say that it's been delivered. There has been a lot of pushback from the state government, and the work is yet to be completed. But I want the people of Mallee to know that I am very focused on that work being completed, and I will see it through. We've also distributed $60 million for healthcare improvements across Mallee, and I want to touch on some of those shortly. $15 million has been invested in our telecommunications.
Anyone in Mallee who traverses the highways and the byways and in small towns and out in back paddocks knows just how difficult connectivity is. So I am really thrilled that $15 million has been invested. There is so much more work to be done, and I was very pleased recently to work with Julian Leeser, my colleague, to address the issue of connectivity. Again, it's another topic and another issue that we just have to remain focused on to see improved for regional areas. Into the details, I have 12 wonderful shires, and one of them is the Hindmarsh Shire. There have been funds delivered for childcare services, $11.5 million for roads and bridges. The Albacutcha Bridge, I was very pleased to be on site to do the first sod turn for that bridge. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there for the demolition of the old bridge. It is an incredible piece of architecture. So I was very sad not to see it come down, but the new bridge is on its way and will provide safety for those who need to use that bridge for their businesses and their farms and tourism. The Wimmera River Discovery Trail received $600,000. Our tourism in our regional centres is actually pivotal on keeping our economy ticking over, and the Wimmera Discovery Trail is just another part of our beautiful rivers, and the Wimmera River is just iconic. The Dimboola Community Civic Hub I had the joy of opening. $600,000 was invested by our government for this particular project, and the locals love it. Again, it's another opportunity for tourism and for people to enjoy the spaces in Dimboola. And of course, there is more work to be done. I have to confess I made an accident and reported that I had funded a particular project called the Davis Park Project, and that actually hadn't happened. You know, you do a lot of work in this house and occasionally you slip up, and that was a slip up for me. And so I'm fighting very hard for that project to be delivered because it's incredibly important to the people of Nil. Loddon Shire has received $14.5 million for the Mitiamo and District Reticulating Water Supply. If we don't have water, we don't have life. Our communities can't live, our farms can't grow, and this particular project, I was so thrilled to be down there with the previous Deputy Prime Minister to announce, and it's part of our national water grid and an incredibly important investment. Loddon Shire has also received $22.6 million for its roads. The local council has actually loved, all of my local councils have loved the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund because it's given them the ability to pinpoint their own projects. It hasn't been tagged or tied to any particular outcome, but they have been able to achieve a tremendous amount of work that really matters to locals who live in those regions. So that's another one. The Donaldson Park in Wedderburn, $2.5 million. Our sporting precincts matter enormously to people who, not just to people who play sport, but to their families and to communities who live in small towns. They really are the epicentre. And tennis courts, absolutely. Pyrenees Shire has received $14.3 million for roads. Roads are something that I think every member in this House hears about. They matter. And when you're driving over bad roads, it's no good for your car, and it's certainly no good for the occupants. So our road investments have been significant in this period of time. The Lexington Community Hub has received $2.7 million. Then you have the Warborough Bowls Club, $300,000. The Avoca walking track and bike paths, things that get us out into our communities and, again, increasing our tourism for our smaller towns. Bullocks Shire, wonderful shire up in the north of my electorate. They have received $450,000 for childcare services, a vital piece of investment so that young families can get on with their lives, so that their children are cared for and people can go back to work. If we don't have childcare in these smaller towns, it really hinders our productivity more generally. The Charlton Park and Charlton Harness Racing Club are two pieces of investment by this government that are just a sight to behold. I was totally delighted to go to the Charlton Park site for the opening and the crowds that were there, and I will be going down to a racing meet down there very soon. The Bull Oak Shire did receive $4.3 million in the Drought Communities Hub, Drought Communities, and has expended that funding again on projects that they want to spend it on. You know, our local shires are so important for really understanding what's going on the ground and where the priorities are. Bull Oak has also received another $2.4 million for community infrastructure. Central Goldfields Shire, down in the south-east of my electorate, have received $10.3 million for roads and bridges. In addition, one of the first things that I heard about when I stepped into this role by very passionate locals was the Carisbrook Levee and how important that was, the 100-year flood that happens down there and really completely messes that area up when it happens, and it had happened recently. I fought hard for the $1.2 million for that levy, and I'm really pleased to see that that work is going ahead. Aged care, the Havilah Aged Care Facility in Maryborough received $4.96 million. You know, we've talked today about aged care, and it's on all of our minds that our aged care facilities are just so important for our seniors. So to see investments across Mallee, of which I have several, this is one of the key ones, is very, very exciting, and I think shows the commitment that we have to improving our aged care services. The Central Goldfields also received $120,000 for community halls. I've got to say, it just was elevated in the community. They just loved all of these halls. There were 5 of them that were done up. They were painted, or they had a new kitchen, and they really are the epicentre of small communities. They can meet there for dances, the old country dance, which I well remember, and for events with their sporting clubs or community groups. So they were very excited about this funding, and all that work has been done, and I've seen much of it. Gunnewarra Shire received $15 million for roads and bridges. Gunnewarra Shire also has a huge area around Kerrang, which is a huge development for renewable energy, and we have a focus on seeing that being able to be uplifted onto the grid and to make it valuable. That's a space to continue watching. We are investing in that space. $1.23 million was invested in the Kerrang Christian College. They are very proud of that work. I was pleased to be at the opening of that, and it's a very vibrant school with a wonderful science lab now, so STEM is on its way in Kerrang Christian College. $3.5 million has been delivered for the Goulburn Murray Irrigation District channel embankment infrastructure. 11,000 irrigators rely on the water in that region, and they're doing a wonderful job. The ag shows in Gunnewarra Shire received $475,000 to Kahuna to refurbish their showgrounds and facilities. And our local shows and ag field days have suffered terribly over the last 3 years. Many of them have not been able to operate at all. And so this kind of investment that the Morrison-Joyce government has invested in our shows just has kept them going and has given them not just something to do, but to actually keep them afloat through this period of time. And we expect them to come back in a vibrant way in 2022. Swan Hill region has received $83 million in roads and bridges. $60 million was committed to the Swan Hill Bridge, and if the states could get their acts together, that would be fantastic, and this bridge can be built. It has had a tremendous amount of go slow on it with heritage listing and needing to sort out which bridges are going to be replacing which priority in the heritage listing. Hopefully we will see that work begin soon. It's not for want of passion and not for want of interest in the Swan Hill Council. They are very passionate about this project and locals want to see it delivered. We've also delivered $30 million to the Swan Hill Hospital. The remit, of course, of the state government, but our $30 million has meant that the state government finally stepped up and also promised $17.8 million. The emergency department at Swan Hill Hospital, I have spoken about before, it would bring you to tears if you walked in there. That money is very well spent. Here I go again. And what we want to see is the state government pay attention to our regional hospitals. They need funding, they need a focus, and I would urge the Victorian State Government to look beyond the halo of Melbourne. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This time 2 years ago, I was pleading with the Morrison government to provide bushfire recovery support for the communities hit by the Gospers Mountain fire. Not just the communities that burned, where people experienced the trauma of being surrounded by flames, saw their homes or their neighbours' homes in ashes and had their properties smouldering for days. And not just for the bushland in that World Heritage Area where valley and ridgeline after valley and ridgeline were reduced to just blackened trunks, and where native animals, koalas, snakes and lizards, wombats, possums, kangaroos, the birds were all gone or dead. But also for the small businesses whose hopes of a good summer went up in smoke as people stayed away long after the fires had stopped. This time 2 years ago, 300 small businesses in the Upper Mountains had met with me to share their pain and their ideas about how we could move forward. Since then, fire-affected communities from the mountains to the Hawkesbury have had to keep asking and keep waiting and keep holding on as they came to terms that so much of the recovery from fire would have to wait. Only last week I was able to connect another elderly landowner, still without fences from those fires 2 years ago, with the wonderful Rough Track kids who've been helping to replace fences destroyed by fires and more recently floods. There are some communities who'll be very happy to see projects announced in the latest bushfire recovery funding. From the tourism sector in Katoomba, grateful that the street heading down to the iconic Three Sisters will become tree-lined eventually, and that the much-missed Winter Magic Festival gets a boost, through to the tough as boots Kurrajong Heights and Bilpin communities, who may end up with a community centre that actually meets their needs, and the Macdonald Valley, where the tiny St Albans and surrounding community is still finding its feet, not just from fire, but from 2 floods, and they'll see things like an upgrade to their community hall. I thank these communities for their patience, and I know that the hundreds of times I spoke for you and about you in this place, whether it was the nagging or the pleading, the anger or the despair, it was because I saw your resilience to what you'd been through as the months post-disaster dragged on. The projects that have been announced are some of the sorts of projects that we, those of us in bushfire areas, have urged the government to fund, and the millions are welcome, although we could have seen it a year ago rather than on the eve of an election. I hate to consider the possibility that the Morrison government held off announcing this round of projects, which we were told would actually be pre-Christmas announcements, until now, a few weeks away from an election day. That would be absolutely disrespectful to my community, to what they've gone through. And I also am aware that there are very good projects that have missed out, and we'll continue to work for the funding that these communities need. There is a whole stage of work, though, that hasn't happened yet in our region, moving beyond recovery to preparation and mitigation, and that applies to flood, fire and storms. The Emergency Response Fund, which I have spoken about often, $4 billion, I voted to create this fund. I saw it as an amazing opportunity to get mitigation and preparation projects happening in the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury. But not a single cent of it has been spent. It's accrued more than $800 million in interest in the 2 years plus that it's been around. There has been plenty of opportunity for it to be invested, and it is a crying shame that it hasn't been spent on improving telecommunications, on creating safer places, on creating evacuation centres. It is also a shame that the Prime Minister has not seen fit to visit any of these bushfire-affected areas and speak directly to the people who are still recovering. Anyone who's been through a massive trauma like the fire, the like of which we saw, knows that 2 years on it's still fresh. There's a really long way to go, and I would urge him to speak with people. Deputy Speaker, when we talk about fires in the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains, we can't forget that we also face floods. And a year ago, a really big flood hit the region. One had hit the area 2 years ago after the bushfires, but 12 months later, followed by another one. At the weekend, I met a couple in Lower Portland. They have still received not a cent of support to restore their land. They have agricultural land, and they are one of a number of people, particularly in an area like mine where we don't necessarily have massive rural plots. They're small rural land holdings relative to other parts of the country. And while there's been a lot of talk of funding, it just hasn't eventuated. The tightness of the rules, meaning that things are designed for these big rural properties, leads to smaller farming and producers just falling through the cracks. So, for instance, people who are breeding prize-winning cattle or champion horses for dressage just don't necessarily meet the criteria, and it means many have been overlooked. Now, there really is no point making promises to people, to putting it out there for people to just find out they fall through the cracks. I know we can do disaster recovery much better. I know Labor would do disaster recovery much better, with more flexibility so that you could consider holistically a person's situation. I will never forget that the day after my house burned down in 2013, the Liberal government made a decision to reduce the amount of support available for people who'd been affected by that fire. That was a deliberate decision, and it affected hundreds and hundreds of people who were, under the new rules, no longer able to seek any emergency assistance. That set the tone for what I have seen from a disaster management perspective. I do want to acknowledge that David Littleproud, as Minister, worked very closely with me in the early stages of the post-fire recovery. However, many of the promises have not been fulfilled. The relationship with New South Wales remains a challenge, and these are things that Labor can do better. Deputy Speaker, one of the things that leaves my community most vulnerable in a disaster is mobile phone coverage and poor NBN. The NBN was never about downloading movies. It was about being able to do high-speed uploads and downloads so you could run businesses, allow people access to doctors via telehealth, and as COVID showed people who had no imagination to understand it beforehand, it would allow people to work from home, do school from home, and stay connected to the world while stuck at home. Now, Macquarie has been dumped with a mishmash of NBN technologies. Not only is fibre to the premises not being used to its full potential, but we have the DUD copper-based fibre to the node, the fragile fibre to the curb, and two technologies that simply don't do the job: wireless and satellite. Wireless can't meet the data demands and is congested, while Sky Muster users remain frustrated by not enough data, high latency and dropouts. The aim of Labor in government will be to increase the speed of fibre, and we've already announced the spread of fibre, I should say. We need to see fibre spread way further than it is, and we've already announced that fibre to the node customers will be able to upgrade to fibre to the premises as we run fibre past another 1.5 million homes. That's a start. The rollout of the NBN has been botched by the Liberals, and it's actually left many in my community more vulnerable during fires and storms than they were before. Fancy that. 2022 and we are more vulnerable. Tens of thousands of FTTC and FTTN customers no longer have landlines, and so when the power goes, so does our phone line. And don't just say, use your mobile. Filling the gaps in our mobile coverage has been one of the Morrison government's biggest failures of all. Its own regional telecommunications review, which I put a submission into, highlights that under this government there's been a patchwork quilt approach to connectivity in the regions, and that includes mine. The report found that in instances of natural disasters and emergencies, connectivity is significantly impacted by power and network outages. It reduces access to recovery and support, and that's what's so disappointing about the government's response to the natural disasters that we've had in the last few years. There has been no significant investment in improving our ability to communicate. Despite royal commissions and inquiries, advocacy from fire-affected MPs and a general hue and cry about it, all we see is the odd mobile phone tower being added and incremental improvements. The 2013 Blue Mountains fire was a wake-up call to improve telecommunications for places like Hawkesbury Heights, Winmalee and Yellow Rock. We lost no lives, but we could well have. And one of the key takeouts for locals was that you really need solid and reliable phone connections. The landlines we had back then meant people could phone neighbours, even when the mobile signal was crowded and only texts would get through. But today, 8 years on, there are hundreds of people like me, now without landlines, who can't get a mobile phone signal in their home when the power goes off. This government always leaves things till it's too late and then does too little, but surely it won't take a more deadly bushfire in our region for them to wake up to the need for improved reach and resilient mobile coverage with batteries that survive power cuts. Now, Telstra doesn't always get the best rap, but I want to thank them for responding to my relentless push to have some of the issues addressed in the very rural parts of my electorate. Thanks to them, there is some progress, but we're a long way from good enough, let alone resilient. And there's so much more a good government would be doing to keep the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury safe. And that's what Labor will do. Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about recovery of koalas. And of course, when we talk about koalas, we know that many other animals need the same habitat that koalas do, but we use it as an iconic species. Koalas have been under pressure from a range of threats, including chronic habitat loss due to development, which then drives other threats like being hit by cars and dog attacks, plus diseases such as chlamydia. And now, of course, we have extreme weather events under climate change. The Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury has turned out to be a critically important one for koalas. The work of Science for Wildlife since 2014 shows that the area is a potential refuge for koalas under climate change, as habitats out west become less suitable for koalas and habitats to the east, including in the Hawkesbury, are under increasing human development pressures. We have the most genetically diverse koalas in the country, making them vital for conservation. Dr. Kelly Lee describes them as a hidden bunch of rule-breaking koalas who've not read the literature on koala ecology. Thank goodness. They occupy habitats that we didn't even know they could use, and they thrive on trees that grow on dubious quality soil types, she says, and some live above the 1,000-metre altitude and they get snowed on. So the modelling that we've got that predicts the extinction of koalas by 2050 was largely based on land clearing rates, and it was done before the bushfires. These growing populations were seen as a source of hope, free from the threat of development. The bushfires showed us just how big a threat climate change really is. So not only does the habitat loss have to stop, Dr. Lee says we need to actively manage koalas and their remaining habitats. Now, listing the koala as vulnerable to extinction didn't reverse the trend of decline over the last few years, and the Morrison government failed to take the steps that were needed. Will uplisting to endangered be enough for them to act? Well, looking at their track record, there is no evidence of that at all. To move koalas back off the endangered list and away from the threat of extinction, we need to increase koala numbers. The government sat on the uplisting announcement for 3 months before turning it into a photo opportunity. When Labor's National Koala Conservation and Management Strategy ended in 2014, the Morrison-Joyce government never got around to replacing it. That's 8 years of failure. And there is still no recovery plan in sight. This is a government that always does too little and too late and doesn't listen to the experts. At a national level, the Liberals are not serious about saving koalas. At a local level, the Liberals are not serious in the Hawkesbury about saving koalas. Anyone who claims to care about koalas but hypocritically supports measures to clear valuable habitat without seeking any expert input cannot be taken seriously. It does feel like the jeweller Tiffany, with its fundraising from its diamond koala brooch, is doing more to save the koala than nearly a decade of Liberals.
Time has expired. The question before the chair is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I commiserate with the member for Macquarie for losing her house in 2013. And I know what it's like to have your house robbed. Mine was in 2012, and you feel a sense of violation. I can't even imagine what it would be like to actually lose your premises to a fire. And my thoughts go out to you, no doubt that some time ago, and you've recovered from that. And that is why this government, and indeed all governments of all political persuasions, have made an extra effort to help those, of course, as you would expect us to do so, recover from those deadly bushfires. These appropriation bills, number 3 and number 4, seek authority from the Parliament to provide for additional expenditure that requires further funding on top of the normal budgetary process. Of course, the budget handed down by Treasurer Frydenberg in May last year, and the appropriation coronavirus response bills in February 2022. Now, Bill 3 proposes appropriations of about $11.9 billion, and Bill 4 proposes $4 billion, and it's significant and necessary that we do so. I want to talk a bit about the mobile phone communications. I appreciate the member for Macquarie has made comments from her Labor talking points in relation to this. We are up to round 6 of the Mobile Black Spots program, and nearly 1,000 mobile base station towers have been erected in regional Australia, 1,200 funded, so another 200 to come online in coming weeks and months. This is a significant investment in the mobile communications of regional Australia, but making sure not only the safety aspects, but perhaps just as importantly the convenience perspective is there for regional Australians. And I know this all too well because I would appreciate that there are many black spots within my Riverina and Central West electorate that are still there, and we're working towards making sure that we address that. I'm pleased that the New South Wales Nationals then leader, John Barilaro, said last year that they were aiming to make New South Wales black spot free by 2023, and I welcome that commitment, and I look forward to working with the coalition government in Macquarie Street to help achieve that aim. Australia has such a diverse geography and topography that making the entire continent black spot free is, yes, a dream, but a very difficult reality to actually achieve. But we're working towards it, and we compare and contrast what we've done and the commitment that we've made and the investments that we've contributed with what Labor did. in the 6 years that they were in power here in Canberra, and not a cent was spent on a mobile tower in country areas. And this was such a shame. And I appreciate what the member for Macquarie said too about NBN and making sure that we had the rollout of telecommunications in that regard. And she used the words mishmash. Well, yes, when we took over in 2013, it was a mishmash. I can recall well in Wagga Wagga, there were many holes dug, many channels in the ground, but there wasn't too much optic fibre in those holes. It was very much a mishmash when we took over, and we have done what you would expect a coalition government to do, and that is to fix the gaps and fill up the gaps within the system to make sure that people got a good service. I want to talk a little bit about the investments that have been in my local area, and they have been significant, like all other electorates throughout the country, not just regional electorates, but city electorates as well, such as the member for Bennelong. We have made significant investment in making sure that communities can be their best selves, in making sure that we've got the right infrastructure, in making sure that in city areas we bust through that congestion, in country areas make sure that we improve and enhance the connectivity. And that goes to not just road and rail, but in so many other ways and means as well. Particularly in Wagga Wagga, the federal government has contributed $10 million to the PCYC building just near Robertson Oval, in the heart of the city. Now, this is a significant investment, more than $20 million. Local, state and federal government contributing towards that. Now, I appreciate that PCYC is and always has been very much a state-funded organisation, the Police Citizens Youth Club. They do so much work through the New South Wales officers who are attached to that fine youth organisation. But seeing what a difference it makes to youth, to keeping youth active, to keeping them out of trouble, the federal government invested $10 million into that project. And in Fitzharding Street, it is going up. It's very impressive, 3 stories. Already we've got the steel structure up, using local contractors, using local small businesses, and that's going to be a very exciting development for our city. $10 million has also gone to a company in Wagga Wagga run by Sam Turnbull called Flipscreen. Now, Flipscreen is a very innovative company. This particular grant, and another one as well, to the tune of $824,791, is going to enable Flipscreen to build and market a new on-site crushing system for the mining and recycling industries. Now, what Flipscreen does, it has engineered and invented a crusher bucket. It achieves high-volume crushing rates with a significantly larger range of crush sizes compared to competing products, and it is exporting these around the world. It is going to create hundreds of jobs in Wagga Wagga's, in Copland Street, in Wagga Wagga's Eastern Industrial Estate, and what it's also going to do, it's going to put the Made in Wagga Wagga brand around the world, and that's fantastic. And I commend Mr Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer Daniel Jones, for their initiative, for their vision to make Wagga Wagga a manufacturing hub for these crusher buckets, but for so many other associated industries which will feed into the process, and that is a great thing. Now, these export machines, they can screen up to 3,000 tonnes of material per hour, and compared to what is currently available, that is a major step forward. So well done to Flipscreen. Proud to call Wagga Wagga home, and I'm proud to say that the federal government has invested into that business. Another company that I'm really proud to say that the government has supported through grants of $369,000 through the Accelerating Commercialisation, and a further $100,000 through the Business Research and Innovation Initiative to help this business, is Zedify, run by Dan Winson. It is improving connectivity for those in rural and regional areas, and particularly farmers. Now, as I said before, we can't, and at the present time, we haven't got every black spot covered. But what Zedify does is provides the technology and innovation that enables many of these farmers who don't have the connectivity that they would desire to be able to do their business via the phone when they're up the paddock, when they're in remote locations on their stations, and Zedify is providing those options and those opportunities for farmers, not just in the Riverina and Central West, but indeed right across our broad land. We as a government have paid particular attention during coronavirus to organisations that would sometimes be forgotten or missed, such as movie theatres, particularly those picture theatres in country areas, which have done it really tough during COVID, because of course you couldn't go to the pictures, and it has been very, very difficult. The Screen Fund, supporting cinemas' retention, endurance and enhancement of neighbourhoods, there's the title for you. That particular fund, only yesterday I talked to two particular local cinemas, Craig Lucas at Forum Cinemas 6 at Wagga Wagga. They've received $85,000 through that, the Screen Fund, round 2, and Southern Cross Cinema at Young, their manager Kate Sproston, have received $35,000 in that particular program. Now, the Wagga Wagga Cinema employs up to 30 staff, not all of them full-time, but many of them would be university students, many of them that would be a part-time job, and that picture theatre, as well as the one at Young, which employs 40 to 50 volunteers, provide such great entertainment for locals, and to make sure that those picture theatres continue to run is really significant, because they've been hard hit through the coronavirus. And to that end, late last year, I was really pleased during December to attend the official opening of the Tivoli Theatre in the historic Masonic Hall at West Wyalong. Now, it received funding through $150,000 from the federal government, $450,000 from the New South Wales government, and $300,000 from Nearby Evolution Mining for their picture theatre, which I have to say is a very well turned out theatre. They have actually revitalised and brought it back to life. It is a grand venue, and they have restored it to its 1920s glory, Madam Speaker, and Bland Shire is very proud of this particular facility, not only providing state-of-the-art cinema, but also it will be used as a multi-purpose function centre for all of those activities in and around Wyalong and West Wyalong and the wider Bland Shire. And to that end too, even little grants don't go unnoticed, and the Cowra Amateur Musical and Dramatic Society, they received $5,000 from the 2021 Volunteer Grants Program. Now that mightn't seem so much when you're talking about the Appropriations Bills 3 and 4, which total around $15 billion. But $5,000 for those dedicated volunteers means all the difference, because they can get on with practising Shakespeare instead of selling raffle tickets at the pub on a Friday night. And they're just wonderful people, like all of those people in all of our electorates, those volunteers, those people who run these little community organisations. You can't do without them. They are just so fantastic, and they bring live theatre and performances to Cowra, which is a fantastic community, a community like all of those in my electorate, which are so multicultural. Each year, Cowra hosts a Festival of International Understanding, highlighting a particular country each and every year, a different country, and of course it is home to the Peace Bell, which is gonged at said festival. But Cowra started this initiative on the back of the breakout from the internment camp during World War II, where many Japanese occupants broke out one night, and of course there was a incident there where many people were killed, including Australian soldiers who were fortifying that internment camp. And you would have thought from that that there would be hostilities between Japan and Cowra in particular, Australia in general. But no, Cowra has forged these great ties between themselves and Tokyo, and the Japanese War Cemetery is maintained by, again, volunteers who do such a power of work. I was proud to fund the re-roofing of the Visitors Centre at the Japanese Gardens. They are one of the biggest attractions for that town, and the links, the bonds that have been forged between Cowra and Japan are very special. And they've put aside the hostilities, they've put aside that dreadful night in World War II, and they've built from that a festival of peace and understanding. And that, I think, speaks volumes of the people of Cowra and their ability to embrace peace, to embrace friendship, and to put that conflict during the Second World War aside. This government will continue to provide the investment in infrastructure right across our regions, right across our country, appreciating that the election is but a few short months away. People should know that this government has their back. It's been very difficult times. I feel for the Prime Minister to have led the country through the bushfires, through drought, through mice plagues, through floods, through the COVID-19 has been very difficult, and I was there right beside him for much of that as Deputy Prime Minister, and I was proud of the way our government has responded quickly and effectively to all those crises.
It being nearly 1 p.m, the chamber is suspended until the chair is resumed at 4 p.m.
The question is that the bill be read for a second time, and I call the member for Franklin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And this appropriation bill, I understand, is about $16 billion for various things and purchases and services that the government needs to provide. And of course, in usual practice, we won't hold up supply and we will be supporting these bills. But it would be remiss of me, Deputy Speaker, to not talk about some of the government services and supplies that this appropriation bill is referring to.
In particular, of course, what we've seen in recent weeks and months is more evidence of the Prime Minister and the government not doing its job. We've seen Australian citizens being let down again by this government and this Prime Minister. Anybody who listened to the Prime Minister prior to the opening up of state borders last year, he talked a big game about what a great Christmas we were all going to have. And then, of course, we saw the pictures and we saw, for some of us in real life, the queues of people trying to access tests around the Christmas period and the overload on our systems. And then, of course, we had the lack of access to the rapid antigen tests, or the RATs. And everybody knows how difficult it was to get these. The number of pharmacies and chemists with signs up saying that they didn't have any supply. And then, we said to the government, you really should be able to provide them under Medicare like you do the PCR tests. I still don't understand the difference between getting a rapid antigen test or getting a PCR test and why the government pays for one and not the other, particularly when the RAT tests are cheaper, Deputy Speaker, than the PCR tests under Medicare, and they would be. I also, Deputy Speaker, don't understand why the government purchased these rapid antigen tests so late in the piece. We were opening up in December. Most of the tests were not ordered until January. I mean, how did this happen when the government was getting so many warnings last year? All the other countries overseas were using rapid antigen tests for many months prior to Australia making a decision to open. And we hear from the Prime Minister, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't have been so optimistic. We didn't know Omicron was coming. What a load of rubbish. What an absolute load of rubbish. We did know Omicron was coming. We did know that we'd need rapid antigen tests, and the Prime Minister wants to pretend, oh, it's all very well in hindsight. He knew. He knew, he got the warnings, he had multiple warnings, the Australian Medical Association, we could see what was happening overseas. We still don't have a proper answer as to why they were not ordered in time, enough of them. And of course, it's not just the rapid antigen tests that this Prime Minister has let us down on. There, of course, have also been the booster shots. Trying to get family members booster shots has been unbelievably difficult, Deputy Speaker. I still have family members who can't get in to get a booster shot today, who are now waiting another week or two to try and get their boosters. This is still happening today in Australia, people not being able to access their booster shot. We were all promised, you can go out and you can get your booster shots, and we're opening up to this and we're moving it from 4 months to 3 months and everybody can go and get them. That is not true. It's not that easy to go and get the booster shots. Pharmacists are working, they're working so hard, Deputy Speaker, trying to give the vaccines to as many people as they possibly can, as quickly as they possibly can, but they too were let down by the government. They were let down by the government when it came to the booster shots and how we could get them into people's arms. The government, changed the timeframes and said everybody can go and get them and kept moving the rules to try and get people through quicker. But what they didn't do was actually make better provision for people to be able to get their booster shots. They didn't make sure that there was a surge workforce to go and give all of these injections. So we've had a complete failure on the booster shots. We've had a complete failure on the rapid antigen tests. And this, of course, is because, as we were told last year, well, it's not really a race. It's not a race to get everybody vaccinated originally, according to the Prime Minister. So we've been continually let down by this government. The other place that we've been really dramatically let down has been in the aged care system. I want to pass on my sympathies and condolences to all of those families who have lost loved ones during this particular outbreak, and talking to some of the aged care providers about just how difficult this has been for them, Deputy Speaker. Talking to some of the providers in my electorate and in my home state of Tasmania in January, they were getting confusing advice. There were not enough rapid antigen tests for staff and for residents. The advice about whether every resident needed to be tested if there was an outbreak, or every staff member, or just those on shift, it was a schmozzle. There was a lack of clear direction coming from the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth runs aged care services. Again, we have an incompetent minister who, for some reason, is still in the job, which I just can't fathom, Deputy Speaker, and I don't think anybody can actually, who has completely gone missing in this, completely gone missing. They promised a surge workforce. The surge workforce wasn't there. We heard revelations in Senate estimates today that some facilities are closing down because they don't have the staff to continue to operate. What's going to happen to these older Australians when the home that they are living in is forced to close because there's not enough staff? Now, that is on the Minister and the Prime Minister for not doing their job. They knew what would happen when the borders opened. They knew what would happen when we have to live with the virus, to quote the Prime Minister. How has this been allowed to happen? Imagine being the loved ones of these family members, but they've got outbreaks in facilities, they're frightened for their loved one, and now they're being told, we don't have enough staff to care for your parent or your loved one, so we're going to close the facility. Where are they going to go? Where are these older Australians in these facilities going to go when they have to close because the government didn't do its job? It's not good enough. Too many people have suffered because the government didn't do its job, it didn't do enough, and it didn't do it soon enough. That is the reality. When it comes to aged care, that sits firmly on the shoulders of the Minister for Aged Care Services. The Minister for Aged Care Services, I'll never forget that COVID Select Committee when he was asked how many older Australians had died, when he rustled through the papers because he didn't know. It's his job to know. But after what happened last year, after what happened with the warnings and what happened in those homes last year, to open the borders and live with the virus and not to have had a better plan for aged care is just staggering. It's not just incompetent, but it really is bordering on, I don't want to say, Deputy Speaker, I'll probably be deemed unparliamentary, but I cannot believe, I cannot fathom how somebody who says this is not a performance indicator of my job, you know, the number of older Australians that die, has got such an attitude to this. These are people's lives. And we had the Minister in question time today stand up and say, oh, well, you know, some of them were palliative anyway and, you know, compared to other countries. And they knew they could have saved more lives if they'd done more soon enough. That is the reality. And instead we get ministers stand up, you know, in this number salad, like somehow this is going to actually satisfy the families. Has he talked to the staff in these facilities? Has he spoken to the families about what's going on? Has he spoken to the people trying to run the facilities? I mean, the only reason the system is holding together at all is because of the diligent staff who are going above and beyond, running around in these aged care facilities trying to take care of older Australians. It's been an absolute disaster. And then in my home state of Tasmania, schools went back last week. And already we've got outbreaks in a whole heap of schools. Already we've got parents saying, don't have enough RAT tests, need to get some RAT tests. And of course, it's not going swimmingly, Deputy Speaker. We've got inconsistent advice again coming from governments. We've got a lack of rapid antigen tests in our schools. In Tasmania, we actually had our Education Minister resign last week because, of course, she got stuck overseas with COVID and was on leave instead of trying to make sure that the kids and parents were all sorted and the system was all okay for the kids to go back to school. So we've had a complete failure of governments, state and federal Liberal, when it comes to the kids going back to school. But we've also got a complete failure by the federal government and the state Liberal government in Tasmania when it comes to our state's infrastructure. We've had a range of questions in estimates on Monday about the Hobart City deal. And it's just extraordinary, Deputy Speaker. We had $25 million promised for a rail corridor and for a study into a rail corridor. And it turns out that the state government have been sitting on a report that says this corridor is not viable, but hadn't told anybody. And indeed, only $2 million of the $25 million has actually been spent. This Hobart City deal, you know, was a big signing. It was touted, you know, the usual pictures, all announcement, no delivery, hundreds of $1 million allegedly coming to Hobart. So far, we've had $2 million spent. We had $300 million set aside for a runway on the Antarctic territory, long way from the city of Hobart, Deputy Speaker, but apparently that was included. which they had to abandon, of course, and the Minister for Environment has said that that's not going to proceed. So we don't know what's happening to that $300 million that was earmarked for the runway down on the Antarctic, but I really hope it's actually coming to Greater Hobart, Deputy Speaker. But who knows where that $300 million is or has gone or what's happening to it. And then, of course, we've got the Bridgewater Bridge, which has been promised now, I don't know, more times than I can count, Deputy Speaker. We still don't even have a final design. Nothing's happened. It's been years. Nothing's happened. It's just extraordinary that the governments get away with this. They come down, they talk hundreds of million dollars, this great deal, and absolutely zip. Absolutely zip. Complete failures to deliver at both the state and the federal level. Indeed, the only thing happening in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, is the removal of the Hobart Airport roundabout, which is a project at that interchange there to allow traffic to go further southeast into the member for Lyons' electorate past the airport. And of course, that project was actually first announced by Labor. It was an election commitment that we made back in 2013. And if Labor hadn't made that commitment, nothing would have happened, Deputy Speaker. The government certainly wasn't going to. And it had to make a commitment. It was for lesser money. The design is terrible and won't last the test of time because the commitment was not enough, unlike Labor's commitment at the time. But this is the only project that has happened in my electorate under 9 years of this government. The only one. The only one. All of the other projects that have occurred in my electorate were under the former Labor government that we got committed and were in the budget when Labor left office. Seriously, what has been happening with infrastructure in Tasmania is a complete disgrace. A complete disgrace under this government. And my constituents have had enough of it, Deputy Speaker. They're sick to death of all of this promise, promise, promise. Nothing ever turns up. And frankly, when you get all these promises, you know, you have the Prime Minister fly in or the Minister fly in and sign all these things, it's just really consistent with what this government does time and time again. All announcement, no delivery. You know, you sort of expect the Prime Minister to come, you know, we don't know what he's going to dress up as next. So far, you know, we've had the racing car driver, we've had the, you know, the pilot, we've had the hairdresser, you know, we had the ukulele player. You know, I'm wondering what comes next, Deputy Speaker. He's going to drive a digger next, you know, with his hard hat on. You know, where's he going to go next? I mean, seriously, Australians are over it. He's got to stop dressing up and pretending to be somebody else and do the job we're paying him for. We want the Prime Minister to do the job he is being paid for, not to play silly games, not to dress up for announcements, not to go around and do silly stunts. We actually want him to deliver. We want him to deliver on stuff like infrastructure that is productivity changing and creates jobs. We want him to deliver on healthcare. We want him to make sure that every Australian that needs one can get a rapid antigen test. We need him to make sure that all Australians can access a booster for their COVID vaccination. Seriously, he needs to get on with the things that matter to Australians. He needs to do his job and the job that he is being paid for. Australians are over it. The Prime Minister knows Australians are over it, and we've seen a whole heap of scare tactics this last couple of weeks in Parliament, why he tries to dodge and, you know, look over here and change direction, and, you know, the big scare campaigns are coming out. But seriously, Australians just want him to do his job, the one we're paying him for. And if he can't do his job, he should get out of the way and call an election.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and speak on these appropriation bills, and it gives me the opportunity to reflect on a record of delivery across the electorate of Ford over the past 9 years since the coalition government first came into government in 2013. And pleased to follow the member for Franklin's contribution, and I'll be pleased to read out a list of significant achievements and deliverables in the electorate of Ford. And I'm pleased to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we continue.
Order.
I don't need a spreadsheet. I've
Order.
got a
Member
list
for
here,
Franklin.
member for Franklin, because I wouldn't fit on a spreadsheet. We've committed, Mr Deputy Speaker, since we came to government in 2013 to make this a better, safer, stronger country for all. through creating jobs, supporting local community organisations, delivering roads, infrastructure, supporting our vulnerable, enhancing small to medium business opportunities across the country, but importantly in my electorate. As I look back over the past 9 years of the record of delivery that this coalition government has delivered to my electorate of Forde, it's heartening to see the impact of that delivery and the impact of that making it a better community for everybody to live in. And if I go through some of those things, Mr Deputy Speaker, and the projects that have been delivered or are under construction or are planned, we can see significant changes to the safety of our local roads. We can see significant improvements to the ability for people to get to and from work safely. But also, in addition to those big infrastructure projects, which I'll touch on a little bit later, importantly, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've left more money in people's pockets. Across my electorate of Forde, some 74,000 taxpayers have benefited from the tax relief that this government has put in place. We've already seen some 18,500 businesses across the electorate of Forde being supported through the expanded instant asset write-off to encourage investment and boost local jobs. And I've spoken to many businesses, Mr Deputy Speaker, right across the electorate who have taken advantage of these provisions to replenish their capital equipment in their businesses, to improve the productivity, to improve their ability to produce new goods and services, and it's been very, very well received. One of the important things for everybody in my electorate of Forde, Mr Deputy Speaker, is health. And we've seen through the pandemic the introduction of telehealth and the importance that that has brought for people to be able to still get support and service from their medical practitioners without having to physically go into doctors' surgeries. Some 622,000 telehealth consultations have occurred through Medicare in the past year, and these services are now being extended. In the PBS, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've added over 2,800, I think it is now, new medicines to the pharmaceutical benefit scheme since we came to government in 2013. And the people in Forde, the community of Forde, has benefited to the tune of over 2.3 million prescriptions being subsidised through the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, as I touched on, one of the really big deliverables in my electorate of Forde has been infrastructure. I represent one of the fastest growing areas in Australia, and one of the things that has held back development, impacted development, impacted quality of life, ability for tradies to get to and from the job site, the ability for people to be able to get safely to work in our major industrial areas in Yatala and Loganholme, now over in the west of the electorate at Park Ridge, at Meadowbrook, has been the quality of our infrastructure. And when I look across at what we've delivered across the electorate of Forde, I'm very pleased to say we've made some significant investments. The M3 Gateway Merge, which the member for Bonner here is also well aware of, a total investment by the Australian and state governments of some $195 million, $115 million from the federal government. That project from the Gateway Merge to Springwood has now been completed. The Daisy Hill, the next section of the M1 now from Springwood to Loganley Road is now well under construction, and some of the northbound lanes already from Sports Drive to the Gateway motorway have now been opened. Part of that also is the extension of the busway from 8 Mile Plains to Springwood. In addition, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've secured the funding of the remaining part of that upgrade from Daisy Hill to the Logan motorway, which will be a $500 million investment by the Commonwealth Government, matched by another $500 million for the state government. And that project will get underway once the current panel from Springwood to Loganley Road is complete, or to Daisy Hill. But importantly, Mr Deputy Speaker, south of that area in the northern Gold Coast, we have 4 major interchanges which are critical to access to both our residential communities and also critical for our business communities. I'm pleased to say that Exit 54 at Upper Coomera was completed several years ago, and that through a $10 million investment by the federal government in conjunction with the developers of Coomera Town Centre, Westfield QIC and the state government. This has made an enormous difference to the community of Upper Coomera and Coomera, and we've recently added to that also with a $7.5 million investment in conjunction with the state government, bringing it to approximately $15 million for a new car park at Coomera train station, because we know how important access to public transport is, and the parking facilities at Coomera train station well and truly needed that upgrade, because people just could not get there and find a park unless they got there very, very early in the morning. And many of those people would otherwise drive into Brisbane or other places. Now they can find a parking spot, or will be able to get a parking spot and catch the train, reducing the pressure on the M1. As we head north from Exit 54, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have Exit 49 at Pimpamar, which will be a $110 million joint investment by the Commonwealth and state governments, and work on that will commence in the second half of this year. We've commenced construction at Exit 45, Mr Deputy Speaker, a $20 million investment to realign the southbound exit off Exit 45, which will stop in the afternoon traffic banking back onto the M1 in a 110km/h zone, which is an enormous safety issue. That will also free up some of the traffic movements around the roundabouts and the current bridge, particularly affecting Tilly Rowan Road and Peachy Road. We're also upgrading Exit 41, an $82 million investment between the Commonwealth and state governments, with that work now well underway to duplicate that exit. It'll be along the lines of the model of Exit 54, with a new bridge, increased lane capacity, much longer exits off the freeway. Again, sometimes at Exit 41 in the morning, trying to get into the industrial estate, the traffic could be backed up for at least a kilometre on the M1 in a 110km/h zone, incredibly dangerous. More in local roads, the Milne Street to Talagandra Road upgrade, which again will be 50-50 joint funding, a $5 million investment. That's now in the design stage, and hopefully work will commence on that later this year, which will duplicate from Milne Street to Talagandra Street, and starting that work on Baiddisset-Beenleigh Road, which is an increasingly busy road, given the development to the south of Beenleigh in Bar Scrub and Windaroo and further afield. We've seen the upgrade of the Jellicoe and Station Road intersection, where people exit off the Logan motorway to get into Logan Lee and to Waterford West, and that $1.4 million investment in conjunction with the Logan City Council has made an enormous difference to an intersection which had a terrible crash history. Further to the west, Mr Deputy Speaker, on the Mount Lindesay Highway, we spent $20 million upgrading service roads between Chambers Flat Road and Greenbank Road, and now that that has been completed, we're now working on the section between Stony Camp Road and Chambers Flat Road, which is a joint $75 million investment. And I recently had the opportunity to open the new Norris Creek Bridge, which I will say I'm delighted at the design of, given how high it is, how wide it is, the way they've designed it to allow for wildlife to be able to cross underneath the bridge rather than having to cross over the bridge. And given that's an area where we have koalas and a range of other wildlife, I'm greatly appreciative of the work that Main Roads has done in that design to make it friendly for wildlife to cross the road. And that duplication will make an enormous difference. But also, Mr Deputy Speaker, not only are we working on roads and infrastructure, and there's a number of other road projects where we've provided funding to Logan City Council, that we're waiting for the council to finalise design to get on and build those roads, such as the duplication from Chambers Flat Road from Park Ridge Road to Derby Road, and the upgrade of High Road and Eastleigh Street at Waterford. But equally, in a growing community, Mr Deputy Speaker, you need community facilities. And part of that is the support of our local sporting clubs. So through a number of community grants, Mustang Brothers Rugby League Club, we've supported to the tune of $150,000 for new lighting and water infrastructure to upgrade their fields. Now, I'll say Logan City Council and the state government also jumped in and helped with some additional works there, that they've now got a completely new surface on their field, but that is now well and truly protected by the water infrastructure and the new lighting. It looks fantastic. And they've also received a grant from the Commonwealth Government through the Power and Communities program for solar panels on their roof. Ormo Shearers Rugby League Club received some $500,000 to build a new clubhouse and dressing sheds, which the old ones were an old steel shed that were well and truly past the use-by date. And for the club at Ormo in that growing northern corridor of the Gold Coast, that's been a tremendous investment. Logan Home Lightning Football Club have had 2 grants, one for their clubhouse up at Cornubia, which in conjunction with some state government investment has transformed that clubhouse and those dressing rooms in reflection of the fact that the club is now playing in the National Premier League in Queensland. Also, the other upgrade will be at Chris Green Park in Beenleigh, with a $600,000 investment by the Commonwealth Government, augmented by a $1.2 million investment by Logan City Council to further build on those facilities. So as you can see, Mr Deputy Speaker, from what I've outlined in that list, and there's so much more when I go through what we've delivered for the community and Ford over the last 9 years. Other exciting and interesting projects, as I look across the electorate, have been on the environmental front, where we've provided funds to a range of community organisations for restoration of our local riverbanks, protection of rare and endangered species such as the Ormo bottle tree, installation of solar power across various community organisations to help them reduce their power bills and mean that the small amount of funds they get for various things or they get through fundraising can be directed to their activities on the ground. Another very interesting project, Mr Deputy Speaker, is Australia's first biosolids gasification facility at the Logan Home Wastewater Treatment Plant. The $6.2 million investment to the Logan City Council will transform sewage sludge biosolids into renewable energy and to environmentally friendly product called biochar. The project's construction phase has commenced and work is well underway, and I believe we'll be opening that facility sometime in April. Also, the Logan City Council has been granted funds through the Smart Cities and Suburbs program for locals to prepare their houses and businesses to be more resilient to flooding and equip first responders with crucial information through modelling for disaster management. Equally, we've seen a range of grants to the great community organisations, including our rural fire brigades, our Meals on Wheels, Rosie's Youth Mission, Lighthouse Care, Nightlight, many others who do a terrific job across our electorate each and every day. But importantly, Mr Deputy Speaker, what these show is that the Morrison government is delivering for my electorate of Ford across a whole range of areas. And despite the protestations from those opposite, I'll continue to work with my community through this. Yeah. Well, the previous contribution, not so much those there, which is unusual for the. But I'm pleased to say that the Morrison government continues to deliver for the community of Ford in a whole range of areas, and I look forward to the work we will continue to do into the future.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This is terrific. This bill gives the government another $15.9 billion to spend, which is nice, isn't it? Because they've already got a $16 billion slush fund in the budget. They put that in the mid-year updates, decisions taken but not yet announced. So they won't tell Australians what's in their $16 billion slush fund, but they want another 15.9. But this does then invite discussion of the government's economic and budgetary record. Labor's not going to be lectured by this mob, the most wasteful government, the most corrupt, rorting government since Federation. Now, the government desperately pretends that the Australian economy is going well. But the reality for Australians is very different. The cost of living is rising rapidly. I spoke to a constituent last week. They get the same basket of groceries delivered every week. They're basics. Used to cost $100. It's now $25 dearer a year on. Childcare costs have gone up by 6.5% in the last year alone and by 44% since this government was elected. Petrol is skyrocketing. It's gone up by a third. That's 33% in the last 12 months alone under this mob. But meanwhile, while the cost of everything is going up, wages in this country are stagnating or going down in real terms. Now, real terms is that economic jargon which means the price of things is going up faster than wages. That means wages in real terms are dropping because it buys less. So working families in this country are going backwards. Now, the government hates it when you actually point to these facts. They rely on their spin and their brand propaganda. They run around going, oh, the Liberals are great economic managers. It's simply not true. How are people across Australia supposed to pay for things now when the cost of petrol's going up, the cost of food's going up, the cost of childcare's going up, the cost of transport's going up, but wages are stagnating or going backwards in this country? Especially feel for retirees, as we saw in the newspaper this morning, especially pensioners, single pensioners living alone. Now have a look at wages. For workers, middle Australians have never been more vulnerable. It's not a COVID thing. That's the really dishonest thing. Whenever you raise these problems, you put them to the Prime Minister. He says, oh, well, it's COVID, you know, we blame everything on COVID. It's not the case. Even before COVID, real wages in this country under the Liberals for 6 years went backwards. From 2013 to 2019, real wages in this country went backwards by 0.7%. That's OECD data. We fell. And last year, they went backwards again by $700 on average per worker. Now, they could blame that on COVID, but put that together, it means less money in people's pockets while the cost of everything is going up. And the government's own projections in their budget, in their mid-year financial update, which we're giving them money for now, say that real wages will go backwards again this financial year. They'll go further backwards this year. What that adds up to is 8 years under this government of stagnant wages. In fact, it's the lowest average wage growth on record since they collected economic statistics in this country. The Liberals have presided over the lowest average wage growth on record. And the worst thing, Deputy Speaker, is it is deliberate. The former Finance Minister, Matthias Cormann, told Australians when this was put to him, low wages, he said, well, of course, it's a deliberate design feature. That's a direct quote, a deliberate design feature of our economic policies. And you see it. It was an outbreak of honesty. He's left now. Cuts to penalty rates, opposing wage rises for childcare workers and aged care workers and public servants at every turn, a flawed industrial relations framework so workers cannot bargain for a wage rise fairly in this country now under the Libs, and a badly run, lazy migration program letting in the wrong kind of low-skilled workers which holds down wages in certain occupations. The data is clear. You contrast it with Labor's record in government, wages grew under Labor faster than the cost of living. Australians had more in their pocket and could buy more stuff, had more discretionary income under a Labor government. People were better off. The McKell Institute analysis last year showed that if the average wage rise under the Labor government had continued under this mob for the last decade, the average worker would be $254 better off. That means if we'd had the same wage achievement that we saw under Labor, the average worker would have $13,000 more in their pocket every year than under the Libs. COVID's also exposed the risk to workers and the Australian economy of casualisation and insecure work and underemployment. Two other facts the government doesn't like to talk about. There's 1.5 million Australians still looking for work or looking for more work. They can't get enough hours. And the vulnerability of casual and insecure workers, the government has done nothing about this. This was revealed as a weakness in our society through COVID. Millions of workers who do not have sick leave, millions of workers who cannot get a secure job or ever get a home loan. They love to talk about home ownership, but they never talk about those millions of workers that are locked out of the home market, not because their income actually is not high enough to get a loan, but because they can't get a loan on a casual wage, on a labour hire contract. They're privatising the public service, tens of thousands of public service jobs gone, people existing on casual labour hire contracts, wasting taxpayers' money. I see this in my community. They had a scheme, you know, to fix this. The Prime Minister announced it with great fanfare. He gave it a cute little name, like he does. It was the Job Maker Scheme. He was going to create 450,000 jobs. Well, Deputy Speaker, we heard today in Senate estimates what actually happened. They've created 7,300 jobs, not 450,000, 7,300. If he was honest, he'd rename it the Job Faker Scheme, because that's what it was. But really, Deputy Speaker, all this exposes the great big lie, the lie that they say day after day, that the Liberals love to perpetuate, the claim that they are better economic managers. It's just rubbish. It doesn't stack up. You look at the actual data on wages, productivity, tax, debt, growth. It doesn't stack up. Now, we've been hearing a lot about tax, of course, in question time. The government loves to talk about tax cuts. Well, they're flailing and desperate, we also see in question time. Today, they stoop to a new low. In the Prime Minister's own words, they put their hand in the chum bucket. He actually called the Leader of the Opposition the Manchurian Candidate. He actually said that. I heard it. The Speaker didn't. There was a bit of noise down there. That's what he said, and he got up and withdrew. But he knew what he was doing. That's effectively accusing the opposition of treason. That's what it means. It's against the practice, and it's a disgusting, disgraceful slur. And the irony is, you talk to the national security professionals, that is exactly what China and our opponents, or adversaries or competitors, whatever you want to call them, that's exactly what they want. That's the kind of behaviour they are trying to incite in our country, and the Prime Minister is so desperate, so naive, he fell into the trap again and again. He's a desperate little man. But then we go back to the other lie, that Labor always taxes more. Well, the fact is, Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government is the second highest taxing government in the last 40 years in this country. On the tax to GDP ratio, the average tax to GDP ratio, that's the measure, the second highest taxing government in 40 years. Well, guess who was the highest? Now, you have a look, there was Whitlam and Fraser and Hawke and Keating and Howard and Rudd, Gillard, Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison, that nightmare dynasty. It was John Howard. 23.5% was his average tax rate to GDP, 22.4% for Morrison. That's what it says. So I seek leave to table this graph, Deputy Speaker, which sets out the facts. I seek leave to table this, that exposes your lie, government, that exposes the lie that the Liberals are lower taxing. It's simply not true.
Sorry, I've got another question. Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
You don't actually want the facts there recorded? No? All right, well, it's there for anyone to Google. I mean, the fact is Australians are paying $4,500 more tax, every Australian, under the Morrison government than they were under Labor, and every household is paying $9,600 more than they were under Labor. They're the facts. We can have a look at debt, though. That's a good one, isn't it, Deputy Speaker? What do the facts say about that? Well, it's a little bit awkward for the government. I'll give you a heads up. These economic geniuses are racking up $1 trillion of debt. $1 trillion with almost nothing to show for it. No legacy, no real investment in infrastructure, just announce things. No investment in skills. They're just trying to repair the cuts they made to TAFE in their first 6 years. No social housing. Just a whole lot of money to the private sector to push up housing prices, push up building costs and randomly renovate people's bathrooms. That's the truth of it. No social housing. Tens of billions of dollars they've wasted unnecessarily. We'll never cop a lecture on fiscal responsibility from this mob ever again. $20 billion of JobKeeper was rorted, paid to businesses to increase their profits, to pay themselves executive bonuses. The former head of the Small Business Council described it as close to theft. It was a rip-off. They ripped off taxpayers' money and shoveled it out the door. I mean, you could see big business, couldn't you? They'd be backing their trucks up to the Treasury in the dead of night as the giant ATM funnels out the cash, shovelling it into the back of the truck, thinking, who's stupid enough to give us this money to increase our profits? Oh, well, that'll be the Morrison government. Free money, off we drive. $20 billion they wasted that the next generation of Australians and the generation after them are going to be asked to repay this Liberal debt. They wasted economic supports during lockdowns, billions paid to individuals and businesses that they would not have to have paid if they'd ordered enough vaccines and built quarantine. We're an island continent. They didn't build quarantine, they didn't keep the disease out until people were vaccinated, and then they were last in the developed world on the vaccination rollout, the slowest. If they'd even been average, we would have avoided months of these lockdowns, we would have been living with the virus more safely months ago, and they wouldn't have had to pay billions of dollars. But just shove that on the debt for the next generation. The rorts, the waste, the corruption, shovelling taxpayers' money to marginal seats as if it was the Liberal Party's own. I mean, my electorate, the most disadvantaged in Melbourne, we could do with a little bit of help from the government. We didn't get $1 of election commitments at the last election. I mean, I think you, Deputy Speaker, had a lovely regional pool in the electorate of North Sydney. That's famous, and the list could go on. Privatisation, as I said, wasting money, billions of dollars paid to consultants and their contractor mates. No problem, just load it on the debt. What's Morrison's response? He says, oh, well, it's a 1 in 100-year pandemic, don't blame me. Well, here's an inconvenient fact, Deputy Speaker. Half of the Liberal debt was before COVID. This mob, the geniuses over there, they doubled Australia's debt before COVID. From 2012 to 2019, the greatest debt growth of any developed nation in the world, out of all 36 OECD countries, was Australia. So I seek leave to table this graph, which shows the truth about the Liberal debt. See this? Nice little small red Labor lines, and then, 6 years, more than doubled the debt even before COVID. I seek leave to table this to tell you the truth about Liberal debt.
Order. Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
Another cover-up. Well, let's try again. I'll seek leave to table this graph, which shows your government, the Liberal government, the Morrison government, grew debt before COVID faster than any developed country in the world, exposing the lies that you perpetuate day after day about debt.
Order. I'll come back.
Sorry, the government perpetuates, not you, Deputy Speaker.
And you're coming very close to using unparliamentary terms, I have to say. Are you seeking leave to table that document?
I'm seeking leave to table this document.
Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
No, another little cover-up. Well, as we said, it is awkward for them because they promised before they were elected, they promised surpluses in the first year and every year thereafter. And what have they delivered? They've delivered 8 record deficits. And you look at their budget papers, which we're debating, 40 years of deficits they're projecting. 40 years. That's their record. They stood up before the elections and said surplus in the first year and every year thereafter. What did they do? Delivered deficits. They told untruths to the electorate. Remember the debt truck, Deputy Speaker? You'd remember that one that Malcolm Turnbull and Tony Abbott were driving around. They had this figure, which was also a lie, frankly, on the side of it, of $315 billion of Labor debt. In fact, Labor never had $315 billion of debt. The first year that the country got to that was under Tony Abbott. So I seek leave for the record to table this picture of the Liberal debt truck, because, of course, if we had to now make a debt truck to represent this government's debt, we'd need every truck in Australia to come as a convoy in a road train right across the country, a debt convoy. Is leave granted?
Sorry, I asked that question.
Sorry, that's you. Yes.
Don't get carried away. Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
What a surprise. Before the election, of course, they were pretending there's no problem, but after the election, you can bet your house, Deputy Speaker, they'll try massive spending cuts to the NDIS, to health, to aged care, because the reality is the only way out of their mess is growth. Yes, you can trim their rorts and waste, but the only way to pay off this multi-generational debt will be to grow the pie, to shrink the debt to GDP ratio. So how's that gone? Well, under the Liberals, economic growth slowed, with average annual GDP growth lower than every decade since the Great Depression in the 1930s. That's their record. They release these optimistic budget forecasts, like we see here, every 6 months, and they're rubbish. They turn out to be garbage. They're just stuff they make up to put in the budget and kick the problem down the road. Growth is anemic under this mob. Last September, they were saying, we got 0.7% growth. How good's that? Well, in the UK, where they vaccinated their population properly, they got 4%. They turned a health crisis into an economic crisis. They do not deserve another decade in office.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the second reading and talk about some of the excellent investments this government is making in my electorate of Sturt. The most significant, from a dollar term, that I'd like to start on are 3 really critical congestion busting projects that are happening from the Urban Congestion Fund in my electorate. 3 intersections were identified. I remember well back in early 2019, the Commonwealth Government came to the State Government, which I was involved in at the time, and asked what were the priority intersections in metropolitan Adelaide that were the most in need of upgrades to help families get home quicker and safer, to help businesses move around their commercial activities more efficiently. And so the State Government, the Department of Infrastructure, were able to take a evidence-based approach, a data-driven approach to identifying the intersections that were most at need of congestion relief. And 3 of those, happily, still are in my electorate of Sturt. And so they were the Portrush-Magill intersection, the Fullerton Cross Road intersection and the Fullerton-Glen Osmond Road intersections. There were many other intersections put forward outside of my electorate of Sturt as well as part of that process, and in the 2019 budget was the first time at which the Commonwealth committed to a range of those projects. I think there were about 16 across metropolitan Adelaide and 3 of them in my electorate of Sturt. And since then, that was before the election, and I was able to join the Premier, Stephen Marshall, as the new candidate for Sturt in announcing the commitment to those projects. Other ministers that had been through, federal ministers, through the campaign as well, prosecuting the need for those upgrades. And then, having been elected at the 2019 election, I've been pretty dedicated ever since, amongst other commitments we made at the election, to be very focused on the delivery of those commitments that we made. And the most important and significant of those was the Magill-Portrush Road intersection. That's a $98 million, 50-50 funded project between the Marshall Government and the Morrison Government. It's in the heart of my electorate. Magill Road essentially bisects the seat of Sturt. Portrush Road runs, at times it's the boundary, but certainly runs through at the middle of the seat at times as well. Portrush Road also happens to be Highway 1, so I'm lucky enough, maybe not, to have Highway 1 running through my electorate, and so it's in many ways the busiest carriageway, and that intersection is the busiest intersection in the metropolitan area, with 65,000 vehicle movements a day through that intersection. So just last weekend, I had the pleasure of joining with the Premier on site to inspect the essentially finished product that is 3 years later, just before the impending federal election that we're about to go to in the months ahead. We have delivered on that promise, and so that $98 million intersection upgrade is now all but completed. There's some minor landscaping works, etc., to occur, but all of the major civil engineering is done. The final top coat of asphalt went on just a few weeks ago, and it has made an enormous difference to that intersection. It doesn't only benefit my constituents in Sturt, it benefits really the whole of metropolitan Adelaide, because it helps with the flow of traffic in one of the busiest intersections, and it ensures that, as I say, we're constantly investing in those choke points that allow us to relieve traffic congestion and have people spending less time in cars, but less time in vehicles, and more time either in their productive working life with their families, doing what they want to be doing with their time. And not too many people will say, I love sitting in traffic. That's the thing I like to do in my waking hours. So that's an excellent outcome. The other 2 intersections are progressing apace as well. The Fullerton Cross Road intersection, that's a $61 million investment, again 50-50 between the 2 governments, and we've undertaken all the land acquisition. That's at the corner of my electorate. It also abuts the seats of Adelaide and the seat of Boothby, so it's right on the corner of the 3 electorates there. That's not why it was, of course, chosen for upgrade. It's again a vital carriageway in both directions. It's been a dangerous intersection. There was an awful tragedy there around 12 months ago where 2 people were killed in a awful vehicle collision there. But also it again carries an enormous amount of vehicle movements a day, and during peak hour it does congest quite significantly. It's probably worst for the people that live in the seat of Boothby, who use it to come up towards the CBD and of course back out again in the evening time. And so I'm grateful for the impact it'll have for my constituents of Sturt, but I'm also very grateful for the broader impact it will have. We had some heritage issues there that were initially controversial in how they were first proposed to be dealt with, and I'm glad that the state government agreed with representations from people such as myself, the member for Boothby, Nicole Flint, other local state MPs, etc., so that we could move safely a heritage gatehouse from the Waite Arboretum there, rather than having it demolished. It would have been a lost piece of heritage, and now that is being safely relocated. That's a site that's owned by Adelaide University, and I certainly thank them for their participation and goodwill in working with us to see that relocated. It has to move to another location on their site there at the Waite campus, and they've been very good about that, and I think we've achieved an excellent outcome. So again, we're going to see that intersection upgraded, and that is very imminent to be have the major civil works commenced and completed over the coming months. And I mentioned the third one being the Glen Osmond-Fullerton Road intersection, which again, Fullerton Road, there are two intersections in this program that we're working on, apart from Fullerton Cross, Fullerton Glen Osmond being the other one. And as you can imagine, if you fix one intersection, you're at danger of just moving the problem to the next intersection up the road. And so I'm very pleased that we identified that next intersection along as well, which is, again, on the boundary of my electorate and the seat of Adelaide. And that will ensure that the good work we do at Fullerton Crossroad doesn't simply move a problem further up to the Fullerton Glen Osmond Road intersection. Glen Osmond Road carries a lot of traffic from the Adelaide Hills. Anyone that lives in the Adelaide Hills to come down to the city, you've got to go down Glen Osmond Road, or it's certainly the preferred route for people. And so there has been enormous population growth in the Adelaide Hills. We need to anticipate the increased pressure of traffic along that carriageway, which we're doing by investing in that intersection, as well as upgrading the Fullerton Road sections as well. In each case, we are expanding the capacity of these intersections in both directions. We're doing sensible things. They're all, funnily enough, quite similar. They were all designed and built and haven't really been improved in any way many, many decades ago, probably way back when we still had a tram network in Adelaide. And now in the year 2022, we're seeing that all three intersections need substantial upgrades, which is why in all cases there's land acquisition, there's adding of additional lanes, additional turn lanes, lengthened slip lanes, all the things you can imagine that will increase the capacity to carry vehicle movements through those intersections, and also making sure we're properly provisioning for bike lanes and for pedestrians as well, and making sure safety outcomes are there. So I'm very proud of the progress we've made on all three of those infrastructure investments, and together that's nearly $200 million worth of investment in congestion busting in my electorate. I'm also very pleased to have campaigned for, had commitments, and now be delivering some significant recreational upgrades in the electorate. Just over a month ago, I was able to be at the ribbon cutting at the Kensington Gardens Reserve, which is now, it was initially a $6 million project, which was $3 million from the Commonwealth and $3 million from the Burnside Local Council. And that initial project was expanded in scope when an opportunity came about to apply for some stimulus funding through the state government as part of their COVID response economic stimulus package. So it's now ended up being a little over a $7 million project. It's a fantastic outcome for the communities and neighbours of the Kensington Gardens Reserve. It's an environmental project. It's seen the Stonyfell Creek and the awful duck pond that was there be turned into a beautiful environmental wetland that provides some natural cleaning of the water streams and the intermittent creeks that flow through that site there, with Indigenous plantings and, of course, the wetland effect of being able to clean pollutants out of water before it continues on to become a part of the Torrens catchment and end up in the Torrens River. We've also resurfaced and realigned tennis courts, the hard courts there at the East Torrens Tennis Club, which has brought them up to Tennis Australia standard. That's been a great outcome for the club, as well as some upgrades to the amenity of their clubhouse. We've also got a parkrun track there now, or a compliant parkrun track, which is already being used. Nature play for the kids, important local Kaurna Indigenous interpretive experiences for educational purposes as well. It's something that we consulted very constructively with the local Kaurna elders in the region, and that has always been a very significant place for the Kaurna people, the Kensington Gardens Reserve, and it's become a very enhanced cultural site for them through the investment that we've made there as well. And I was honoured to be at the ribbon cutting for that project, which was again a great example of the three levels of government in my electorate working together. It happens to be in the Premier's electorate as well, so he was there with myself, Vicky Chapman, the member for Bragg, and of course the Mayor and other local councillors, Mayor Anne Monceau and other local councillors from Burnside Council. We've also invested $2 million in the Magill Village precinct upgrade. This is a bit different again. It was another very exciting rejuvenation project that was brought to me as a candidate by two local government areas for an area that is their boundary on Magill Road, so the Campbelltown Council and the Burnside Council. They had a proposal to bury the overhead cables along a element of the Magill Road streetscape where there are a lot of cafes and a little sort of village atmosphere, I suppose, if you like, and to rejuvenate that into a proper precinct that would be, again, a great retail hub and also a great place for families to enjoy that local amenity. And that's involved undergrounding power lines, it involves repaving the street, doing a lot of plantings, putting in new avenue and canopy, as well as ground covers, putting in place street furniture, park benches, etc. Traffic softening so that it's a safe place for families to leave the house on a Sunday morning, walk down with the kids, get a cup of coffee or a brunch and just enjoy the beautiful Magill Village, as we've called it. And I'm very proud that we've invested in that, and our investment, as well as the other funding partners, again, state and local government. It's a $15 million project, and it's becoming a great icon example of ways we can work together on these sorts of projects throughout Adelaide, but particularly through my electorate. And already there are some other ideas that have been brought to me from my local government councils in the area that are similar projects that have achieved the same outcome. And finally, in the time that I have left, we've also been investing in some really important environmental projects. And one in particular I just want to highlight, which is just finishing construction now, is the Second Creek gross pollutant trap. It is a reality of the urbanisation of the drainage basin of the Torrens River, which is almost the entirety of my electorate is in the Torrens Basin. We have a risk of a lot more solid rubbish being washed into the creeks that feed into the River Torrens. And so they're not complicated to remember, these creeks. There's First Creek, there's Second Creek, there's Third, Fourth and Fifth. I'm such a local member, I remember them all so easily. And Second Creek is the one that we've been able to invest in this gross pollutant trap with the local government and the local land care board, or Green Adelaide it's now called, as part of Landscape SA, so that we're making sure we're keeping the Torrens clean, that we're capturing any gross pollutants, whether that's rubbish, whether that's even just heavier foliage from deciduous trees that are not native, that have been planted through the streets of my electorate, that can build up and create algal blooms, etc., in the river. So these are the sorts of local projects I'm really proud to be associated with and really proud to be delivering for the people of my electorate. There's been much done over the last 3 years, but there's just as much to do in the years ahead. I look forward to making similar commitments to my electorate in the lead up to the campaign. I hope to have the honour of being re-elected by the people of Sturt and continuing to deliver for them into the future.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Fenner.
Australia's sports stars are nothing short of extraordinary. Last year we saw Emma McEwen set an Olympic record for the number of medals won by a female Olympian at a single Olympic Games. With 7 medals, she equalled a record which hadn't been matched since the 1950s. We've just seen Jakara Anthony take out the gold in the women's moguls at the Winter Olympics. There's so many other extraordinary athletes going out there faster, higher, stronger than anyone that preceded them. And when I see that great success on the sporting field, I wish that we could see Australians' economy performing just as well. But unfortunately, under the Liberals, the Australian economy is struggling. If it was an engine, it'd be sputtering and blowing smoke. Labour productivity, which is how much we're able to squeeze out of every unit of inputs, grew at an average pace of about 2%, right through from the 70s to the early 2010s. But in the period where the Liberals have been in office, labour productivity has grown at just a quarter of that rate, at just 0.5% per year. And the decade ending in 2010 saw the slowest rate of growth of income per person of any decade in the post-war era. Even if we exclude the COVID pandemic, this was the worst period of income growth in the post-war era. And the fact is that the government just aren't stepping up to the task of ensuring that we have a more productive, dynamic and entrepreneurial economy. Their notion of productivity is that it's all about cutting. Cut your employee protections, cut your wages, cut your environmental regulations, cut the social safety net. Whereas for Labor, productivity is about investing. We want to invest in institutions, in individuals and in infrastructure. We're on a national broadband network that doesn't involve copper being run from the box in the street, but takes fibre to the premises. We're an education system that doesn't see the test scores of Australian teenagers dropping year after year on the OECD's PISA tests, but actually sees us rising to the top of the international league tables and outperforming previous generations. Under Labor, we're concerned about the collapse of apprentice and trainee numbers that we've seen under the Coalition. We're worried by the capping of the number of students who can go to university, the effective reintroduction of a command and control on the Molonglo system, instead of what you would have thought the Liberals would be in favour of, a more market-based system in which universities can expand places when there's student demand. All of that means we get a more skilled workforce and an increase in productivity. We need to do more too to encourage entrepreneurs to build start-up firms. The start-up rate has declined since the start of the millennium, and part of that is because we're not encouraging start-up talent in unexpected places, not going out there and encouraging those Elizabeth Blackburns and Peter Dohertys who are born on the wrong side of the tracks to link up with mentors and with the capital that they need to start new firms. We're not doing for entrepreneurs what we do so successfully for young people with sporting talent. We need an Australian economy that is as good as its sports stars. Australians are feeling the pinch as a result of that. Too many Australians are telling me things like the woman who came up in one of my street stalls and said, "There's always more month than money." What she meant by that was what so many Australians feel. The prices are going up faster than pay packets and the assistance that people receive. Since December 2019, the price of beef is up 17%. The price of furniture is up 11%. Car prices are up 10%. Childcare costs up 9%. It's taken the Morrison government for Australians to start seeing fuel prices topping $2 a litre. And yet when you look at wages in the latest budget brought down by the Treasurer, their real wages are forecast to fall. That just continues a period which has been utterly lousy for real wages. Since the current Prime Minister took the job in 2018, average total earnings in real terms have gone up just 2.9%. That's an average of 1% a year. Yet over the same period, the combined wealth of Australia's billionaires more than doubled, from 115 to $255 billion. So that's the world under the Morrison government. Battlers seeing wages going up in real terms just 1% a year. Billionaires seeing their wealth double. Is there anyone you know who's seen a doubling of their wealth since Scott Morrison took over the job of Prime Minister? Well, if so, chances are they're a billionaire, because it's billionaires that have done well while battlers have struggled. And indeed, some of those billionaires received help under the Morrison government's JobKeeper program. Nick Politis has received dividends from a firm that benefited from JobKeeper and seen his wealth rise from $1.3 to $2 billion during the pandemic. We've seen Brett Blundy's wealth increase from $1.7 billion in 2018 to $2.65 billion in 2021. James Packer, whose firm Crown received JobKeeper, saw his wealth rise from $5.25 billion in 2018 to $5.7 billion. Len Ainsworth saw his wealth increase from $4 billion in 2018 to $5 billion in 2021. Recipients of JobKeeper include the Australian Club, a men's-only club in Sydney that voted 2 to 1 to continue excluding women members, and yet, while increasing its surplus, got $2 million of JobKeeper from the Australian taxpayer. Car dealer AP Eagers has seen their profits and their revenue boom, and yet took home more than $130 million in JobKeeper. Luxury car dealers sending Aston Martins out the door like they're making a Bond movie, and yet seeing cash showered down upon them from the Morrison government. We've seen firms paying executive bonuses out of JobKeeper money. Firms such as Accent Group or indeed Solomon Lew's own firm Premier Investments paid executive bonuses while receiving JobKeeper. They did so in direct contravention of advice from the Australian Taxation Office and the view of the head of the Business Council of Australia, Jennifer Westacott. And despite that, we haven't heard boo from the Treasurer when it comes to paying executive bonuses out of JobKeeper. Now, Labor supported the JobKeeper scheme. We believed that it was important to save jobs. But you don't save jobs by giving money to firms with rising revenues. You didn't save jobs by giving money to Sydney Grammar, the King's School, to Wesley College, to Brisbane Grammar, while their revenues were rising. I want to talk too about the way in which people with disabilities have suffered during the pandemic. Labor introduced the National Disability Insurance Scheme to deliver certainty and security to Australians living with disabilities and to their families. Yet under this government, rather than providing certainty, the NDIS has seen plans arbitrarily and without clear cause changed. Last December, my constituents, Belinda and Hugh Clifford, contacted me about their 7-year-old daughter, Ashley, an NDIS participant diagnosed with a rare genetic condition. Ashley's condition causes a range of disabilities that prevent her from functioning independently, including autism and ADHD. Without help and supervision, she can't dress herself, use the bathroom, play or use fine motor skills. In 2021, Ashley's NDIS plan expired, and with no warning to the family, a revised plan was put in place which cut the majority of her funding. In-class therapists who were assisting Ashley and her teachers at school were removed. Physiotherapy sessions that were helping her with toileting were cancelled. And the family had been counting on this support, and now the Cliffords found themselves having to pay the costs out of pocket. The plan's accompanying report included incorrect information on Ashley's disabilities, diagnoses and educational history. A few weeks later, Ashley's mum Belinda tried to rectify these errors by providing medical records confirming that Ashley's diagnoses had been incorrectly reported. However, when a third plan for Ashley was put in place, much of that incorrect information remained, and her annual funding was slashed once again, this time by an additional 41%. The Cliffords now receive less NDIS support than ever. To quote Belinda, "Not only were the therapists supporting Ashley, but they were also putting strategies in place to support the teachers. These supports have been removed and it is hindering her development, having negative long-term effects for her independent decision-making and capability. Both my husband and I are exhausted physically, mentally and emotionally. We're pouring from an empty bucket." And we know the Clifford family isn't alone. NDIS participants are facing arbitrary plan cuts across Australia. The Morrison government encourages them to bring their concerns to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. But we know it is costly and the tribunal is backlogged. Those families need support today. Families relying on the NDIS deserve more than uncertainty, instability and inconsistency. I've been contacted too by others who are concerned about the way in which the National Disability Insurance Scheme is being managed. One provider contacted me and just said, have a look at this picture. They had sent an email requiring an update on a prosthetic payment to the National Disability Insurance Agency in April of 2021. They then sent the follow-up email which showed a reply being received in November 2021. That's what some of these agencies working with vulnerable people are facing. They're sending emails in April and receiving a response almost 7 months later in November. It's just not good enough. Today, the member for Maribyrnong, the Shadow Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and Shadow Minister for Government Services, held a Disability Workers Roundtable, drawing together representatives from the Australian Council of Trade Union, people with disability, advocacy for inclusion and disability workers and support agencies. That roundtable heard that for people with disabilities, COVID has become an ongoing, scary nightmare. They are facing challenges in getting rapid antigen tests. They are facing challenges in getting the booster shot. They're facing challenges in getting appropriate protective equipment. People with disability, as the member for Maribyrnong pointed out, have effectively been in lockdown since March of 2020, and it hasn't stopped. To the extent that there ever was a queue, those with disabilities should be at the front of it. They are people, some of the most vulnerable in our community. They need better support. That's to do with how we treat people with disabilities, such as the two cases that I've talked about. But it's also about how we treat disability service providers and the people who work there. We have to ensure that working with people with disabilities is a worthwhile career. My uncle, Brian Stebbins, spent a career working as a disability support worker. I admire him for the work that he did and for the gallant way in which he worked with respect with those with disabilities. But when we're underpaying disability support workers, we encourage people in that industry to think of it as a just-for-now job rather than being a career. We need to ensure that those with disabilities, working with people with disabilities, are properly supported so that this can be an ongoing career of which they can pay a mortgage and raise a family.
I thank the member for Fenner and I congratulate him on his work with the Indigenous Marathon Foundation, the Parliamentary Friends of Running. And the question The question is the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. This government spends so much of its time in this building and in the broader community patting itself on the back in relation to its economic management. If boasting by the government was counted in the national accounts, this economy would have soared to well beyond pre-COVID levels. But unfortunately, when you scratch beneath the surface of this government's claims, you realise that when it comes to what's actually going on in communities around this country, what's actually going on in households and around kitchen tables, the real underlying story, is nowhere near so good. This government's very good at cherry-picking statistics. We're all used to the line, lies, damned lies and statistics. Well, it's important today that we focus in talking about this government's economic management at statistics that actually mean something for people. Let's look at GDP growth, the most overarching measure of the economy. If we look at total GDP growth over the course of this government, Australia doesn't rank too badly. We might get a bronze medal, but that's only because this country has experienced such high population growth over the last decade. When you extract population growth and look at per capita GDP growth, we don't even get a participation certificate. We drop way down the rankings, and that's the measure that's important. It's per capita measures that are important because that's what indicates what's happening to people's standard of living. And why is it that GDP growth per capita is so weak over the course of this government? Well, productivity growth is one of the key measures there. Productivity growth has stalled or, in fact, during parts of the last decade, gone backwards, and I'll drill into that in a little more detail later. And what does this mean? Well, it means our living standards have stalled. We are experiencing one of the worst periods of living standard change since the Great Depression. Perhaps the best single measure of this for households, perhaps the best, most meaningful statistic is wages. And I want to spend a bit of time on what's going on in the labour market, because this government goes on and on about what's occurring in the economy in terms of total jobs created. What they don't talk about is the wages that those jobs are providing to households and the quality of those jobs in terms of how secure people are in their workplace. So what's happening to real wages in our economy? Well, the period between 2013 and 2020 saw the worst real wages outcomes since the Great Depression. Real wages in the lead up to COVID were actually lower than real wages in 2013. For a country that is rightly accustomed to households experiencing growing living standards over time, this is an absolutely appalling outcome, and what it represents is a decade of economic mismanagement. I want to talk about the RBA's take on what we're going to see over the coming couple of years. And this reflects, in fact, the abysmal projections in the government's own budget papers. So the RBA, in their Statement of Monetary Policy on the 2nd of February, said that wages growth has picked up, but it has only just returned to the rates prevailing prior to the pandemic. So what we're seeing is wages growth returning to the wages growth that our country was experiencing in the worst decade since the Great Depression. Now, I might stress that is average wages growth. What that means is that many in our community are experiencing even worse outcomes than that. I don't want to get into basic statistics here, but if the average wages growth between 2013 and 2019 was negative, that means that many in the community are experiencing worse than mildly negative. So no wonder there's so much frustration building in the community. The RBA statement to the House of Economics Review on the 11th of February reinforced this by stressing that they see that the vast bulk of Australians are going to continue experiencing wages growth with a 2 in front of it for the next year or more. So the government's own forecasts in their budget, the RBA's forecasts, stress that we have a weak labour market when it comes to real wages growth, and there's no end in sight to that for people. No wonder people are frustrated. It's not just that those in work are experiencing low real wages growth, or in fact many are experiencing negative real wages growth. What about underemployment? Now, underemployment, we know, has become a much more structurally important part of the labour force since the 1970s and the 1980s. If we go back to the 1980s, full-time work was a much more prominent part of the labour market, much more common form of employment. So underemployment was nowhere near as much of an issue. Today, we know that underemployment is a critically important part of the labour market to evaluate if we're looking at the overall performance of the labour market. To be sure, unemployment is still a key statistic, but we can't look at that alone. We have to look at the number of people in part-time work who want more hours. And while underemployment has fallen recently, it is also true to say that it remains stubbornly high. It remains a real problem. Not only is it a real problem in aggregate terms, but we know from analysis undertaken recently that it remains highly problematic, in particular in a number of regional communities around Australia. We know that labour underutilisation is particularly bad in a number of regional communities, for example, in Queensland, in WA, in the Hunter. We know that unemployment plus underemployment in those communities is over 15%. This is a huge structural problem which this government has no answers to. Not only that, but a number of macroeconomic forecasters, including Treasury in estimates this week, have indicated that there is probably slackness in the labour market on top of these structural underemployment figures. We heard that a number of people entering the labour market seeking jobs was greater than expected by macroeconomic forecasters, putting greater downward pressure on wages. In the face of this sustained downward pressure on wages, after a decade of weak performance, this government has no plan. So, we see real wages growth at historically low levels. We see underemployment, reflecting the fact that there are many, many individuals and households who can't make ends meet even with those hours that they're getting. There's an additional element to the labour market which is critically important, which is that quite apart from the amount of money many people are getting, they're facing insecure work. They're facing conditions in the workplace which are problematic above and beyond the amount of money they're getting. So even where a household might be getting as many hours as they seek in aggregate, it might be very erratic across weeks. Even where a household might be getting as much or close to the income that they feel they need to sustain their standard of living, they may have issues securing a mortgage. There are real and growing problems when it comes to insecure work in our economy, which this government has no answers to. So the labour market tells us a lot about our standard of living. It tells us that our real wages have stalled or are declining for many people. It tells us through the underemployment statistics that many, many people want more work, which is a reflection of the fact that the work that they're getting is not giving them the standard of living that they require or aspire to. And also, there are many, many people who have issues that transcend the dollars that they're receiving in their pocket, that they have insecure work, which means that the work patterns that they're receiving do not give them the security, their families the security that they need, and that has huge implications in terms of them saving over the long term for their retirement. It has huge implications in terms of how they deal with economic shocks. It has huge implications for them, for example, entering the housing market. And all of this in an economy where inflation is now rearing its ugly head. All of this is occurring in our labour market, where we now see inflation growing in some of the products that are the biggest part of the budget, the household budget, for people on the lowest incomes, for people on benefits, for aged pensioners. So we see inflation rising across the board, but we see it rising the most in areas like fuel, transport, clothing, footwear, furnishings. So when we look at those groups in our society who are the most adversely affected by rising inflation, it's all the people that we would expect: people on low incomes, people on benefits, aged pensioners. This government has no agenda for raising our quality of life, for raising productivity, for raising our standard of living, raising GDP per capita, and that's why many people are rightfully particularly worried about inflation rearing its head in this strategy and policy-free environment. Now, we have what the government was calling a couple of years ago a snapback. And at that time, we criticised them for trying to snap back to an economy which was so weak at that time, which had underperformed for so many years in the lead-up to COVID. So we have a snapback, and that's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing the economy snap back to real wages growth that we were experiencing pre-COVID. And we're seeing something as lacking in ambition as snapback after $1 trillion in debt has been accumulated, after an unprecedented period of expansionary monetary policy, and after a number of our exports have gone through periods of elevated prices. So when so much was operating to the point where the government had an opportunity to recalibrate, to build in microeconomic reform, to restructure the economy, that opportunity was not taken advantage of. And this is exactly what we're seeing reflected in the per capita economic measures. This is a segue to productivity growth, because productivity growth is one of the key, if not the key, medium to long-term determinants of rising per capita standards of living. And we are coming off one of the worst decades of productivity growth in our nation's history. We're coming off the worst decade of productivity growth in more than half a century. Where is this government's plan to boost productivity growth? Labor has laid out a plan which touches on productivity growth along so many dimensions. We have childcare, a policy that we've announced for a couple of years now, which is going to be so critical to boosting labour participation by so many of our skilled and experienced women. Of course, it's also critically important as a matter of fairness, but for the purposes of looking at it in this context, it's also a really important microeconomic reform. We have our investment in human capital, we have our investment in TAFEs, we have investments in apprenticeships, so critical to dealing with some of the labour shortages and supply chain issues that our country is experiencing. We have infrastructure. We need to spend our investment in infrastructure so much more efficiently. And as one example, rewiring the nation is going to do so much to helping put downward pressure on energy prices over the next 10 to 20 years. And of course then a suite of policies in the realm of government procurement, which is going to be so critical to getting better value for money for one of the biggest single components of spending in our economy. I want to segue from that examination of outcomes in the labour market to industrial relations, because I think industrial relations is both a productivity issue, but it's also a fairness issue, and it's also an issue that has to be addressed, I believe, if we're going to get better real wage outcomes for many people in our economy. And it's linked to that issue of insecure work that I touched on. We go to this election with a really thorough, with a really comprehensive plan when it comes to industrial relations that touches on some of the real challenges in this economy. Insecure work is going to be dealt with along a number of dimensions. For example, the Fair Work Act is going to have its objectives changed, and the Fair Work Commission is going to have powers added so it can deal with this very challenging issue. There's going to be equal pay for equal substantive roles, a long overdue change in a number of important sectors in our economy. There's going to be an objective test for what is casual work. Again, something that should have been dealt with in this term, but this government botched. There is going to be improved processes for government procurement. There's going to be a limit on no fixed-term contracts. So there's a whole suite of policies that are going to do so much to deal with that issue of insecure work and the damage that it is doing to the quality of life of so many people. So again, to return to some of those key determinants of people's quality of life, we need reforms, we need economic management from government that can start to put some upward pressure on people's real wages, that can create an economic environment where we start to deal with underemployment so that we deal with that slackness in the labour market, and we need to start to deal with insecure work. Of course, we need to retain some flexibility in the workforce. That suits many people. But there are all too many people at the moment in the labour force where flexibility is not something that is benefiting them. Flexibility in too many contexts is something that is being imposed upon them so that they bear too much risk, without appropriate compensation. We talk about the economy so much in this building, and that's appropriate. But there are all too many statistics at times without drilling down into what are the statistics that actually mean something to people. There's all too much cherry-picking through the national accounts, through the daily ABS releases. But when it comes to things that actually matter for people's quality of life, their real wages, their security in work, are they getting enough hours? It's clear that this last decade has been a lost decade. We can only fix these issues if we have a comprehensive plan to deal with productivity and to do with people's dignity in the workplace.
I thank the member for Fraser. The question is the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Shortland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm always pleased to make a contribution on appropriations bills. And I always start by reminding the House that, unlike the Liberal Party, the Labor Party is not a party of constitutional vandals, and we will support supply. As this could well be my last contribution before the election, I'd like to take some time to reflect on the last 3 years of this parliamentary term and highlight some of the issues that are affecting my constituents' lives and what's important to them, and to recognise the immense privilege I have in representing my local community. The number one issue in my community, like most communities in this country, is health, adequate and universal health care. Medicare matters to the people I represent in this place. Shortland is the 6th oldest electorate in the country and has an average household income below both the state and national average. Access to Medicare is a necessity, not a luxury for my constituents. And primary health care is fundamentally important in taking the pressure off our already overstretched public hospital system, particularly our emergency departments. A brewing initiative to be developed in the Hunter region is the GP Access After Hours service. This service provides out-of-hours consultations with a GP for people who are needing medical advice. This takes huge pressure off our emergency departments. It sees 70,000 patients a year, and importantly, there's a triage service at the start of the process where families will talk to a registered nurse on the phone. This process helps 25,000 people who then do not have to then see a GP. Then the other 45,000 people do see a GP instead of clogging up our emergency department. This service is much loved and used by Hunter locals. The Liberals and Nationals, in their wisdom, at the height of the Omicron wave just before Christmas, cut funding to this essential service. This has meant the service has had to close completely at the Calvary Mater Hospital at Waratah, and services have been halved on weekends in public hospitals at Belmont and Toronto hospitals in Lake Macquarie. My community is justly outraged by these cuts. They know what a quality and efficient service GP access is and how important it is, now more than ever in the pandemic, to take pressure off public hospitals. I'm so proud that the Labor leader, Anthony Albanese, visited the region over the summer break and committed a future Labor government to fully restoring funding to GP access. One of the other very common complaints from constituents is bad or non-existent mobile phone coverage in their homes and places of work. I represent an area where whole suburbs are mobile phone black spots, and yet the Morrison-Joyce government refuses to provide funding for them through the Mobile Black Spot program, a program that is only subscribed through half its funds. The other half of the funds get returned to Treasury each year. Yet my electorate, which is a regional electorate, is deemed not to be eligible for this funding. It is insulting. Two of the most severely impacted suburbs are Mount Hutton and Dudley. Although the telecommunications companies have invested in new towers in these suburbs, this has not solved the issue for many of my constituents. I'm talking about people who for the past 2 years have had to study and work from home and have not had the ability to do so. I've had an elderly constituent with Parkinson's disease having to do telehealth appointments in his front yard on the main road in the rain because there's no mobile phone reception inside his house. There's also a doctor who misses calls when he's on call and is needed for emergency work, and many people are unable to use QR codes in the suburban shops. The Morrison-Joyce government has ignored Shortland and the issue of mobile phone reception, and it's disgraceful that they continue to refuse to provide funding through the mobile phone black spot program. I also want to take this opportunity, Mr Deputy Speaker, to recognise and pay tribute to some of the extraordinary constituents I've encountered over the past 3 years and who I have the privilege to represent in this place. Because of the last 2 years of the pandemic, I'm sure I'm not alone in having encountered constituents who have adapted to very difficult situations and thrived in the changed world we live in. I have the greatest admiration for Greg Gates and his great workforce at Siren Holdings at Caves Beach. Before COVID, Siren was a successful dishwasher manufacturer. Because of the economic downturn, they pivoted to manufacturing hand sanitizer and now have an extensive range of disinfectants, cleaners, hand and surface sanitisers and soaps and are really just going from strength to strength. This is a real Australian manufacturing success story, and I'm so proud to represent Greg and his Ciron team in the Parliament. Croc Lucero is a talented musician. Because of the lockdown, this work basically dried up, so he focused on his other passion, Filipino cuisine. Croc is quite the entrepreneur and successfully pivoted to growing and expanding his Filipino cuisine company, Mini Pinoy Grill. Mini Pinoy specialises in spicy sauces, and having cooked and barbecued with these sauces, I can attest that they are truly quality products and not for the faint-hearted. Croc, you are an example of someone facing a difficult life and work situation who was able to embrace the challenges posed by the pandemic and to successfully grow a business. I wish you and Mini Pinoy Grill every continued success. COVID hasn't stopped internationally acclaimed filmmaker Jai Curry going from strength to strength with his films over the past few years. Jai's film Victim won 11 international awards last year. His new movie Beat, filmed in Newcastle, premiered in January and explores themes of homelessness and fame, and I have every confidence Jai will enjoy as much success this year as he did in 2021. And finally, a few of my constituents who have excelled both in their professional and private lives and have achieved success and acclaim both nationally and internationally. Paralympian Reid McCracken, who won silver in Tokyo last year. Emily Van Egmond, who played in the Matildas at Tokyo. Whitebridge's Geraldine Viswanathan, who has achieved much success in Hollywood and recently featured in a Super Bowl ad with Jim Carrey. Red Bull Cliff Diving World Champion Rhiannon Ifland, who continues to thrive in this competition, and Hayden Gavin, who was recognised for not only playing 150 rugby games for the mighty Southern Beaches, but also being a finalist in the prestigious Australia's Most Ordinary Rig competition, Mr Deputy Speaker. And finally, I recognise and thank my constituents who have been recognised in the recent Australia's Day Honours list. Patricia Comerford, Elizabeth and John Dickerson, Dennis Gordon, Loretta Morton, Brian Rudder, John Thomas and Derek Brindle. Thank you for all your service to our community. I'm very proud of the people I represent, and I look forward to the coming months where I'll seek the support of my constituents to continue to be their voice in Canberra. I look forward to speaking and meeting with them in the coming weeks, as I have done over the past 9 years. I will be campaigning on Labor's plan for a better life for working families with cheaper childcare, strengthening Medicare and affordable housing, secure work and a future made in Australia, which is so important for the Hunter region, which is a proud industrial and manufacturing heritage and has much to gain from Labor's plan. Mr Deputy Speaker, in the time remaining to me, I want to reflect on a separate issue which causes great sadness and, quite frankly, anger to me, which is the outrageous politicisation of national security by the Prime Minister and his ministers. He is effectively, Prime Minister Scott Morrison, is effectively doing Beijing's bidding in his attempt to politicise national security and exploit issues for petty political advantage. This is truly desperate fear-mongering by a Prime Minister deeply unpopular, not only in the community but in his own party room. And it runs in stark contrast with expert advice we heard from estimates only in the last couple of days. A senior DFAT official today said Beijing seeks to exploit social and other divisions in countries to pursue its interests. That is why I say, with no fear of contradiction, that Prime Minister Morrison is doing Beijing's bidding by trying to portray that there is some division on the issue of national security between the Liberal government and the Labor Party. There is no distinction on attitudes to increasing Chinese aggression in our region. There is no division, there is no distinction, there is no difference. But Mr Morrison attempts to betray one for petty political advantage, and he plays right into the hands of the aggressive policies of Beijing. Similarly, we've seen accusations about candidates that is completely contradicted by testimony by the ASIO chief, who made it very clear that first the attempts at foreign influence failed. He had absolute confidence in every single candidate of that political party some people have speculated on, and more importantly, he made it very clear that these attempts of foreign interference are not restricted to one side of politics. This is a challenge every political party has to deal with, and ASIO chief Mike Burgess made it very clear that it was not helpful. In fact, it was very counterproductive to speculate about this in public. But this is not the first time that this government and this political party, the Liberal Party, has attempted to politicise national security. This is a political party that, when it gets into trouble, goes back to this well time and time again. They have got form reaching back to their predecessors in the United Australia Party of doing this. Their great political hero, Robert Gordon Menzies, for example, an utter hypocrite, a man who was very supportive of Australian intervention in World War I, but yet refused to serve in the army, a man who advocated 10 days after Hitler invaded Poland, he advocated doing a peace deal with Germany, making very clear in a letter to Stanley Bruce, our High Commissioner, that the troubles in Poland were not worth a hill of beans, Mr Deputy Speaker. So that's why I very clearly say that Menzies was an appeaser. He sought to appease the Third Reich, and the National Party, the Country Party at that time, was quite right to turf him out of their coalition. Then Artie Fadden, then leader of the National Party, did the right thing by the nation by saying he could not serve under Menzies, an appeaser of the Third Reich. Mr Deputy Speaker, that's not the only time. Let's not forget Vietnam, where, again, Menzies and the Liberal Party brought Australia into a war on a lie, a war where 500 Australians died, tragically, or the Gulf War II, another lie where John Howard brought us into war. And the great tragedy is that there is a real fervent debate around national security and the defence of the nation, where we can talk about how the government and the Australian Labor Party have differences. And that's in procurement performance, in making sure the Australian Defence Force have the weapons, the equipment they need and when they need it. And this is where this government is so egregiously falling down. 25 major projects are running cumulatively 68 years late. Let me repeat that, Mr Deputy Speaker. 25 major defence procurements that are vital to the ADF are running 68 years late under this government. They are spending... there are a rotating litany of defence ministers that come and go. Goldfish have a longer life expectancy than defence ministers in this government. They are spending $7 billion on new Black Hawk helicopters after spending $3.5 billion on the MH90 failed Taipans, a helicopter where the door was not wide enough for troops to exit the helicopter while firing the helicopter machine gun. We had the $1.5 billion Spartan battlefield airlift aircraft that couldn't fly into battlefields. A minor problem, Mr Deputy Speaker, spending $1.5 billion of taxpayers' money on an aircraft that couldn't do its main purpose of flying into battlefields. We had the $3 billion battlefield management system that failed cyber security tests. We had $4 billion wasted on the attack-class submarines on the contract with the French that this government has now junked. We only learned yesterday that the Joint Strike Fighter, the $16 billion Spear's Edge of the ADF, the frontline air defence fighter for the ADF, is flying thousands of hours less each year than planned and budgeted for. And probably the most appalling example is the $30 billion Hunter-class frigates that are now blown out to $45 billion. Gone from $30 billion to $45 billion, and not one of them has hit the water yet. They are running 4 years late. They are 2,000 tonnes overweight. They will be slower than the rest of the fleet. They will have a shorter range than the rest of the fleet. They will be very noisy, which is a problem for a frigate that's primarily designed to hunt submarines. Noise is an issue if you're trying to hunt submarines, unsurprisingly. And as concerningly as that is the fact that because it's overweight, because they've made it stuffed up the design, the frigate captains will have to choose between using their radar and going at full speed. In a high-threat environment where you're facing potentially incoming missiles, being able to use your radar and go at full speed tend to go hand in hand, Mr Deputy Speaker. So this government is failing the defence of the nation because it is failing on defence procurement. It's failing in defence procurement. It's failing on dealing with the issue of an aggressive China. They sold the Port of Darwin, Mr Deputy Speaker, and they are now trying to politicise it at 2 minutes to midnight in a vain attempt to get re-elected. And the great tragedy is there are many decent people in the Liberal National Party. There are really decent people who are united in making Australia a better place, in making sure that we defend Australia and our national interests. But they are being led by people who are unworthy. They are being led by people who will stoop to nothing to wring out petty political advantage. They will use the proceeds of crime money for petty political advantage. They will politicise the ADF. They will fearmonger, they will scaremonger to try and wring every little political advantage as we approach an election. And it's a great pity, because not only does it do them a disservice, it does the nation a disservice. It undermines confidence in the parliamentary system. It undermines confidence in a united Australia that will confront the many global challenges that are now rising. So I end this speech with profound disappointment about the actions of the government, and I can only say, let's bring on a Labor government that will fix this country.
The time has expired. I thank the member for Shortland for his contribution and the colourful history lesson. I also advise the House the question is the bill be read a second time and call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, today I rise to address the Appropriations Bills 3 and 4. Labor will support these bills. We've got a long history in the Labor Party. We don't block supply, Deputy Speaker. But let me be clear, we will not be lectured on fiscal responsibility by the most wasteful government since Federation. We will not be lectured on money matters by a government which doubled the debt before the pandemic, and we won't be lectured by a government set to deliver $1 trillion in debt with nothing to show for it. The track record of this government, the track record of the Liberal Party, is embarrassing, Deputy Speaker. The self-styled better money managers, the party that brands itself as financially responsible, is facing $1 trillion debt that Australian taxpayers will be paying off for the next century. And yet somehow this government has still managed to be the second highest taxing government over the past 30 years. Australians are paying almost $5,000 more tax every year under the Liberals than under the last Labor government in 2013. And what do they spend it on? What do they have to show for it? Maybe they can reflect on the $40 billion of JobKeeper payments that went to companies that shouldn't have qualified for it. What a proud moment for this Treasurer, Deputy Speaker. This Treasurer, the member for Kooyong, who will go down in history as overseeing the single biggest waste of public money since Federation. And still this Liberal government has the temerity to go out there in public and claim it is the party of fiscal responsibility. If this Treasurer was your accountant, you would have fired him long ago. You wouldn't trust him to run your piggy bank, let alone the nation's finances. We simply cannot risk another 3 years of Liberal fiscal mismanagement. The incompetence threatens the financial security of millions of Australians, and they simply have to go. But the failures, Deputy Speaker, of this tired Liberal government, their failures are not limited to their financial incompetence. The economy is suffering under the government's watch. Productivity has been flatlining, and poor productivity performance means a smaller economy overall. 1 in 4 Australian businesses are experiencing critical skills shortages. We've seen a rapid decline of qualified apprentices and trainees entering the workforce, a 44% drop in my home state of Tasmania over the past 6 years compared to the Labor government. Just imagine that. The last 6 years of the Labor government, we qualified 1 million apprentices and trainees coming through, and in the last 6 years of the Liberal government, 500,000. They halved it. Outrageous. At the same time, there are 2 million Australians who are either looking for a job or want to work more hours. We need a plan to train people through TAFE and higher education to fill the critical skill shortages now and into the future. We need a plan to ensure there are more opportunities for more people in more parts of the country, especially regional areas. And Labor has that plan. A Labor government will provide 465,000 free TAFE places in areas of critical skill shortage, including 45,000 new TAFE places. Under Labor's plan for free TAFE, we will focus on those areas which are currently seeing that critical skills gap because of the Morrison government's abject neglect. Free TAFE will help rebuild industries hit hardest by the pandemic, like hospitality, tourism and construction. Free TAFE will help meet current and future needs in the care economy by training jobs in childcare, aged care, disability care, nursing and community services. And Free TAFE will provide more opportunities for apprentices and trainees to upskill in areas of need, such as trades and construction. Free TAFE also provides opportunities for school leavers, workers wanting to retrain or upskill, and unpaid carers. And on top of that, Labor will also provide 20,000 new university places for areas of need, most principally across regional Australia. Deputy Speaker, Labor wants a future made in Australia, and that means investing in our best resource, and no, it's not coal, it's people. Australia is blessed with natural resources, but under this government we are missing out on an opportunity to value add and employ Australians in manufacturing. A Labor government will invest in our manufacturing sector and get the cheapest energy to where it's needed through an overdue upgrade to our outdated energy grid. With cheap and abundant renewable energy, our manufacturing sector will create jobs for Australians. It's all part of Labor's Better Future Made in Australia plan, and it's a great plan, because for Australia to succeed and build back stronger after the pandemic, we must be a country that makes things again. We've seen the consequences of this Liberal government's neglect over the past 9 years. Fewer jobs, missed opportunities, and a nation left exposed when the coronavirus hit. Labor will rebuild our proud manufacturing industry and build a future made right here in Australia. We want to build ferries and buses right here. We want 1 in 10 jobs on major federal infrastructure projects to be given to apprentices, trainees and cadets to upskill the next generation of workers. We want to invest in clean energy to cut power bills and realise Australia's potential as a renewable superpower. Deputy Speaker, the truth is Australians cannot afford another decade like the last. We cannot afford another decade defined by economic complacency and poor productivity. We cannot afford another decade marred by stagnant wage growth and skyrocketing living costs. To boost productivity, we need investment in energy, technology, infrastructure and human capital. This Prime Minister, this Treasurer, this government will never understand that. They will never understand why you can't rort and waste your way to success. It's all they've ever known. Good governments don't spend their days abusing public money in order to shore up marginal seats. Good governments don't spend their time crafting colour-coded spreadsheets and overriding expert recommendations in order to suit their naked political purposes. Good governments act with decency and integrity and a vision for the people who not only voted for them, but also the people who didn't vote for them. Sadly, this is not a government that acts with decency or integrity. This Liberal government shuns both these virtues in favour of dodgy dealings and self-promotion. It's been 1,161 days since the Prime Minister announced that his government would establish a federal anti-corruption watchdog. And what has happened? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The Attorney-General has admitted this week that it won't happen. It's pathetic. What a disgrace. What a blight on this parliament and on this government. A government that shirks accountability and integrity is a government that has something to hide. But you cannot hide incompetence, and this tired Liberal government has been exposed for what it is: unsuited for office, unfit to lead the nation and unwilling to take action on critical issues. And just look at the state of aged care in this country. It fills me with rage, the state of aged care in this country. Not only did the government fail on the vaccine rollout, fail to provide even one single federal quarantine facility, and also failed to order enough rapid antigen tests. It failed to take appropriate action to protect our most vulnerable citizens during a global pandemic. It promised that they'd be first for the vaccines, and too many were left waiting. Even before the pandemic, we knew the state of aged care was in crisis. The Royal Commission's interim report titled Neglect. Aged care residents, even now, are malnourished and frightened, and they are dying in their beds, often cut off from their families. Dedicated aged care workers come to this parliament to talk to us in tears about the fact that they can't do enough. They don't have the time to put into caring for people. So many of them are using their own lunch breaks and time off to go and just to hold a hand because they don't have time to do it on their shift. Those aged care workers, they don't get paid enough, we know this, and they're at their wits' end trying to keep their residents alive and cared for. And we have an Aged Care Services Minister who has presided over
Order. A division has been called from the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions.
I call the member for Lyons in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Dedicated aged care workers are at their wits' end trying to keep their residents alive and cared for. And we have an aged care services minister who has presided over 1,600 COVID-related deaths in aged care and who ditched a Senate committee meeting to sit at the cricket, and he's still in Cabinet. My advice to the Prime Minister, don't just give Tudge the nudge, get rid of Colbeck too. It is unforgivable, it is sickening. Senator Colbeck must resign today or be sacked by this Prime Minister. Deputy Speaker, in the short time I've got left, I just want to address some of the issues that were raised in question time today. The contributions by the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister were absolutely reprehensible, playing petty domestic politics with national security and defence. It's important to say, Deputy Speaker, that Australia's relationship with China is a long and complex one. There have been positive aspects of the relationship and difficult aspects under both Labor and coalition governments. But I will not sit back and allow the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister to concoct a fantasy in the public mind about Labor's position. It's important to note, Deputy Speaker, that in 2004, in a statement that was reported as, quote, sure to please Beijing, Liberal Foreign Minister Alexander Downer said that in a case of a military clash over Taiwan, ANZUS was, quote, symbolic and Canberra would, quote, not side with Taiwan. In 2007, Liberal Defence Minister Brendan Nelson said, quote, that he had reassured China that so-called quadrilateral dialogue with India was not something that we are pursuing. In 2008, when Labor Prime Minister Kevin Rudd admonished China for human rights abuses in Tibet, Liberal opposition leader Brendan Nelson said, quote, I don't know if it's wise to broadcast it as publicly as he is doing. And in 2009, when Labor Prime Minister Kevin Rudd issued a visa to Uyghur separatist leader Rabia Kadir, senior Liberal Philip Ruddock described that decision as a mistake. In 2009, Prime Minister Rudd refocused Australia's defence to naval power in response to China's increasing military spending. The response from the Liberal opposition leader, later Liberal Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, was, quote, it made no sense to base long-term strategy on the highly contentious proposition that Australia is on an inevitable collision course with a militarily aggressive China. Chris Ullman reported that, quote, the Chinese agree. In 2012, Deputy Speaker, the Labor government, citing national security, banned Chinese company Huawei from involvement in the NBN. The ban sparked fury from Huawei's Australian board members, including former Liberal Foreign Minister Alexander Downer, who described the ban as, quote, completely absurd. Senior Liberals Andrew Robb and Malcolm Turnbull said the ban should be lifted. Deputy Speaker, we come to 2015 and Australian defence officials, unnamed, expressed angst, and our US allies were annoyed that the Liberal government gave long-term control of Darwin Port to a company closely aligned with the Chinese government. Liberal Trade Minister Andrew Robb said, quote, we have to act in the national interest and that is what has happened with the Port of Darwin, unquote. A few months later, he went to work for the company. And in 2019, Robb accused Australian intelligence officials of spreading anti-China sentiment, saying, quote, the evidence was not there, unquote. Deputy Speaker, I say all this because it's important to remember that the relationship with China is long and complex, and members can trawl through Hansard and the press to find all sorts of things said by members from all sides about this relationship with China. The key thing to remember is that we are stronger when we present a united front on the international stage, and until this week, that is precisely what we've done as a nation. Coalition and Labor, we can have our differences internally, but out there on the international stage, we've presented a bipartisan front, and that compact was broken this week by the petty politicking of the Prime Minister and his Defence Minister. They are reprehensible. They are serving the interests of foreign powers. That's what's happening. We had that evidence today from DFAT, that Beijing seeks to exploit division, political division in Australia. The Prime Minister is playing into their hands for his own naked political purposes. He can serve the Liberal Party's political interests, or he can serve the national interest, but he can't serve both and make up his mind.
I thank the member. The question is the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, what a sad, sad day it was in Australia's Parliament today. Today we saw the spectacle of an Australian Prime Minister who either didn't know or didn't care that he was doing the bidding of the Chinese Communist Party in our Parliament. Either didn't know, was too stupid, too out of his depth on national security and defence, or didn't care, just put his own short-term political interests first. DFAT has made it clear that the Chinese Communist Party, this is no secret, we all know it in this building, they seek to, quote, exploit social and other divisions in countries to pursue its interests. That's very apparent. We know the work that the United Front Work Group does around the world, trying to divide democratic governments, liberal societies, in order to pursue the agenda of the Chinese Communist Party. And this Prime Minister either didn't know or didn't care and took the bait hook, line and sinker. In fact, he didn't just take the bait, he was the trout that jumped into the boat himself. We used to have a word for this in another time, in another strategic contest, a useful idiot. That's what we saw in the Parliament today, the Prime Minister as a useful idiot of the Chinese Communist Party. However, the extraordinary thing about what we saw today, it must be said, is that they can't even do it competently. Just like every scare campaign the Morrison government is running at the moment, they are so divided that they run both sides of the scare campaigns. Today we saw the utterly disgusting spectacle of the member for Corio, my friend, having his integrity impugned in this Parliament. I won't repeat the slur because it was unbecoming of the Prime Minister and the Parliament, and he did withdraw it gratingly subsequently. But this slur came in the same week that the Defence Minister, his so-called partner in crime on this ridiculous scare campaign against the Labor Party, gave an interview to Peter Fitzsimons in the Nine newspapers. Let me just quote what Peter Dutton had to say about the member for Corio 2 days before the Prime Minister's absurd attack on him in the Parliament today. Quote, "On the current front bench, my first pick would be Richard Marles, with whom I have a long-standing friendship. I have friendships with a number of other Labor MPs, past and present, but Richard Marles, I think, has a particular quality and capacity and intellect that, if you're being objective, you would admire." This is the man that the Prime Minister smeared 2 days later. This is the man whose integrity was absurdly questioned 2 days later. It did jog my memory, though, hearing a ridiculous Liberal Party scare campaign when it comes to Corio, because it took me back to the 1938 Corio by-election. The Tories have a long history in this country. They were the United Australia Party back then, it wasn't the Liberal Party. But the Tories, they've always loved a scare campaign on national security, no matter how poor their record. And in the 1938 Corio by-election, Robert Menzies, who later urged negotiations with Hitler 10 days after the invasion of Poland, ran a scare campaign against our great wartime leader, John Curtin, a hero of this nation, with the absurd campaign slogan. This was the campaign slogan in the Corio by-election in 1938, quote, "The eyes of Hitler are on Corio." This is the legacy of those opposite in running ridiculous scare campaigns on defence and national security. John Curtin, the hero of this nation, who gave his life to serve this nation, who saved this country in the Second World War, who took Australian troops to defend this country in the Second World War against the coward Robert Menzies, who wouldn't serve in World War I, who took this country to war and wouldn't serve himself, the coward.
Member for Gellibrand, can you just take your seat for a moment? I'm just going to ask all members to, behave with a little bit of decorum on both sides. There's
uncontrolled shouting going on, so please control yourselves. Member for Gellibrand, you have the call.
This is the record that they are so ashamed of on national security issues. Hitler's eyes are on Corio. Sounds familiar from what we've seen in the parliament today in question time today. And what happened in that by-election? Well, Mr Curtin, the hero of this nation who saved us in the Second World War, he said that the voters of Corio wouldn't listen to these nonsensical scare campaigns. They might pay attention to Mr Menzies' failure to prepare Australia for the strategic circumstances that we found ourselves in the 40s, but they were more likely to care about the bread and butter issues that he was running on at the time. And what happened? The voters of Corio agreed. They gave a resounding election victory for the Labor Party, for Mr Dedman in that by-election, and John Curtin went on to become a national hero, leading Australia through the grave challenges of the Second World War. He put Australia's interests first, ignored the forelock tugging of the Tories, and turned Australia towards the US, the foundation for answers, because he, like all members of the Labor Party, put our long-term national interests first. We don't play short-term, partisan, petty political games because we're desperate in the polls like this Prime Minister. Now, in question time yesterday, the Minister for Home Affairs continued this government's desperate politicisation of Australian national security by taking a Dorothy Dixer on cybersecurity. That's my portfolio. In her answer to a question, she declared that, quote...
Member for Moncrieff, please.
The member for Moncrieff, I know she aspires to a portfolio on the front bench, and that's why she sold her values out in the recent debate on the religious discrimination bill, but she's going to be waiting for some time. The Home Affairs Minister, her neighbour on the Gold Coast, said, quote, "We understand that national security is a very serious task and not one that should be risked to a party that lacks the resolve or gravitas to tackle serious issues in a responsible and resolute way." Well, let's compare the records of the two parties on cybersecurity over the past 3 years. This Prime Minister's first act on becoming Prime Minister was to abolish the dedicated role for cybersecurity in the ministry that was established in the 2016 Commonwealth Cybersecurity Strategy by his predecessor. In the face of worsening cyber threats from state and non-state actors alike, this Prime Minister created a political leadership vacuum on cybersecurity at the worst possible time. Cybersecurity is relegated to the bottom of the Home Affairs Minister's already lengthy to-do list, beneath even the Ruby Princess, it seems. Cybersecurity policy making became adrift in this government ever since. In contrast, the Leader of the Opposition had the foresight to retain the dedicated role for cybersecurity in his ministerial team, and that's my role on the front bench on the opposition side. And Labor has been leading the policy debate ever since. In 2020, we released a National Cyber Resilience discussion paper that highlighted the systemic risks of cyber threats to Australia's national resilience. We emphasised that cybersecurity is a whole-of-nation endeavour that could not be pursued from behind the ramparts of the defence and security establishment silos of government. In this discussion paper, we flagged the need for interventions that projected the outstanding cybersecurity capabilities of our agencies across government and into the broader community. We flagged the potential of initiatives like the UK National Cybersecurity Centre's Active Cyber Defence program, which delivers a range of scalable, automated interventions and tools designed to address commodity-level cyber threats and to lift the baseline of cyber resilience. In the wake of the release of this discussion paper from the opposition, I was pleased to see some of these principles adopted in ASD's Enhanced Situational Awareness and Response Package, CSAR, particularly in the form of Telstra's Cleaner Pipes initiative. This was welcome, but there's much more that we could be doing in this space. We could be a lot more ambitious, a lot more aggressive, and I'm keen to explore the potential for the ACSC to collaborate with the NCSC on active cyber defence through the AUKUS agreement. We've seen a similar pattern when it comes to ransomware. As a shadow with policy responsibility in this area, from the moment I took this portfolio, I was hearing loud and clear from CISOs in the public and private sectors that the ransomware threat was growing on a completely unsustainable trajectory, and that the Morrison government's hands-off, blame-the-victim approach needed to change. In the absence of a dedicated ministerial role for cybersecurity, the Morrison government did not hear this message. It did not act. Indeed, the former Home Affairs Minister, current Defence Minister, did not mention the word ransomware in the parliament once during his entire time in the role, despite the issue growing into a $1 billion drag on the Australian economy during his time in the role. In contrast, Labor led the debate, ultimately releasing a discussion paper calling for a national ransomware strategy designed to increase the costs and reduce the returns of ransomware attacks on Australian organisations by using all the policy levers available to government. I campaigned on the need for a national ransomware strategy for 8 months and even introduced a private members' bill on the issue before the Morrison government finally acted and released a ransomware action plan, which I suppose is completely different. The marketing spin is different, at least. I'm pleased that since then the Morrison government has picked up many of the policy ideas that we included in our Time for a National Ransomware Strategy discussion paper, including the increased use of offensive cyber operations to deter the targeting of Australian organisations, a ransomware notification scheme, a sanctions regime targeting individual hackers, and a task force inside the AFP to address the cyber enforcement gap. Again, Labor led and the Morrison government followed on this most important issue in national security. The lack of political leadership on cybersecurity within the Morrison government has also led it to undervalue the role of the broader Australian cybersecurity ecosystem outside of government in building Australia's national cyber resilience. We see this in the fact that, unlike the 2016 Commonwealth Cybersecurity Strategy, local industry development is completely missing as an objective in the 2020 Cybersecurity Strategy. The institutions that were put in place by the former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull to grow Australia's domestic cybersecurity industry are completely gone. They don't exist under the 2020 strategy. There's no joined-up Commonwealth strategy to align procurement, industry development and R&D policy to encourage the development of our domestic cybersecurity or our domestic critical technologies industries. There's a similar blindness to the role of independent security researchers or even private sector cybersecurity firms in the role of building Australia's national cyber resilience. I've long campaigned for increased use of vulnerability disclosure processes by Commonwealth entities to harness the contributions of independent security researchers, people giving their time voluntarily to try and uplift the cyber maturity and resilience of the Commonwealth. And I was pleased, after giving speeches in this place, to see this adopted as a recommended cybersecurity control in the Information Security Manual. But take-up of VDPs across the Commonwealth remains patchy. It's not a mandatory control to be implemented. And the use of bug bounties, it's almost non-existent, despite the fact that this is now a very common tool used to lift cyber maturity and cyber resilience in our allies in the US and in the United Kingdom. The US has run the Hack the Pentagon program for many years now, and it's discovered literally thousands of vulnerabilities in US national security and defence agencies through bug bounty programs. And the United Kingdom, through its National Cybersecurity Centre, has mandated the use of vulnerability disclosure processes in all UK government entities and even runs a vulnerability process of last resort itself for situations where that fails. We can do far better in Australia. We can learn from the example of our security allies. It's the same story when it comes to private sector incident responders. We need a step change in the level of collaboration between the ACSC and private incident responder firms, something that is the norm in our international allies. I know that in the US and the UK at the moment, they are experiencing a significant uptick in cyber attacks targeting both government and significant private sector entities. It's associated with the tensions and the increasing aggression we are seeing towards the state of Ukraine. We are seeing constant cyber attacks on government entities there, more than the incident responders within the NCSC can respond to itself. So understandably, it is working with private sector incident responders on a day-by-day basis, working hand in glove, sharing information, sharing interventions. And this is just something that we do not see happening in Australia. We can do so much better here. Commonwealth cybersecurity policy is in need of a significant culture change, but it won't happen until we have political leadership in this space, until we address the political leadership vacuum created by this Prime Minister, by the Morrison government when it abolished the dedicated role for cybersecurity in the ministry. The Morrison government is intent on politicising defence and national security in the lead-up to the federal election. We know that this desperate Prime Minister thinks it's in his short-term political interests to play games with these most important issues. I'm going to do something outrageous here today. I've already quoted Peter Dutton, the Defence Minister, favourably. I'll now quote George Brandis's, the former Attorney General's, valedictory speech, where for a very substantial portion of that speech, Senator Brandis warned this parliament of the perils of politicising national security and defence. It was one of those speeches that you listen to as an opposition member and you know that the message is not meant for you. He was calling for bipartisanship, but he warned about the, quote, powerful voices inside the coalition party room that were calling for a different approach, for a short-term, petty, partisan approach. It's very clear after this sitting fortnight who those powerful voices that Senator Brandis was referring to in that speech. Senator Brandis was right when he said that bipartisanship on national security and defence serves the national interest. It helps Australia face the very serious security challenges we face. It strengthens our hands in the face of authoritarian adversaries, and those opposite that would seek to traduce this in the pursuit of short-term political gain are doing this nation an enormous disservice.
The member's time has expired. I thank the member. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I agree with some of the things that my friend, the member for Gellibrand, had to say. It is a time for leadership in this place and a time to unite Australians, to seek consensus and not division. And I'd like to speak tonight, Deputy Speaker, in relation to the ongoing challenges associated with the Black Summer bushfire recovery. And we must never forget that many Australians are still recovering from those tragic events of 2 summers ago, where much of the east coast of Australia was devastated by fires. And in my electorate of Gippsland, there were hundreds of homes lost, lives were lost, property was lost, stock was lost. And over the past 2 years, Deputy Speaker, a lot of really good work has been done by my community in partnership with local, state and federal government. But we still face many challenges, Deputy Speaker, as we work through with the longer-term recovery issues. But in good news, just yesterday, Deputy Speaker, the Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Grants Program was finally announced. And I believe in giving credit where it's due, and to be fair, Deputy Speaker, I was quite outspoken in my criticism of the program when it was first announced. I make no apology for those criticisms because at the time of the announcement of the Black Summer Bushfire Grants Program, there was a notional allocation applied to the East Gippsland region of just $4.5 million. Now, I found that allocation, that notional allocation, to be unacceptable, and I made my point very well known to the Minister and to the National Resilience Recovery Agency. But that's history, Deputy Speaker. The concerns of my community were listened to by NRRA and by the government. They heard my community's concerns and they worked to provide a bigger pool of funding for the most impacted communities. I want to recognise in this place a couple of staff members in Senator McKenzie's office who have worked with me on this program and assisted greatly in arguing for increased funding, and Emma Gagan, who has now left the office, but also Karina Mendo, who has been working with me as we deal with some of the unintended consequences of the program we're trying to resolve for some of the unsuccessful bidders under the program. I want to thank both those staff members for the constructive way they've worked with me, and for Senator McKenzie's staff, I salute you for that, and I thank the Minister for being able to argue the case within the ERC process to increase the funding for the Black Summer Grants program from $280 million to $390 million. Now, East Gippsland, the broader region of East Gippsland, will receive about $30 million out of that program, which is fantastic news for my community. It's one of the most disadvantaged regions in Australia. It experiences low social economic indicators around household income and experienced great challenges, the combined impacts of droughts and bushfires, and the coronavirus has had a real deleterious impact on the people of East Gippsland. But these projects that were announced yesterday will go a long way to instilling additional hope and confidence in the community. And some of the projects that were announced yesterday, Deputy Speaker, have been on the books of the community for many years, even predating the bushfires. So I want to congratulate the East Gippsland Shire Council on some of their successful bids. The Bensdale Aerodrome project, $9.6 million. The aerodrome itself was a critical asset during the bushfire response, relief and recovery phase, and was used as a base for civilian aircraft but also defence aircraft. But the aerodrome needs to have significant upgrades, and that $9.6 million will be well received. The Mallacoota Surf Lifesaving Club, Deputy Speaker, consisted of a caravan. It was a very humble club, but that humble club's caravan was burnt to the ground during the bushfires. So we worked very constructively in the immediate aftermath of the fires with the Minderoo Foundation. Twiggy Forest Foundation supported my efforts to secure funding from that group and partner surf lifesaving clubs in the region assisted with new equipment, and we were able to replace the caravan with a new Jayco base station, which was very well received. But I'm afraid the humble Jayco base station will be surpassed by the $2.5 million multi-purpose club that's going to be developed in partnership with the SES and the Coast Guard. So it's a great win for the Surf Lifesaving Club. Another really interesting project, Deputy Speaker, is the Snow River Railway Trestle Bridge. It's an old wooden bridge that has basically been demolished by neglect by the state government since the rail services were taken away from Orbost. The bridge has been slowly crumbling, but we secured $3 million from the state government quite recently to begin the restoration work, and yesterday I was pleased to see another $1 million going to that project. That will allow the Trestle Bridge to become usable for pedestrians and cyclists as they traverse the East Gippsland Rail Trail, which we've also been successful in securing funding for. So these are all good projects for the visitor economy, Deputy Speaker, but also very important for the livability of my region to encourage people to have more active lifestyles. And so I really do congratulate the community for working over a period of years to secure that funding. Another project that will be well received is the Mallacoota Mud Brick Pavilion upgrade of $493,000, the Mallacoota Bowls Club $85,000, and the Mallacoota Gun Club $276,000. And you might notice a pattern there, Deputy Speaker, they're all in Mallacoota. Well, Mallacoota is a sleepy little village right on the coast in my region. It was the most directly impacted town during the Black Summer bushfires. 130 homes were lost, and we experienced the most incredible evacuation of civilians by the Australian Defence Force off the coast of Mallacoota in the days that followed, with the HMAS Choules and MV Sycamore transferring, I think, about 1,500 people and their dogs and their cats and a few parrots as well. It was quite an amazing evacuation of people because the road was blocked, and the road remained blocked, I think, for about 6 weeks, the one road into Mallacoota. So that's a reflection on the hardship the town experienced, but also the direct losses that the town experienced in terms of actually burning down of things like the Gun Club, damage to the Bowls Club Green, the destruction of the Pony Club facilities. All these things take money to replace, Deputy Speaker. Another interesting project which was funded yesterday, Deputy Speaker, was the East Gippsland Timber Milling Project. And this is a project, Deputy Speaker, which I think we can look at rolling out across Australia in response to disasters in the future. This is a portable sawmilling project where the portable sawmill with trained staff is established on people's properties and mills the timber that's fallen on their own land, and then allows the farmers or other landholders to use that timber for re-establishing a fencing, for stockyards, or perhaps even to use as feature timbers in their own homes. It's been very well received in my community, and the additional $520,000 will be greatly appreciated right across the region. Another project, Deputy Speaker, which I'm particularly happy about, is for the little town of Bem River, another one of those towns that has one road in, one road out, and suffered enormous economic losses when all the visitors had to leave during the Black Summer bushfires. And the East Gippsland Shire has been successful in securing $1 million for a path project through the town, which again encourages Gippslanders and visitors to our region to have healthy, active lifestyles. So these are great wins for the community, Deputy Speaker, and again I recognise the NRRA and the Minister's Office worked in a constructive way to increase the pool of funding and to ensure that some of the communities most directly impacted by the fires were supported. Of course, in any of these types of programs, Deputy Speaker, not every applicant is successful, and the fundamental flaw in a program like this is that local MPs very often get absolutely no say in helping to establish some of the priorities. So in this case, in my region, some of the most impacted little townships of Buchan, Sarsfield and Wairewa all missed out in their applications. And my challenge now as a local member is to try and work constructively with those community groups, to work with the Minister's Office, to work with local and state government authorities to try and find ways to secure funding for their projects. Have no doubt, Deputy Speaker, I won't be giving up on those communities, and I'll be working to secure the funding they need to deliver the services their community expects after going through so much hardship. So the battle will continue in that regard. Right through the recovery process, Deputy Speaker, I just want to reflect on this for a moment, and you yourself have been through bushfires in recent times. Right through the recovery process, the lack of respect for local knowledge held by experienced MPs who have been through fires and floods and natural disasters in the past is a real problem for us in this nation. The role of a local MP in these situations, I fear, is undervalued, and we have a bureaucratic approach where both state and federal bureaucrats take an approach that they seem to know better than the people who lived through these experiences with their communities in the past. I'll be challenging the NRRA and the Victorian Bushfire Recovery Victoria Agency to, in the future, demonstrate a greater understanding of the networks that local MPs often establish over a very long period of time and the appreciation they have of their communities and the challenges they will face in the recovery process. It bothers me enormously, Deputy Speaker, that every one of my concerns that I raised with the agencies in the immediate aftermath of the fires has come to fruition because we didn't take the action that could have been taken at an earlier time. So we've got to look at these issues, Deputy Speaker, and understand that there are people who've had direct life experience in the community or in MPs' offices who could be a great asset during the recovery process. One of the things I'd point out, Deputy Speaker, in relation to the issues for prevention, recovery and resilience of tragedies like the Black Summer bushfires is we all know in this country that we're going to have more fires. To have wildfire in Australia, you need three things. You need to have hot, windy days, you need to have a point of ignition, and you need fuel. This is not rocket science. We know in Australia every summer we're going to have hot, windy days. We know every summer in Australia we're going to have a point of ignition. It could be a lightning strike, it could be an idiot with a match, or it could be just an accident. The only thing we can really have an impact on as humans is the fuel load. We have to do more in partnership with our state government entities to reduce the fuel load. Hazard reduction is failing miserably in this country and in the state of Victoria. We have to learn from the traditional owners of the land. The Indigenous people had fire stick technology they applied through thousands of years, and we ignore their learnings, their lessons at our own peril. Hazard reduction is one thing we should be working much more constructively with the state governments to achieve if we're going to prevent or reduce the impact of these fires. If we'd been doing the hazard reduction work, Deputy Speaker, the damage to my community would have been significantly less. What we saw during the Black Summer bushfires was every fire started on public land, every fire was an actual lightning strike, and the damage was done on the public land, private land interface. That's where people lost their homes, lost their fences, lost their stock. We need to be working to secure critical asset protection through fuel reduction, mulching and removal of fuel from around the townships to make sure that people are protected in these dangerous conditions. There's only one thing worse than three-word slogans, Deputy Speaker, that's four-word slogans. More boots, less suits. We need more boots and less suits. More boots on the ground doing the practical environmental work and less suits in the city making excuses for why things can't be done. So I call on the state government to work in a constructive way with my community, with the federal government, to ensure that we are doing the preventative work on natural resource management right throughout the state, not just in response to a disaster, but well ahead of the fire season. Things like slashing roadsides, Deputy Speaker. The Princes Highway was closed for more than a month. That's just simply not good enough in 2020, Deputy Speaker. It was closed because there was too much vegetation on the roadside. The community was ecstatic after the event when the crews went through and actually cleared 30 metres on both sides. One, it makes the road safer, but also improves their sight lines so they can see oncoming vehicles, and then reduces the chance of hitting things like kangaroos and wallabies and wombats as well. So maintaining the roadsides in a safe manner and mulching the vegetation around the roadsides is something that my community is keen to pursue. We are the custodians of a vast natural estate in Gippsland, Deputy Speaker, but we have very few staff on the ground in agencies like Parks Victoria, DELP and Regional Roads Victoria to actually do that maintenance work in our communities. And it's a huge job opportunity for those of us who live in those rural and regional communities to have trained staff in the area doing that great work on our behalf. And while I'm talking about the resilience of the road network, Deputy Speaker, I have to reflect on those communities which have one road in and one road out. It is incumbent upon us at federal level and also at state level to support those communities with the critical asset protection for those communities so they can be safe in times of natural disaster. People are going to visit those towns, people live in those towns. We have to maintain safe access for them in times of natural disaster. So I give credit to the state government during the last Black Summer bushfire period where the warnings that were issued in partnership with the ABC, this emergency services broadcaster, were very clear and encouraged people to get out of those communities well ahead of the danger period. But we need to do more work in terms of the critical asset protection, the prevention, the recovery and the resilience work. And finally, while I have the opportunity, can I also extend my community's incredible thanks to the Australian Defence Force for the role they played during those bushfires. The opportunity to have the Army, Navy and Air Force working in partnership with the civilian agencies was something that I've never seen before in my community. But what I learnt from that, Deputy Speaker, is the civilian agencies really don't have a great understanding of the capability of the Australian Defence Force. The lack of knowledge of how the Bushmasters can access areas that the 2 Land Cruisers can't was something that came as a bit of a surprise to some of the civilian agencies. So I think more training between civilian and defence agencies is important and something we should aim to do on a regular basis throughout our region. And finally, Deputy Speaker, I just want to thank Gippslanders for the way they've shown extraordinary resilience and they've stuck together in what has been a long recovery process. I'm proud to represent that community in this place and recognise there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of the recovery from the bushfires. The $30-odd million we announced the other day will be a great help, but it won't solve all of our problems. We need to keep working together. You won't hear me in this place talking Australians down or talking Gippslanders down. We have to right now, as a nation, as a parliament, show the leadership, be optimistic, be relentlessly positive if we possibly can, unite wherever possible, and please seek consensus wherever we can, not division. I thank the House.
I thank the member. The question is the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the appropriation bills before the House. One of the most fundamental roles of the federal government is to ensure that communities across the country have access to Commonwealth funding. This funding is essential for ensuring the health, safety and security of our electorates. Unfortunately, throughout the almost decade of the Liberal National Government, there has not been equitable division of Commonwealth funds across our electorates. What we have seen is this government using the public purse as their own personal slush fund. When grants programs work the way they are supposed to, we see benefit right across the nation, in all our electorates. We see regional areas strengthened, where critical infrastructure expanded, we see communities thrive. This has not happened under the Morrison government for the very simple reason they're more interested in their own political survival than they are the welfare of the Australian people. Many Labor and independent held electorates across the country, like our electorate of McEwen, have been neglected by this Morrison government. The electorate of McEwen has been waiting for federal funding for the Macedon Rangers Sports Precinct since 2018. The project has been fully planned, has continued to involve collaboration with community groups, sporting associations, myself, the state government and the local council. The Macedon Rangers Council have committed $10.7 million. The Victorian government has committed $11.6 million. The AFL has committed $100,000. Both state and local councils recognise the need for a growing community to have access to sporting facilities, and it's these facilities that help our communities thrive, that foster the teamwork and collaboration and health within a quickly growing area like McEwen. Now, despite every application after application to the federal government for a grant under Building Better Regions, the Morrison government has refused to fund this project and in actual fact has misled the community on multiple occasions by getting them to put applications in and not doing a thing. The excuse is that the funding process is competitive, but of the 54 community projects approved for funding under the grant scheme, 43 went to councils and organisations within Liberal electorates. The reality is that the Morrison government is using this grant scheme as their personal slush fund and ignoring communities like Macedon Rangers who would benefit from this money. It's no wonder that the government is failing to introduce a National Anti-Corruption Commission, isn't it, really? And that the mere plans they do is only for a commission without retrospective powers. It's pretty clear what the Morrison government is afraid of. They are afraid of facing accountability for the shameful way in which they have allocated public funds throughout the course of their time in government. Electorates like McEwen deserve proper Commonwealth support as much as any other, and we're fed up with having to have our needs overlooked and disregarded by this government. There are so many areas of funding in which the government is failing our communities, and the cries for help fall on deaf ears. One of the biggest issues facing families in our electorate is childcare. The Liberal government have been dragged kicking and screaming to the table on childcare reform, and the issue has only intensified throughout the course of the pandemic. Due to the immense pressure and hard work from the member for Kingston, after ignoring the calls of Australian women and families, business leaders, economists and the early learning sector for years, the Liberal government finally were dragged kicking and screaming to do a patch-up on childcare. But instead of the real support that Australian families need, what the government delivered was a cynical attempt to deal with their ongoing PR crisis. The provisions did nothing to help millions of families struggling across our nation. Beyond the hype and the media spin, the government's plan for childcare fails to benefit the majority of Australian families. Labor's childcare plan would benefit around 1 million Australian families. The government's plan would only support about a quarter of that, and only those families with more than one child requiring childcare. And then when the eldest of the children of such families begins attending schools, the extra support provided will be ripped away. In contrast, Labor's childcare plan benefits 86% of Australians of all families with children under 6, regardless of how many children they have. Even for families who would see some of the benefits under the government's childcare plan, the vast majority of low and middle income earning families are better off under Labor. The Morrison government is leaving our families behind and denying support to those who are in need of it most. A few months ago, we received an email from a woman in the electorate named Doreen, who has 2 children, both aged under 4. Now think about this, Deputy Speaker. Doreen and her husband both work full-time and is spending $3,000 a month on childcare, it's a second mortgage. And like many families, they'd hope that the government's promised increase in support for childcare would help meet their financial relief right now. But the childcare support put forward by this government will not come into effect until July this year. By this point, Doreen's oldest child will be attending kindergarten and her family will no longer be able to get the benefits anyway. It's always about an announcement, but when you get through the detail, there's always a catch. There's always a little hook from this government that leaves people short and shortchanges Australian families. Yeah, T's and C's apply, exactly. Thousands of families across Australia and in our electorate are in the same position. They need relief now, but the government is still dragging its feet and is failing to support the families who need it. The government likes to claim they support families, but below the surface and beyond the marketing campaigns, the only thing the government is interested in is making a promise, making an empty promise, making an announcement and a plan which fails to benefit most Australian families. If we turn to healthcare, our healthcare systems are in desperate need of assistance as well, particularly in regional areas of my electorate, in dire need of increasing funding and Commonwealth support. Every week I'm inundated with calls from my constituents. They are scared, parents of young children, families and partners of those struggling with chronic illness, healthcare workers who are overwhelmed with the demand for their services. They ring my office regularly with harrowing stories of the strain on local GP clinics in our electorate. There simply isn't enough doctors in our towns to look after the needs of our communities. Parents with sick children cannot find doctors to treat them. Our GPs are doing the very best they can, but they are overworked, they are tired and they are struggling to keep up. This government has failed rural electorates. In McEwen, families are faced with weeks-long wait for appointments at the GP. And the government wants Australians to believe that their incentive programs is going to fix this. But what they're not telling you is that many of the most in need communities, including those in McEwen, aren't going to see any of this money from the programs at all. We have written to the Federal Health Minister on numerous occasions to ask for urgent assistance to our region, but we've had no support in the response. Meanwhile, every day, the people of McEwen are being turned away from GP clinics and emergency rooms because there is just not enough doctors to care for them. This is not a level of medical care that we should accept in Australia, especially in the midst of a pandemic, whilst our country is attempting to deal with COVID. You can never be sure of when you or your family might need to see a doctor. But if you do, you want to know that there's one going to be available. Time and time again, the Morrison government has put politics above the lives of real Australians. And the fact that the Morrison government has failed to secure basic medical care to the people of McEwen and so many other Australians across our country, you would think would be an embarrassment to the coalition. Particularly in the midst of a pandemic, the state of rural and regional healthcare is a damning indictment on the priorities of this government. And if the issues plaguing regional healthcare within our electorate were not bad enough, we can turn to the state of aged care under the Morrison government, which is even worse. Aged care residents have suffered more than any other group throughout the course of this pandemic. And today in question time, we heard responses that were pretty much just, well, that's how it is. When a minister of the Crown spends his time at cricket not facing up to the challenges of his job, any normal government at any normal time, and you can go back and read Erskine and Mays and look at every single reps practice available, you would expect in a situation like that a minister should resign. That is the history of the Westminster system, but it's not the history of a government that is just covered in corruption. Aged care homes are forced to lock down in response to COVID infection. Many residents lose the capacity to communicate and interact with family and their support networks, making the staffing crisis experienced in their homes and the anxieties associated with COVID even more difficult to cope with. More than 2 years into this pandemic, the situation in aged care is just as dire as it's ever been. Across the country, we're hearing reports of understaffed aged care homes, residents' buzzers being left unattended and residents left to die alone. Our criticism of Morrison government's response to the aged care crisis is not politics, it's not political mudslinging, it is just a fact. The Morrison government have delayed and outright rejected many of the crucial recommendations of their own Royal Commission, a Royal Commission they were forced into because they didn't want to do it, put forth as many necessary changes for the reform of this industry. The government's plan includes none of the recommended workforce or workplace changes in which the Royal Commission outlined as being necessary. There is nothing to improve the wages for overstretched, undervalued aged care workers in the aged care industry. This is a government that has ignored the recommendations and failed every single one of them. They have shirked their primary responsibility to mandatory care for residents in aged care, and as the proposal does not meet the recommendations made by the Royal Commission, that includes cleaning and some admin work as part of the care minutes that will be mandated. I mean, that's just simply not good enough. The staffing levels are central to many of the quality of aged care problems in residential aged care, and these reforms are crucial to increasing the standards of care and ensuring that the horrific stories of neglect which we have heard throughout the course of the Royal Commission do not continue into the future. But if all of this wasn't enough, the government have failed to clear the home care package waiting list for over 100,000 people, ignoring the wishes of Australians who want to age at home. This has left many older Australians with no other option than to go to an overworked, understaffed home, which the government has failed to reform. The Morrison government failed to take any of the steps that Labor and stakeholders have called for over the past 2 years in particular, and now, in the midst of pandemic, aged care is what it is due to the neglect of being able to stop a preventable crisis. The government's repeated attempts to cut NDIS funding for participants is another example of the way in which the government is rejecting the needs of the most vulnerable in our community. The government ripped out $4.6 billion out of the NDIS and repeatedly failed to act on the ministry failed to act despite 1,200 Australians with a disability dying while waiting to be funded by the scheme. My electorate is not alone. We are not alone in McEwen. There are many electorates within this country which are in need of Commonwealth funding and assistance. There are so many programs that need increased funding. Electorate like ours have repeatedly been disregarded and disrespected by this immoral and irresponsible Morrison government. The way in which the Morrison government has continually ignored their responsibility and to divide Commonwealth funds in accordance with need is really, you'd think, something that to a normal person would be embarrassing. The pork barrelling, the secret coalition slush funds definitely are an embarrassment at a time when faith in our political institutions is falling. Australians don't pay more tax if they live in coalition-held electorates. They don't work harder, so they don't deserve to get a disproportionate amount of public funds. People in our communities are sick and tired of being left behind by this government. They are sick and tired of being left behind in childcare, in aged care, in healthcare. They are exhausted by applying again and again for grants that they have no chance of receiving because they don't make it on to those shifty little spreadsheets that have been brought up over the last few years. The pork barrelling must end. The cabinet-run slush funds must end. Communities need support. And communities that are suffering are the ones who need the most support, not those that are just because they're in a coalition electorate. It's time to see the end of this tired, failed, scandal-ridden government. Australians deserve a government that is on their side, a government that's actually going to stand up and deliver. When we look at things like childcare, Medicare, aged care, Labor cares, only an Albanese Labor government will deliver benefits for all Australians and bring Australians together, rather than what we've seen over the past 8 years of division, both inside the Cabinet, outside the Cabinet and on the streets. It's time that we replace this tired, worn-out government with one that's actually going to be there for you when you need it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the Speaker. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Oxley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While this bill today seeks to appropriate a total of around $15.9 billion in 2021 across the two bills, $11.9 billion in Bill 3 and $4 billion in Bill 4, I want to talk a little bit about economic management. I want to talk about the failures of this government, in particular what we're seeing at the dying end of a government that seems to be focused more on itself than actually the people of this country. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, if I start by talking about economic management, now I assume this will be a hot topic during the next general election. The government likes to purport that they are great economic managers, that they have steered Australia through the global pandemic. But I actually want to lift the veil on that tonight about what they mean when we talk about financial responsibility, when it actually comes to the day-to-day work of the government. It's pretty rich to be receiving lectures on fiscal responsibility from the most wasteful government since Federation. The government that's doubled the debt before the pandemic, who can forget the back in black cups, and a government that in Australia's history will deliver $1 trillion of debt. Now, I remember the days where the debt trucks used to drive around before elections. As a former State Secretary and campaign director, you could set your watch by the debt trucks driving around. They normally had double-sided trucks with a big debt bomb on it, Labor's debt bomb. Well, I don't know if those debt trucks now are on bricks in someone's house, if they've run off the road, because what we've seen delivered under this government is $1 trillion worth of debt. So I somehow don't think we'll have an argument about debt in this country anymore. The Coalition has delivered 8 deficits, more consecutive deficits than any other government since the 1920s, and have predicted at least 40 more to come. So despite the repeated hypocritical preaching on their commitment to low taxes, this government is the second highest taxing government of the last 30 years and is now collecting $4,500 more per person than Labor in 2013. This is before we get to competency. So let's look at the record. They failed on vaccine rollout. They haven't delivered one new single federal quarantine facility, didn't order enough rapid antigen tests, presided over a crisis in aged care, and disappeared when workers and small businesses needed them to step up and show leadership. They handed out billions of dollars of JobKeeper and payments to businesses whose revenue increased, and pork barrel billions of more taxpayer dollars in politically motivated grants. So the limits aren't failure to the budget either, Mr Deputy Speaker. The economy is suffering under this government's watch. Productivity has been flatlining. Poor productivity performance means a smaller economy, an economy that is growing far slower than it could be, than it should be. Think about what another decade of failed productivity targets would do to the living standards of ordinary Australians. Unfortunately, the government rorts and wastage doesn't lead to productivity growth. To really get productivity moving, we need investment in energy technology, infrastructure and human capital. In our people, not just the politics. And I guess when you analyse why we're in this situation, you only need to look at the last 2 weeks. So what's happened in the last 2 weeks? We've seen a government increasingly obsessed about itself, increasingly divided amongst itself. Members crossing the floor, undermining the Parliament, undermining the Prime Minister of Australia. We're also seeing a government completely destroying itself about integrity and also cracks within its own cabinet. So this is what's just happened in the last 2 weeks. We've seen the TextGate scandal, where we saw the former New South Wales Premier, Gladys Berejiklian, leaking and texting to another cabinet minister, could be New South Wales, could be Coalition at a federal level, a Liberal cabinet minister, talking about the Prime Minister. Look, that's pretty tawdry stuff, and I won't go there because there's not enough time in today's debate. But then we saw the current Prime Minister texting about the current Deputy Prime Minister texting about the current Prime Minister. I won't be able to read into Hansard exactly what the former Deputy Prime Minister has said, because it contains a word with L and finishes with the word R. But needless to say, the quote goes something like this: "Tell BH," which is Brittany Higgins, "and the Prime Minister, he is Scott to me until I have to recognise his office. We don't get along. He is a hypocrite and someone who doesn't tell the truth from my observations, and that's over a long period of time." This is the killer, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've never trusted him, and I dislike how he earnestly arranges the truth to be something that's not a truth. Now, this is the second in command in Australia. This is the 2IC. And of course, that's embarrassing enough that that's been leaked and that's now on the public record. But of course, the Prime Minister said he only said that, according to the Deputy Prime Minister, because we didn't work very well together and we didn't know each other that long, despite both of them serving in the Cabinet and the current Prime Minister being the Treasurer at the time. If you're sitting at home, Mr Deputy Speaker, and worried, what on earth is going on? Why isn't this government focused on jobs, the economy, security, all of these things? They simply don't have time to worry about the issues facing Australia, because this is the Hunger Games occurring in our nation's capital. It's not the Labor Party launching attacks, it's not the crossbench launching attacks, it's the government on government violence that we're seeing here. And we only saw that now, the serious and, quite frankly, Mr Deputy Speaker, illegal leaks from Cabinet last week. Cabinet is now leaking against itself, not just once, but twice. Now, we saw through the Channel 10 networks that Mr Morrison was rolled in a Cabinet meeting where he proposed a controversial strategy to get enough votes for his religious discrimination laws, which debated this week and held up in the Senate, where it's reported there was apparently a heated debate in which several ministers, including the Communications Minister, Paul Fletcher, passionately spoke against the plan. Now, we know that Cabinet is rarely leaked, but when you get to this stage, it shows a government completely bereft of focusing on Australians, only focusing on themselves. And of course, last night we saw yet another leak against the government, with the government's inner circle, the Prime Minister's inner circle, leaking against now, I would say, the former Minister for Education. His door may have been stripped of the name, but now we know that he doesn't even know whether he's got a job or not. Once again, Mr Deputy Speaker, this government focusing on themselves, not focusing on the people of Australia. We need investment in infrastructure that will propel our economy forward, like cleaner and cheaper energy and an NBN that will underpin our digital economy. We need investment in our community. We need investment for projects to get people home sooner. One of my election commitments from 2016 was an update of the Centenary Bridge. Although long overdue, the government has finally heard my pleas and the community's pleas to see this $220 million project invested. It should not have taken 5 years, Mr Deputy Speaker. This money was put on the table early by the Palaszczuk Labor government, a government that proudly invests in infrastructure, that proudly delivers for the community. I pay my great thanks and respects to the Minister for Transport, the Honourable Mark Bailey, and also one of the hardest working state members in the country, Jess Pugh, the state member for Mount Ommaney, who I'm proud to say is one of my local five state MPs, but also someone who fought tooth and nail to deliver this funding for the Centenary Bridge. This will mean the current bridge, which is over 50 years, will be upgraded to 6 lanes, the Jindalee off-ramps and the Jindalee on-ramps finally improved, which will see people getting home quicker, but also not sitting in traffic. I'm really proud of this election commitment, and I'll be fighting tooth and nail to make sure this government delivers on its commitment and we see real progress on the Centenary Bridge. I won't hold my breath, because when this government comes to announcements and comes to the photo ops, we know that they're great at photo ops. We know the government and the Prime Minister is the master of making announcements and not following through. Just today, we asked yet again about one of the greatest rorts in Australia's history, the car park rorts. When Minister Fletcher was asked about this project, he said about people in Queensland, quote, "They're not asking about lines on spreadsheets, they're asking about how do we get a facility built so that we can get to work, not turn up and find there is nowhere to park." That would be okay if of the 48 car parks that were promised 3 years ago were built. So take a random guess, Mr Deputy Speaker, how many of the 48 car parks have been built? 6. Once again, this government cannot be trusted when it comes to announcement. So you betcha, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll be fighting tooth and nail to make sure that we see the Centenary Bridge, the most important, critical piece of infrastructure in my electorate, built. I know there is someone who can trust to deliver those projects. That is the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Anthony Albanese, someone who is the most experienced infrastructure minister in this country's history, a former Deputy Prime Minister, someone who has a wealth of experience of sitting in this parliament for over 25 years, someone who I know won't just make promises, but will actually deliver on what they say. We need a future made in Australia by co-investing in advanced manufacturing and other critical sectors to create jobs, to diversify the economy, revitalise our regions through partnerships and businesses to help turn good eyes into good, secure jobs. When I visit businesses in my electorate, I'm a proud supporter of small businesses. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. I come from a small business background. My parents proudly ran a business, started from scratch when my father came out of the war in World War II, and built a successful enterprise in his own name with my uncle's name as well. We simply cannot allow businesses to suffer anymore under this government. And when I talk to local businesses, they simply say the same thing over and over again, Mr Deputy Speaker. They can't find qualified workers to fill their vacancies. They are saying it loud and clear. The skills simply aren't out there. Now, they're just not going to magically materialise. It'll take a government committed to investing in our young people and building our skills base to see any movement in this area. I want to see young Australians given a boost. Give them a chance at good education and good skills training. We'll invest in Skills Australia to make sure they get ahead by providing free TAFE and creating more university places. Mr Deputy Speaker, Labor's $1.2 billion Future Made in Australia skills plan focuses on tackling skills shortages to help us all move forward through the COVID-19 pandemic and drive future economic growth. We know for nearly a decade this government has cut TAFE and slashed apprentices. We now have 70,000 fewer apprenticeships and traineeships compared to 2013. In my own electorate, there are 1,400 less apprentices when this government came to power. Not staying the same, not levelling out, gone backwards. That's why we need 20,000 new university places to fix shortages and fill future skill needs by training Australians in jobs, including engineering, nursing, tech and training, because Australia's economic future lies with its strongest asset, its people. Whether it be the cost of childcare, whether it be the fact that since this government has been elected, childcare fees have gone up 35%. Combining with a real decline in real wages, we've seen a childcare system that's completely inaccessible for too many families. No wonder the government can't focus on these things, Mr Deputy Speaker. No wonder they can't talk about building a future for working families in Australia, because they are simply focused on themselves and applying political band-aids to their many, many mistakes, whether it be disunity, dysfunction, and quite frankly, dishonesty. It is making this government utterly paralysed. So that's the central characteristics that define this government. It just doesn't mean that they're competent. It just means things aren't getting done. You look at the issues around health and aged care, and quite frankly, this health minister, the Honourable Greg Hunt, will go down in Australia's history as one of the worst health ministers our nation has ever seen. Incompetence, character of this Prime Minister, where he won't hold a hose, where he won't take responsibility. His character is now seen by the whole nation. We know time and time again he cannot be trusted to deliver on the things that matter for all Australians. It's simply not good enough to say it's not my job, it's someone else's job, or it's always for the state's responsibilities. Mr Deputy Speaker, we've seen over 700 lives lost in aged care, yet the Minister for Aged Care in this country goes to the cricket and retains his job. That says it all. So whether it be leaks, whether it be attacks on the government, we know on this side of the chamber we'll continue to fight for all Australians.
The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Party claims to be the party of sensible economic management, but what we know is that is just another broken promise from a very broken government. I remember being incredibly worried about the $40 billion of debt that the WA Liberal Party left the people of Western Australia from the time that the member for Pearce was the West Australian Treasurer through to the duration of the Barnett government. $40 billion. It was a lot of money. It was a huge debt. It's still being paid off. But then the Prime Minister came along and said, hold my beer, and gave us $1 trillion of debt. And their only plan to pay it back is the oh, you can't sit in the chair. I can't have a go at you then. A certain member's plan for an inheritance tax to pay back this $1,000 billion of Liberal debt. There's a certain member in this place who is running around, knocking on the door of the Treasurer, knocking on the door of the Prime Minister, saying, let's have an inheritance tax. That's the only fresh idea the Liberal Party has. Now, I hope that their plan for an inheritance tax goes the same way as their plan for their back-in-black budget, that they actually can't deliver it. But we do know that when it comes to taxes, this Prime Minister loves a good tax. It was this Prime Minister, when he was Treasurer, that suggested that we should have the GST increased. He came out and said it was a proposition worth considering. But then someone talked him out of it. But I know that that idea hasn't gone. And they do love taxes so much that we have the Treasurer collecting an extra $150 billion in tax this year than the last year that Labor was in government. In fact, the two highest taxing governments in the last 30 years were led by John Howard and led by the current Prime Minister. And I think the thing I do feel a little bit for Peter Costello. These second-rate Liberals ride on his coattails. The Treasurer and the Prime Minister never served a day in this parliament with Peter Costello, yet they pretend and they ride on his political legacy. At the same time, we know that Australians are paying an extra $4,500 more tax per Australian than they did under Labor in 2013. And we know that this is on top of people having stagnant wages, insecure work, and paying these very high taxes to fund the Liberal Party's slush funds. And this government cannot take any credit for what they claim is an economic recovery unless they also take responsibility for the crises that are happening across this country. A crisis in aged care, where we've had some 700 Australians die of COVID in aged care this calendar year alone. Crises where we do not have enough rapid antigen tests to provide for those who need them, where people have been left driving around chemist to chemist, week to week, and where we still don't have a plan about what they're going to do to get the Australian Defence Force over to Western Australia as we start to see an outbreak of COVID in aged care homes in Western Australia. And it all starts to feel like a government that just does not have a plan. Their only plans are the lived reality of Australians. Wages going backwards, people looking for secure, well-paid jobs, unable to find them, and paying huge amounts, 35% more for childcare than when this government came to office. But there's always someone they can blame. They can blame the cost of beef on the situation in Ukraine. They can blame the fact they didn't order enough vaccine doses. They can blame that on the states. But we know that people are worried about their lived reality under this government.
And I quote, if you look at the those who represent aged care workers in Western Australia, a very well-respected community leader, Carolyn Smith, said, "We only have to look over east to see what COVID has done in aged care facilities." And I think many aged care workers, many residents, many families are going to be concerned. It is a huge concern to West Australians what is about to happen over the next few months, and we can't afford to repeat the Prime Minister's mistakes yet again. Western Australia in particular needs a partner in Canberra, not the sort of government that bashes us up for year after year and then only at election time, to the absolute disappointment, I should say, of many of the government's backbenchers who complained about WA's health measures for years and years. At election time, all of a sudden, Scott Morrison wants to be the Prime Minister wants to be Western Australia's best friend. We need a government that's actually going to learn the lessons of COVID and invest in our people. That means fixing the holes in our economy, making sure that we're a country that makes things again, making sure that we dive into the talents of the Australian people so we again buy Australian. Buying Australian doesn't just mean buying from Liberal Party donors. Buying Australian means actually buying from the hard-working small and medium enterprises across this country, giving them access to the $190 billion of government contracts that are signed every year. As we say, Australian taxpayer dollars should be able to go to Kalgoorlie, not Korea, whenever possible. And Labor has a clear plan on how we start to shift the tide on buying Australian. Establish a Future Made in Australia office. Assist Australian businesses to bid for those major infrastructure projects that have billions of dollars of federal government money into them. Make it easier for small and medium businesses to secure government contracts. Make sure that if a business wants government contracts, they look after their workforce. We need to support First Nations businesses so we can maximise the skill transfer and opportunities for those businesses to grow even more. We need to make sure that the businesses that are contracting with the Australian government are paying tax in Australia. Something that would actually be a much better idea, get companies that operate here to pay the tax they owe here, rather than go with these crazy ideas from government backbenchers to have an inheritance tax. We should also support Australian industry.
You are being disorderly.
I withdraw, Deputy Speaker.
And provocative, I might add.
I've said all I need to say about the interesting proposal by a particular individual on the government side about the government's plan for an inheritance tax. And why we'd be talking about the government's plan for an inheritance tax when instead we could be doing things like cutting taxes. It's only Labor that is committed to cutting taxes on electric vehicles. What we know at the moment is only 0.07% of Australian cars sold in Australia are electric. In the UK and the EU, it's 11%. Let's lift that up, and let's do it by cutting taxes on electric vehicles. At the same time, let's fix some of our energy grid. Let's get more community batteries across this country. Labor's got a plan to add another 400 across Australia. It'll be a welcome addition. I've currently got one lonely community battery in my electorate in Yokine. Does a great job, but it'd be great to have a few more. And we also need to make sure that we start to do the big heavy lifting of rewiring the nation. And I'll end my comments talking about rewiring the nation. We know that the electricity grids of Australia are desperately outdated. They were built in the last century. It shows. We've had 22 energy policies from this government, and Australians, again, have paid the price. If we want to have more batteries, if we want to have more renewables, then we need a modern, refreshed grid. This is how we act on climate change. It's how we lower power prices, and it's how we ensure more productivity in Australia. We know that Australia is uniquely placed to be at the forefront of the renewable energy revolution that we're going to see happen across the world. But we need a government that genuinely believes in climate change, not simply believes in advertising about what they say they are doing on climate change. I'll conclude my remarks just by saying if we act on Rewiring the Nation, if we act on renewable energy, it means more jobs, it means more secure jobs, it means more secure power, it means more affordable power, and it means that Australia won't get left behind as the global economy transitions. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, mostly to the member for Perth. Can I call the member for Greenway? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Oh, sorry, the question is the bill be read a second time. Member for Greenway.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In this appropriations bill debate tonight, I would like to predominantly pay tribute to, but also reference a remarkable man and his son from my electorate of Greenway, Damien McRae from Kellyville Ridge, and his son Aidan. And I want to take members back, Mr Deputy Speaker, to 2017 and a story that appeared in the local media in Blacktown about Damien McRae, who was diagnosed with stage 4 melanoma. And along with his young son Aidan, who loved Lego, they decided they wanted to do something positive to raise awareness of melanoma. So they got together and they designed, and again, bearing in mind this is when Damien was informed he had literally months to live, they designed a Lego prototype, a SunSmart series of characters called Lego Surf Rescue. And this featured Lego people wearing sunscreen. It was iconically Australian. These were characters that were dressed in surf life-saving outfits. And the whole point was something that he and his son Aidan could do together, but something that could subliminally change people's minds about the importance of being sun safe and the dangers of melanoma. So I was really privileged to meet Damien and to spend some time with his family, so much so that I actually moved some private members' business in the Parliament on the 11th of September 2017, entitled Melanoma and Lego Surf Rescue. And in that motion, I moved that we acknowledge that Australia has the highest incidence of melanoma in the world, and it's the most common cancer in young Australians aged 15 to 39. And also acknowledge that Lego is a world-renowned brand with a philosophy to foster imaginative and creative learning and development through play. And I also wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate Damien and Aidan on creating this Australian SunSmart beach-themed Lego project, Lego Surf Rescue, which actually achieved the required 10,000 supporters for the Lego Ideas Review. And I learned a lot through this process, and that is you actually need to have, at that time, 10,000 followers or 10,000 sort of endorsements in order for Lego to think, well, this could be an idea that we might end up taking up. And we also recognised, and I think this was really delightful, that we had cross-party support for this. And Russell Broadbent, the member, was then the member for it's now Monash, but he supported it, but it was seconded by Matt Thistlethwaite, who is the member for Kingsford Smith, but is also Labor's forefront person for Parliamentary Friends of Surf Lifesaving. And we really did acknowledge, and it did move, I think, everyone there, the resilience and positivity that Damien displayed despite his terminal diagnosis in raising the dangers of skin cancer. And in the end, we called on Lego to support Lego Surf Rescue and to approve the project to become an official Lego set. And I think, as we are all aware, Lego has done pretty well during this pandemic. There are some industries that have actually thrived, and Lego and the jigsaw puzzle industry will surely be some of them. And I highlighted, speaking to that motion, as did Mr Broadbent and Mr Thistlethwaite, that the goal of Aidan and his dad Damien was for this Lego set to feature SunSmart Australian heroes wearing hats, sunglasses and sunscreen. We had an Australian beach with waves, surfboards, a sandcastle, lifesavers, a shark. This was iconically Australian, and I was really delighted to have been given one of these prototypes, which I proudly displayed in the window of my suite in Parliament House, and which my two daughters now play with. Now, where I'm getting to here, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that this was submitted to the LEGO Ideas program, as I said. It received an enormous amount of supporters from around the globe. They managed to get to 10,000 supporters. They got to that benchmark for official review. And we highlighted that whilst Australia has some of the best weather, but also the highest incidence of melanoma in the world. Now, this is where the story could have ended. But on February 11, just a couple of weeks ago, the story reappeared in the Sydney Morning Herald. And what was highlighted here was, again, the story of 2017, so nearly 5 years ago for Damien. He'd begun writing his will, organising his funeral, but he had this positive experience with his son Aidan designing this Lego set. He was, and I quote from the Herald article here, that Mr McRae was astonished to learn last week that Lego had released onto the market its own beach lifeguard station, including many of the features that were previously unique to the McRae designs. It even had a rock pool, though the marine inhabitants included a turtle instead of a starfish. But unlike the McRae design, nobody was wearing a hat or sunscreen. And Damien is quoted in this article, I quote, "As soon as I saw it, I thought, that's not an exact copy, but it's clearly influenced by what Aidan and I had done. They call it a lifeguard station, but everything in it is basically how we presented the office, with binoculars, computer, maps, and they've replaced the sunscreen with a bottle." Now, I don't know if Lego is aware, but Mr McRae is an intellectual property lawyer. So he knows that it's not illegal to steal an idea, again I'm quoting here, and that the set is sufficiently different to avoid a copyright claim. And again he's quoted here, "This is how you would do it to avoid copyright infringement. You tweak it a little bit, but it's not a good look, ethically." Now, I couldn't agree more with Damien. I couldn't agree more with the sentiment that was behind his original project with Aidan. And as I said, I moved this motion in the House of Representatives. It was supported in a bipartisan manner, which really gave heart to Damien and Aidan, that this was something that was really positive coming out of the Parliament. And I also point out that the global Lego boss, Niels Christensen, decided on behalf of the company not to go ahead with selling the Lego kit due to some design issues. So Damien and Aidan revised the design and resubmitted it just late last year. It was knocked back again, but as I said, it's just been revealed that Lego has released its own beach lifeguard station. So it appears that whilst Lego is denying, and I take this from media reports, that it's not directly from Lego, it's copied the Surf Rescue project design. My question to the Lego group is this ethical? Is this moral? Is it a good look for a company to, in all but definition, steal, in all but an idea, from a then 5-year-old and his cancer-stricken father? I point out that Lego's own website states, and I think I may have even quoted this in my motion 5 years ago, that Lego Group's key values include caring. Is it an act of socially responsible caring to act in this way? I honestly don't think so. And I think many other consumers would agree that it is quite unethical. And I see that that has been echoed as much by Lego fans in Australia and around the world. Now, I note that Lego has denied that it's copied the Surf Rescue design. But again, I point out that ultimately this is about a person and his son who, at one of the most challenging times in his life, just wanted to help others. I didn't do this to make money, just wanted to help others. At that time, Damien McRae was given 3 months to live, and he decided to spend that time with his son on something very practical to promote cancer advocacy and melanoma awareness, the very real dangers to the millions of Australians exposed to this type of cancer. And he wanted to ensure, and he recognised, if you're old enough to play with Lego, you're old enough to learn about sun safety. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I implore LEGO to do the right thing and to be good, ethical citizens. As I said, Australia has one of the highest rates...
Apologise. Division has been called in the House. I suspend proceedings. Do you want to come back? No. Okay. The debate is adjourned and resumption of the debate made an order of the day for the next sitting.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of opinion, ayes, nays. The Federation Chamber is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you for your vote. Thank you.